Die, replay, repeat. Chapter 1, Don't let them know. Don't let them know you can see them. Don't let them know. Fang Xiu blinked, rubbing away the sleepiness from his eyes. It was the bright red words splashed across the stark white ceiling that jolted him awake. His eyes, dull and hazy, stared up at the words. But in an instant, his eyes narrowed, and he sat up in his bed, as if he was a bird ready to take his flight. What the? Fang Xiu's head shot up, his face was full of shock as he gazed at the ceiling covered with messy red writing. The red letters on his ceiling were packed tightly, twisted and distorted like a pile of wriggling worms. Everything about it seemed eerie. His mind completely blank. He wondered how he could suddenly wake up in his cozy bed to a ceiling scribbled with red words. Each letter looked as if someone had written it down using a bloody finger. What on earth is happening? Who wrote on my ceiling? Don't let them know you can see them. The words tumbled out of Fang Xiu's mouth, echoing the deep red message covering the ceiling. But then, in a blink, the red letters vanished, leaving behind only the familiar plain white ceiling. It was as if that creepy writing had never been there. Fang Xiu rubbed his eyes hard, squinted, and looked again. However, there were no red letters, just a clean, white ceiling. What's going on? Is it because I'm still too sleepy? Or is it because too much of jerking off has seriously ruined my brain? Had I imagined it? Or was it all just a dream? Fang Xiu couldn't help but hopelessly question himself. But those words, they were so clear. Almost as if they were real. The strange incident made Fang Xiu feel agitated. His heart pounded hard in his chest. It was unknown whether he was imagining things or not, but all Fang Xiu wanted was to get out of his room and breathe some fresh air. But as he moved to get up, he glanced around the room and froze, almost as if he'd been struck by lightning. This isn't my room. What in the world? Am I still dreaming? Fang Xiu looked around, baffled. The desk, computer, closet, bed of everything was strange. Just by a glance, Fang Xiu was sure that the room was definitely not his bedroom. Where am I? He questioned himself. Fang Xiu hadn't gone out for drinks yesterday, and he was sure he didn't walk into the wrong house. After a long day of work, he remembered coming home, eating some ramen, watching TV, and then falling asleep. But now, his half-eaten ramen was gone, and the crumpled tissues he'd left on the floor were nowhere to be seen. Everything was too neat, too foreign. What is happening? Fang Xiu mumbled, absolutely stunned by the situation. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories hit him, causing his head to spin. After a brief moment, Fang Xiu snapped back to reality, looking blankly at his own hand. Did I transmigrate? Did I land in a different world that looks just like my old one? Fang Xiu's mind was racing. The unfamiliar memories were from the person who originally had his current body. They were overwhelming and jumbled, he couldn't process them all at once. After all, they spanned over 20 years. So he started by focusing on the important ones. The original owner of this body was also named Fang Xiu. Just like the transmigrated Fang Xiu, he was an orphan too. They were the same age and looked almost exactly alike, plain and unassuming. The only difference was their lives and the worlds they lived in. The transmigrated Fang Xiu had been helped by kind people. With hard work and their support, he got into a top-notch university where he was still studying. But this world's Fang Xiu wasn't as lucky. He had to quit high school because he didn't have enough money, and was working as a real estate salesman. The background of this world was like his old one, but a lot of historical events and people were different. But even if I did transmigrate, what was that scary red writing about? There's nothing like that in the memories of this body. The strange red writing gave Fang Xiu a bad feeling. He searched through the new memories again, but couldn't find any useful information. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a soft woman's voice came from outside his bedroom. "Honey, breakfast is ready." Fang Xiu was startled by the unexpected voice, followed by a rush of surprise. "Honey. Did my alternate self get married so early? Or was it just a girlfriend? Well, that makes a lot more sense. He quickly tried to remember any memories of a wife, but his train of thought was instantly disrupted. All because a woman wearing a silky white nightgown had entered his line of sight. The first time he saw her, Fang Xiu's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. He thought he had become immune to beauty after seeing uncountable pretty girls in short online videos. But when he saw this woman, his first reaction was awe, and then more awe. The woman in front of him was too pretty. Her white silk nightgown, soft to touch, clung perfectly to her body, highlighting a perfect and captivating figure. The nightgown was short, barely covering her round bottom, exposing a pair of fair long legs to the air, shining slightly. The woman seemed just as precious as the finest piece of white jade in the world. Her skin wasn't the typical fair complexion, but a cool pale, so pale it appeared bluish, with a faint rosy undertone visible to the naked eye. Her delicate white shoulders were bare, with only two slender white straps hanging down. Her neck was as elegant as a swan's, and her beautiful collarbones were fully exposed. With such a perfect figure, even with an average face, she would still be considered a beauty. But her face was far from average. If Fang Xiu were to rate it, he would give her a 9, deducting 1 point just to keep her from getting arrogant. Her face was the perfect interpretation of femininity, softness, and grace. Her eyes were like clear autumn water, full of affection as they gazed at Fang Xiu, and a gentle smile was on her face, a healing smile that seemed to smooth away all inner wounds. Fang Xiu suddenly felt that teleporting to another world wasn't so bad. At least, in his old world, he would never have been able to find such a beautiful and gentle wife. "Honey, you're awake. It's time for breakfast," she said again, her face showing a gentle smile. Fang Xiu quickly wanted to reply. After all, when talking to someone, not reacting within 2 seconds might make him look stupid. But he didn't know how to address the woman in front of him. Should I call her by her name, or honey? Darling? Babe? Sweetie? Or even good girl? In the end, he started to frantically search his newly acquired memories for information about his wife. There were too many memories of the original owner for Fang Xiu to digest all at once. Those memories were stored in the database of his brain, and Fang Xiu needed to input commands to retrieve those recollections. He was currently searching for memories about his wife, when a shocking thing happened. The name of his wife none. Dating experience none. Hobbies none. Preferred things none. There was nothing at all. In fact, there was no trace of this person in his memories. How's this possible? The original owner of the body was a lifelong bachelor, so where did this wife come from? Fang Xiu suddenly felt his blood freeze, his heart skipping a beat. As he looked at his gentle, smiling wife, his throat felt dry, as though something was stuck there, rendering him speechless. 2 seconds had passed. His wife was patient, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. The odd thing was, her smile remained constant from beginning to end, precise like a robot, maintaining the exact curve and angle. Even the bend in her eyes remained unchanged. Accompanied by her pale skin, it gave the illusion of lifelessness. It was as though a beautiful face had been carved on a piece of an exquisite white porcelain. This was absolutely unbelievable because humans are living beings. They have heartbeats, they breathe. Just as it was hard for someone to not blink for a long time, it was equally difficult to maintain an unchanging smile, without even the eyelashes trembling. Somehow, being stared at by such a person, Fang Xiu no longer felt the previous gentleness. Instead, he had a spine-chilling feeling. The once comforting presence had started to become depressing. Who are you? Fang Xiu asked, struggling to get the words out. As the words left his mouth, the wife's smile changed. Her eyes burst with immense surprise, the previously gentle smile suddenly expanded dramatically, stretching the corners of her mouth into an astonishing curve. Chapter 2, Replay After Death. In a split second, Fang Xiu felt as though he was plummeting into an icy cavern. I can see her? Obviously I can, so what? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He wanted to gather his thoughts, but his wife didn't grant him that opportunity. Crack! The sound of porcelain shattering resonated throughout the room. The wife's beautiful, frosty, smooth skin was fracturing, and in an eye's blink, countless tiny black cracks spread across her body, making her resemble a broken porcelain figure. From these black fissures, the sound of water trickling could be heard, and crimson blood that looked like writhing worms began to ooze from the crevices. Her soft, long hair began moving and twisting in the air like coiling black snakes. You can see me! A non-human roar erupted from her mouth. At this moment, her cherry-red lips stretched grotesquely from ear to ear, her perfect teeth transformed into jagged edges, and within her mouth, was another mouth almost as if another creature was growing in her throat. Fear, like a tidal wave, washed over Fang Xiu. His body involuntarily stiffened, his mind went blank, leaving only a vast emptiness. The next moment, the shadow of death arrived as expected. A massive, bloody mouth engulfed Fang Xiu's head. Fang Xiu's world turned black. Cold, slick, and the sensation of suffocation engulfed him as his head was devoured by the wife. Following that, an unimaginable intense pain consumed his body. Fang Xiu was dead. The scene was horrific for a moment. An entity, possibly non-human, bit off Fang Xiu's head in one gulp. The headless body didn't topple immediately. A large amount of blood spurted from the neck like a fountain, soaking the bed sheets. However, in the next second, the surrounding space-time started to fracture like glass, everything reduced to oblivion. Don't let them know you see them. Don't let them know. On the pristine ceiling, it appeared as though someone had again bitten their finger and scribbled an endless number of words in blood. Fang Xiu, who had been sleeping, suddenly awoke, bolting upright on his bed. Cold sweat covered his forehead, he was panting, his eyes wide with terror. What happened? Didn't I die? Was it all a dream? As multiple thoughts sprang up in his mind, ultimately questioning his sanity, Fang Xiu noticed the unusual ceiling yet again. When he saw the familiar bloody words on the ceiling, his body stiffened. Never let them know you see them? Damn it! All that really wasn't just a nightmare. Fang Xiu stared intently at the words on the ceiling. Under his constant gazing, the bloodied words abruptly disappeared, as if they were never there to begin with. It's happening again. Isn't it? Could the sentence be a clue? Had I to pretend to be blind? No. That's not correct. The original owner of the body wasn't blind, he was just an ordinary person. The only strange thing was that in his memory, he had never seen this wife who would show up soon. The original owner has always lived alone, a very normal life, never seeing or hearing about another person in his home. Perhaps it was this normalcy that had kept him from being killed like me. As he analyzed all the memories of the original owner and his own before his death, Fang Xiu came up with one conclusion: he couldn't let the supernatural wife figure know that he could see her. It was simple, he had to just act as if she was invisible. He had to live just like the previous body owner, acting like he was alone, not seeing or hearing anything that he wasn't supposed to. Completely ignoring her was probably the only way he could avoid his death. Suddenly, a soft, soothing voice floated into the bedroom. "Honey, breakfast is ready." The voice was soft and filled with love, sparking endless imagination. However, that's not the effect it had over Fang Xiu. Upon hearing the voice, Fang Xiu's mind was filled with dread, a bottomless pit of it. Images of being devoured by a monstrous mouth haunted his thoughts as the voice continued echoing. Instinctively, Fang Xiu wanted to run away or escape the abnormal scenario. Nonetheless, he was trapped. The wife was already in the room. Wearing her white nightgown, her skin pale and cold, she wore a sweet smile from another time. "Sweetie, you're up. Time for breakfast," the wife said softly, smiling. Death felt closer than ever. Fang Xiu was just a regular guy, never faced with anything supernatural, let alone the threat of being eaten by something non-human. The fear from the previous time was freshly engraved in his mind, however he did his best to swallow it. Lowering his gaze to his quilt, he tried his best to pretend that he didn't see or hear the wife, completely following the warning of the bloody note. However, the wife didn't play fair. She bent down towards Fang Xiu's pants. As her face got closer to the quilt covering his lower body, she looked up, offering Fang Xiu a gentle smile. At that moment, their eyes locked, and the air suddenly seemed to stand still. The next second, the wife's eyes went wide with surprise, and her sweet smile turned into a horrified grimace. "You can see me!" she exclaimed. Fang Xiu was once again reduced to a headless body. "Don't let them know you see them." The familiar warning on the ceiling, written in blood, stabbed Fang Xiu's eyes yet again. Bang! Fang Xiu jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. That sneaky woman, Another time, it was the same ending death. Amidst his fear, he felt a spark of anger. Dying and coming back to life again? Another repeat of the same scenario? Was it an endless cycle? Starting back from the beginning point after every time he was killed? Was it something like a game save point? After calming himself, Fang Xiu carefully analyzed every detail that happened in the second cycle. After some time, he came up with something. When he had lowered his gaze and avoided looking at her, she had come closer. This confirmed one of his suspicions. The monster needed to know that he could see her before she made her move. Fang Xiu's mind was racing. A few seconds later, that soft female voice rang out again. "Honey, breakfast is ready." The wife, smiling sweetly, slowly walked into the bedroom. This time, Fang Xiu quickly grabbed his phone, pretending to be engrossed in it, scrolling through short video clips, watching pretty girls dance in stockings. But the usually captivating dance didn't hold his interest at all. His back was drenched with cold sweat. "Honey, how can you look at other women when I'm right here? Don't you love me anymore? Love you, my foot, Fang Xiu silently cursed in his head. He kept scrolling through the short clips, attempting to distract himself. With his past experience, he intentionally held the phone close, practically against his face, to block his view. "Honey, I don't recall you being short-sighted. Why are you holding your phone so close? Can you see me?" Fang Xiu froze in surprise. So is it not okay to act differently, However, after the wife said this, she didn't take immediate action. Fang Xiu let out a small sigh of relief, but when he flipped to the next clip, his eyes widened. The girl in the next clip was the wife. In the video, the wife was all smiles, her demeanor gentle. "Honey, don't I look pretty?" Fang Xiu's eyes widened in shock, and he unintentionally looked at the wife's face. "You can see me. Damn you!" Caught between shock and anger, Fang Xiu hurled his phone. It hit the wall and shattered. But the wife next to him moved closer, her face twisting as her skin split open, murmuring over and over, "You can see me. You can see me. Go to hell, you monster!" Fang Xiu yelled, throwing a punch at the monster's twisted face. He never thought he'd be the kind of guy to hit a woman, he'd always detested such behavior. _CEST Lavi. Sometimes you become what you hate the most. After he threw the punch, Fang Xiu cried out in pain. His hand felt like it had hit a wall. The pain made him feel like it was broken. The wife was unscathed, her eyes full of wild greed. She didn't give Fang Xiu any time to react, opening her gruesome mouth wide, and bit off his arm. Ah! A pitiful scream filled the room. This time, Fang Xiu's death was brutal, worse than the ones before. At least in the previous 2 times, it was over quickly. This time, he was eaten piece by piece, prolonging the pain. Chapter 3, They Can See Me. Fang Xiu woke up once more, completely freaked out. The memories of his last terrible death were too much to handle. It hurt big time. Ah! No! 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 He shouted, sounding as if he was losing his mind. Honey, breakfast's ready, his wife said, walking into the room with a sweet smile. I don't want it. I'm gonna get you. You can see me. I see you. He charged at his wife like a lamb going after a lion. As expected, he met his demise again. It was a horrifying sight. This marked the 4th time. After some time, Fang Xiu managed to calm down. He decided to keep his eyes closed. If not looking was too difficult, he'd just keep his eyes shut. After dying over and over, he realized he wasn't as scared as before. It was as if he had grown braver with each return. Honey, it's time for breakfast, his wife said again. Fang Xiu ignored her, pretending to still be asleep. Honey, are you still sleeping? The sun's up, she said, her voice close to his ear. Fang Xiu could picture her, a beautiful and kind woman in a white nightgown, standing by his bed, looking at him with love. Maybe she was resting her chin in her hand, tilting her head slightly, with a small frown gracing her lovely face. Honey, aren't you gonna eat breakfast? She asked. Fang Xiu remained still because he knew that breakfast wasn't something for him to eat, but rather for him to be eaten. He decided he wouldn't get out of bed, no matter what happened. He had endured one too many good mornings that ended in his demise. His wife made a few more attempts, but Fang Xiu kept pretending to be asleep. Eventually, she gave up. Did she leave? Why didn't she make a sound when she left? Fang Xiu didn't dare open his eyes to check, deciding to wait instead. The room was so quiet that Fang Xiu could only hear his own breathing and heartbeat. Then it struck him if his wife wanted to wake him up, she should have shaken him, not just talked to him. Why didn't she touch him? Could it be that she couldn't touch him until she knew he could see her? But why? Don't let them know you can see them. Fang Xiu now grasped the true meaning behind the red writing. With the rare quiet, Fang Xiu started to think. What were they, really? Who wrote the scary red writing on the ceiling? Why did the words disappear when he saw it? Why could he die and come back over and over? He didn't have enough info to make sense of anything. Attempting to piece together any clues, Fang Xiu tried to recall everything the previous occupant of his body knew. An hour passed. It was the longest Fang Xiu had managed to stay alive. As time went on, he started to understand what kind of world he was in. It was a lot like his previous reality, with people leading normal lives in a modern city. The only difference was the abundance of Specter stories in this world. Though unproven and vague, their sheer number made him suspect that something was amiss. Is my wife one of these Specters? Fang Xiu was starting to feel like he should open his eyes, not because of impatience, but rather to avoid wetting the bed. After all, when one woke up, nature called. For an adult, wetting the bed was incredibly embarrassing, second only to pooping in public. Since it had been quiet for a while, his wife might have already left. But just to be safe, Fang Xiu chose to wait for another hour. Finally, unable to hold it in anymore, he decided to get up, or his bladder might explode. Fang Xiu was about to open his eyes, but he hesitated. As a big fan of horror movies, he dreaded the possibility of seeing a beautiful face staring right back at him once he opened his eyes. After all, it happened all the time in horror movies. By now, his bladder was at its limit. Fang Xiu cautiously cracked his eyes open just a bit, his thick eyelashes blurring his vision. He couldn't see anything clearly, but it was enough for him to see if anything was in front of him. Nothing. There was nothing in front of him. Through the gaps in his eyelashes, all he could see was the white ceiling. Feeling a bit better, Fang Xiu gradually opened his eyes, being extra cautious. Few. He let out a sigh of relief. The first step was a success. The worst-case scenario hadn't come to pass. He then turned his head to see if his wife was still by the bed. But there was nothing there. The side of the bed was empty. Feeling braver, Fang Xiu slowly sat up. He even stretched and yawned, trying to act casual. Pretending to be easing his stiff neck, he squinted and looked around. There was no one in the bedroom. Great. She's finally gone. But he still couldn't let his guard down. His wife could be waiting outside. He would probably run into her if he stepped out to use the bathroom now. Fang Xiu wasn't stupid. He had no intention of leaving his bedroom to use the bathroom. He had seen too many horror movies to know that it was always the ones who went out to use the bathroom, despite knowing the risks, who ended up dead. He decided to relieve himself right there, in the bedroom's trash can. While wetting the bed was entirely unacceptable, peeing in the trash can was the limit of what he could do. Just as he was getting up and his feet barely touched the floor, the eerily gentle voice of his wife echoed from behind him. "Honey, are you awake?" Fang Xiu felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He turned around almost reflexively. What he saw took his breath away and made his blood run cold. On the pillow where he had just been lying was a pale, beautiful face. The beautiful face smiled softly at him, eyes dripping with affection. It was his wife. She seemed to lack a physical form, emerging on the bed as if she was submerged in water. Only her face was visible, the rest of her body seemed to be under the bed. Holy crap! Fang Xiu was shocked by this sudden, horrifying sight, practically jumping in terror. He had been on high alert, deeply afraid of being startled by his wife, but he never expected her to be lying beneath him. When did that happen? Could she have been lying beneath me the entire 2 hours I lay on the bed? I had the monster underneath me for 2 hours. This thought sent shivers down Fang Xiu's spine, fear spreading like wildfire. Chapter 4, Yikes! My wife's quite the character. Here we go again, round 5. Fang Xiu realized running or succumbing to fear wasn't helping him at all. He knew he couldn't stay in bed with his eyes shut forever. If he was going to make it, he had to confront his wife and ignore her completely, otherwise, he'd be trapped at home forever. "Honey, breakfast is ready," his wife called. Fang Xiu chose to ignore her, and with a blank face, he rose from the bed and started making his way toward the bedroom door. As he reached the doorway, his wife stood there, blocking his path. However, Fang Xiu didn't even blink, it was as if he couldn't see her at all. He walked right through her, and the expected bump didn't come. It felt as if Fang Xiu had just strolled through a breeze. Fang Xiu had already suspected he couldn't touch her when she wasn't sure he could see her. The way she sank into the bed confirmed his hunch. He managed to make it out of the bedroom successfully. However, it seemed his wife wasn't ready to give up. She fluttered around Fang Xiu like a teasing butterfly. And then, Fang Xiu lost. He lost because he couldn't pretend well enough, lost because he couldn't overcome his natural reflexes. It was hard for anyone to keep their eyes open when a punch was coming, even if it stopped just an inch from the nose. The natural thing to do was to blink. His wife behaved just the same. The more he ignored her, the more she'd get in his face, even floating right up to him, so close that even a small pout could turn into a kiss. Even the best actor would lose. Now, round 6. Fang Xiu left the bedroom with a stone-cold face. He didn't run straight for the door, afraid that any weird moves would make his wife suspicious. Instead, he decided to head to the bathroom first. His wife seemed shy and didn't follow him into the bathroom. Fang Xiu thought this was his chance to finally relax and take a breather. However, just as he started to feel at ease, a cute head slowly peeked out of the toilet. Fang Xiu died again. Round 7, 8, 9, 10. Fang Xiu died over and over, in despair, in numbness, in complete meltdown. He just couldn't do it, really couldn't. No matter what, he just couldn't suppress his natural reactions. His wife would unexpectedly appear in all sorts of ways, and he would flinch, eyes twitching. Once, she even popped out from his chest. Running away wasn't an option. Any strange behavior from Fang Xiu would prompt his wife to transform immediately. The countless reset had completely shattered his nerves. Nothing worked, no matter how he resisted, tried to escape, or gave up. It was as if he was doomed to lose to his wife. Round 11, 12, 13. Sweetheart, breakfast is ready. Yeah, you're the sweetest, honey. Fang Xiu was losing his mind. He wasn't thinking straight anymore, his once rational thoughts had transformed into a jumbled mess. But his wife wasn't one to show mercy just because he was falling apart. The cycle of death continued, relentless and unyielding. What happened when someone was pushed to the edge, and even when they had lost it, the source of their torment wouldn't quit? It remained an enigma. Round 18. Fang Xiu lay perfectly still in bed, the rise and fall of his chest barely noticeable. If one didn't observe the soft movement, one might mistake him for a lifeless body. If anyone could see his eyes, they would be chilled to the bone. His eyes were eerie, devoid of human emotion. People often said eyes were the windows to the soul, but Fang Xiu's windows were tightly shut. However, if anyone could break through that impenetrable wall and look past those lifeless eyes, they would witness an unimaginable madness, a madness held at bay and a hate so intense it could set his blood on fire. The blazing flame of hate and insanity burned fiercely within him, ignited by the huge grudge from dying 18 times. Fang Xiu teetered on the verge of insanity, yet he remained surprisingly clear-headed. Such was his state at the moment. The endless cycle of dying had driven him to the edge of sanity, but ultimately, his overwhelming hatred restored his fractured sanity. His hatred for his wife became the foundation on which he rebuilt his sanity. Suddenly, Fang Xiu sat up calmly in bed, whispering to himself, "Die, die, die. You deserve to die. As long as I live, you will die. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. He spoke with the calmest tone, delivering the most chilling words. "Honey, breakfast is ready." The soft voice rang out right on cue. Fang Xiu didn't acknowledge her. He rose from the bed, slipped on his shoes, and walked straight through his wife. He made his way to the bathroom to freshen up and change clothes. His wife persistently tried to get his attention, yet Fang Xiu's gaze never wavered, as if he really couldn't see. After getting dressed, Fang Xiu sat down at the table and calmly ate breakfast. Of course, he made the breakfast himself. He fried an egg and a sausage, placing them between whole wheat bread. He accompanied the meal with a cup of milk, keeping it simple yet healthy. As it turned out, the prettier the girl, the more she was likely to fib. His wife was the same, saying it was time for breakfast, but there was no breakfast to be found. After finishing his meal, Fang Xiu walked right up to the door. He wanted to leave, to go out and find clues about his wife, to look for strange things in this world. Only then would he have a chance for revenge. Just as he reached for the doorknob, his wife's pretty face appeared in the doorway, wearing a gentle smile. "Honey, won't you stay home with me? Can't you skip going out?" Click. Fang Xiu twisted the doorknob and calmly walked out of the room. Bang! The front door slammed shut behind him. His wife didn't follow him out. After dying 18 times, Fang Xiu finally got to leave his room, but he felt no relief. All he could think about was getting back at her. Nothing but revenge. No one gets to kill me 18 times and get away with it. No one. Fang Xiu's footsteps echoed down the hallway. He lived on the 5th floor of an old building with no elevator, so he had to take the stairs. Soon, he reached the end of the dark, run-down hallway, and the building's main door stood right before him. He slowly pushed the door open, allowing the bright, warm sunlight to slip through the opening. As he opened the door wider, the sunlight slowly filled the once dark hallway. It was like outside was a world full of warmth and radiance. The sunlight washed over Fang Xiu, and he relished the comforting heat. After dying 18 times, he finally beheld the sunlight outside the door while still alive. Stepping out into the world, the warm sunlight greeted him, shining down on his face. However, Fang Xiu froze in his tracks, feeling as though his blood was turning to ice. Despite standing in the sunlight, he couldn't feel any warmth at all. Chapter 5, A World Filled with Specters. Nightmarish creatures called specters swarmed every street and filled the skies. They sprawled across the landscape, covering everything in sight. It felt like this world belonged to them, not humans. Dark, faceless figures dressed in black silently roamed the streets. Headless giant specters, as tall as skyscrapers, walked between buildings. Beneath a floating skull with empty eye sockets were bloodied figures entwined in crimson tentacles. A myriad of other eerie creatures with mangled bodies and furious faces floated aimlessly like loose feathers. The most terrifying specters lurked high in the sky. High above, a massive pair of wings resembling an angel's, stretched wide, obscuring the sun. However, these wings were no divine creation, they were part of an enormous eyeball filled with pulsating red veins. This eyeball was bigger than the sun itself, emitting a chilling red glow that served as an eerie warning sign. Then, there was a bride in the sky. She wore a traditional red wedding dress with a huge happiness symbol on it. Her pale, delicate hands were gracefully folded in front of her. However, her head was that of a rabbit, with bright white fur and red eyes. She even had a human-like smile. It was an uncanny sight. Even though she had a rabbit head, she exuded an air of nobility and beauty, like a real bride. There were more crazy specters, too hard to describe. A big blob of goo, with countless eyes that kept popping and growing back. A large black figure with a head full of weird bumps. A black fog swirling with faces contorted in eternal screams. A creepy clay statue. All of them were so frightening yet bewildering. The specters in the sky cast an eerie and unsettling atmosphere, relentlessly bombarding Fang Xiu with bizarre and disturbing messages, toying with his mind. Right then, he could hear a cacophony of sinister whispers of inhuman origin. Each word dripped with malevolence, capable of driving anyone to the brink of madness. The old Fang Xiu would have been paralyzed by fear, but this Fang Xiu had already died and come back to life 18 times. If he had a spirit, it would have been all marred by the ravages of death, insanity, and hatred. Even though the specters were horrifying, they didn't cause Fang Xiu to break down. Instead, they fueled his already chaotic mind, intensifying his madness. Perhaps it was because his mind was already a mess, and the onslaught of sinister influence acted as a sort of weird cleansing. He he he. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Fang Xiu erupted into fits of laughter. His laugh was strange and unsettling, like it was forced out of his throat. For some reason, the sight of a world teeming with specters filled him with an overwhelming urge to laugh, and he couldn't contain it. To not alert the specters, he placed his hand over his mouth, but his crazy laugh still slipped out. When he looked down, his pale face was hidden in the shadow, but there was no hiding the madness in his eyes. What an interesting world this is! Ha ha ha! His loud laughter caused him to start coughing. The more he coughed, the more he laughed, until he started to gag. "Sir, Are you okay? Are you sick? A little girl came into view. She looked about 4 or 5, with cute pigtails and a lollipop in her hand. Fang Xiu wasn't surprised. From his old memories, he knew the world looked normal. People went about their daily lives, attending school, working, getting married, and having children. It seemed like nobody was aware of the existence of the specters. So, seeing a little girl in the neighborhood was normal. He tried to control his laughter, trying to appear more affable. I'm fine, little sunshine. You don't have to call me sir. I'm not that old, Fang Xiu replied. He wanted to pat the cute little girl's head. He used to dream of having a daughter. However, what the little girl said next made him stop. You can see me. The innocent look on her face was gone, replaced by the same wild euphoria he felt. Fang Xiu was surprised, then started laughing uncontrollably again. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This is really interesting. This time, he laughed so hard that he started crying. He patted the little girl's head, ruffling her hair. But then, he had to pull back his hand. The little girl's body began to expand, swelling up like a balloon. All sorts of red flesh burst forth from her small frame. In a matter of seconds, the once cute little girl transformed into a 7-foot-tall flesh specter. Her appearance was now like a big pile of meat, with strips of flesh and an intricate network of blood vessels on display. Her adorable pigtails morphed into 2 strong, black horns. The lollipop in her hand changed into a bone club, like a leg bone from some strange creature. You can see me. The little girl screamed maniacally. Fang Xiu laughed loudly, watching her. His eyes looked even crazier than the specter in front of him. I like you better this way. I won't feel bad about killing you now. The little girl let out another ferocious scream and lifted the huge bone club, its ominous shadow engulfing Fang Xiu like the shadow of death. Yet, Fang Xiu just kept laughing. Now I get why I have to laugh. There are so many specters like you, it excites me. There are so many that I won't run out of targets to kill. Ha ha ha. You all must die. Bang. Chapter 6, Never Respond. Once again, Fang Xiu roused from slumber. The craziness that was once on his face had now disappeared, replaced by an eerily calm expression. He went through his usual daily routine, getting dressed, brushing his teeth, using the bathroom, having breakfast, and then stepping outside his home. Once again, he saw the specters, the odd beings that filled the sky, and the adorable little girl with her lollipop. Ignoring it all, he stepped out of the building and into the bustling street. The street buzzed with activity as people rushed about, and cars whizzed past, their engines roaring. People were in a hurry, busy getting to their jobs or school, oblivious to the presence of specters all around them. Some even had specters that looked like human-headed snakes slung around their necks, yet they laughed and chatted with others as if everything was normal. _sigh, sometimes, not knowing is a kind of happiness _. Fang Xiu grabbed a bike from a bike share rack on the sidewalk. He planned to bike around the main street and study the specters. To defeat them, he knew he must first understand them. Of course, studying the specters didn't mean directly staring at them. If they spotted him, he would be forced to reset by dying. Fang Xiu had to play it cool, acting as if he were merely biking aimlessly while discreetly observing everything around him. He wanted to see if specters were everywhere and if they had a source. Ding! The chime of a sharp notification captured Fang Xiu's attention. He stopped his bike and pulled out his smartphone. It was a message from his work's group chat. His manager, Wu Dahai, had sent a barrage of texts. Fang Xiu, do you know what time it is? How many times have you been late this month? Do you even care about your bonus? The texts came quickly, one after another, sounding as if his boss was standing right there scolding him. If this were the old Fang Xiu, he would have already apologized, but now, he had little patience for such everyday concerns. In this terrifying world, his priorities had shifted. Uncovering the truth and seeking revenge consumed his thoughts. The idea of a steady job seemed trivial and insignificant to him now. Imagine having to pretend not to see the specters around him every day, being careful not to get eaten. Staying alive was hard enough, let alone holding down a job. As he was about to dismiss the group chat and continue on, a sudden realization struck him: he barely had any money left in his bank, with a balance that was just in the triple digits. To discover the truth about this world, a couple $100 definitely won't cut it. I can't just keep using these bike shares. This city might be crawling with those specters, but who knows, maybe it's different elsewhere. I might have to hop on a train or even a plane, and that all need money. I seem to have a bonus that hasn't been paid out yet. If I can just get my hands on it, it should keep me going for a while. With this thought, Fang Xiu decided to make one last trip to his job, quit, and then ask for his bonus. He had considered using his ability to reset by dying to hit the jackpot but decided against it. Besides, he really didn't want to die again unless absolutely necessary. Dying, as he had discovered, was a rather unpleasant ordeal, no matter how many times he'd experienced it. Fang Xiu lived in the city of Greenvine and worked in the Greenvine Development District. Within this district, there existed a neighborhood of townhouses called Willow Hill, and Fang Xiu worked as a salesperson at the Willow Hill sales office. 6 months ago, he had sold a townhouse, but the commission was never paid out. So, Fang Xiu started to type a message in the work group chat. I'm quitting. I'll be swinging by the sales office this afternoon to collect my previous commission. His message was direct and lacked any courtesy, much like a novice fresh into the working world. Such bluntness could easily rub people the wrong way, but he didn't care. Navigating social pleasantries was the last thing on his mind. He was just trying to be efficient, to swiftly wrap up these mundane matters and get on with his day. The moment his message was sent, the group chat blew up with reactions, and Manager Wu flipped out. Fang Xiu, what do you mean? Didn't I make it clear last time that the commission will only be paid out at the end of the year? If you quit now, you won't see a single penny of your commission. Fang Xiu glanced at the message casually and didn't reply. He closed the group chat instead. Then, he hopped on the bike share and headed straight to Willow Hill. His home was a long way away from Willow Hill, about a 2-hour journey by bus, but Fang Xiu wasn't in a rush. He wanted to take this chance to observe the city. Fang Xiu biked leisurely as if he were on a relaxing stroll, yet his full attention was on the specters around him. The further he rode, the more types of specters he encountered. Each one was different and bizarre. Gradually, he noticed a pattern. The specters could see humans, but humans couldn't see them. There were essentially 2 types of specters. The first type seemed to act without any reasoning. They looked weird and terrifying, and they only knew to scream wildly or constantly lash out at the humans around them. However, like air, they were unable to have any impact on their surroundings. The second type resembled humans. They could pretend to be co-workers, classmates, or family members, offering their company and initiating conversation. Yet humans remained oblivious to their presence, unable to see or hear them. Apparently, his wife belonged to this type. This particular type of specter was unique. They mostly resembled humans, and some even looked perfectly human. They seemed to try to integrate into human life, even though people couldn't see or hear them. Like a bystander, they lingered by someone's side. Fang Xiu was intrigued. Why are these specters so set on role-playing and being around people, even though they seem to have no influence on reality? Reflecting on his wife's behavior, Fang Xiu had a hunch. These specters are testing whether humans can see them, because as soon as they can be seen, they can attack. However, he quickly dismissed the theory. No, that's not right. Testing might just be part of the picture. Logically, once a Specter had confirmed that humans truly couldn't see them, they should have moved on to the next person to test, as this would be the most efficient way. However, his wife didn't leave after failing. Not only his wife, but along the way, Fang Xiu saw many human-like Specters. They all clung to a person, desperately attempting to communicate, even if that person couldn't hear them. But why? Suddenly, a chilling idea struck Fang Xiu. They were trying to fit into human life. Yes. That must be it. Otherwise, why would my wife pretend to be alive? If a Specter wants to test if humans can see them, they can do so by startling them rather than pretending to be alive. So, the only possibility is that they are trying to fit into human life. But what's the reason for doing so? Considering the end result. These Specters' goal is obviously to prey on humans, so everything they do is to prepare for this. Could fitting into human life help them make contact with humans better? Specters seem to exist in limbo. When humans can't see them, they remain spectral beings. Only when both sides confirm they can see each other does the Specter take solid form. Why do they have to be seen? No, that's not it. Maybe being heard is enough. I can see and hear Specters, while others can't hear or see them. Seeing and hearing both represent information. Once the Specter confirms that humans can receive their information, they can interact. So, the Specters are fitting into human life, probably to make humans receive information or perceive their existence. Becoming part of daily life will certainly speed up this process, otherwise, the Specters won't need to do this. At this moment, Fang Xiu suddenly realized that maybe, some people's hallucinations and illusions might not be delusions at all. Some people might inadvertently hear someone calling their name or hear someone talking but find that there's no one around. It's very likely that a Specter is trying to fit into their life. The more they become part of life, and the longer it lasts, humans might inadvertently pick up on some signals. And the more signals received, the greater the chance of the Specter revealing itself. Chapter 7, The Surprise Mental Hospital. Before Fang Xiu knew it, lunchtime rolled around. He picked a noodle shop at random and gobbled down a bowl of ramen before hitting the road again. He planned to watch more Specters, hoping to learn more about them. As the afternoon progressed and the day turned into evening, the fading sun cast a melancholic light over the town of Green Vine. It made it seem like the whole city was under the shadow of a dark cloud. The Specters lurking around town looked even scarier and harder to see. After a while, Fang Xiu arrived at Willow Hill, a fancy neighborhood boasting big, expensive houses. Despite its distance from the city center and the streets around it were empty, it was clear the houses were expensive. These lavish homes were sought after because the neighborhood offered peace and privacy. It was great for people who wanted a private hideaway or a place for special get-togethers. Those who could buy houses here typically had drivers, so the distance wasn't a problem. Instead, they liked how quiet the place was. Fang Xiu rode the bike along the calm, tree-lined street. Beautiful trees, bushes, and flowers adorned both sides of the road, showcasing the significant investment made by the developers. This road was the main way to get to the neighborhood, leading straight to Willow Hill. Perhaps because it was so private and didn't have many people, there weren't many Specters around, just a few scattered here and there. As Fang Xiu continued down the main road, he suddenly stopped to look at the building in front of him. His calm eyes showed that he was thinking hard. Willow Hill was gone. The beautiful, neat houses were gone. In its place now stood a mental hospital. The mental hospital loomed large, a sprawling complex with several buildings connected by bridges in the sky. Its walls were falling apart, and the paint was peeling off in lots of places, making it look eerie and desolate. The sign at the entrance was crooked and covered in a thick layer of dust, but Fang Xiu could still read its name. Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Fang Xiu maintained a straight face as he looked at the mental hospital before him. He was certain he hadn't taken a wrong turn. This was supposed to be Willow Hill, not some Green Mountain mental hospital. Did a specter do this? Unlike the living specters I've seen before, this time it's a mental hospital? Or did a specter make the mental hospital too? Fang Xiu's curiosity surged. This was the first time he'd seen something like this on his journey, and he had a feeling there might be some specter secrets concealed in the place. Right away, Fang Xiu left his bike and turned on his phone. He had deliberately turned it off earlier because his boss, Wu Dahai, wouldn't stop calling him, which had been nothing short of annoying. When he checked his phone, he saw 13 missed calls from Wu Dahai and 3 from Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was a co-worker of Fang Xiu's, and they were good friends. After brief contemplation, Fang Xiu decided to call Zhao Hao back. After about 30 seconds, Zhao Hao's breathless and quiet voice came through the phone. Fang Xiu, why didn't you call me back sooner? What's going on with you? Wu Dahai is really mad now. He said he's going to fire you. You won't get severance, either. A torrent of worried words poured out from the other end of the line, but Fang Xiu remained silent. Is everything okay? Zhao Hao asked. Willow Hill had definitely turned into a mental hospital, but it seemed like his work friends weren't affected by it. Is it an illusion? Or, like the specters, is this mental hospital a creepy building that only I can see? Fang Xiu wondered. Fang Xiu, why aren't you talking? Is something wrong over there? I'm okay, Fang Xiu said calmly. Are you guys still at work? Yeah, we are. You didn't come in today, and Wu Dahai's been really angry at us. We have to stay late again. Also, Fang Xiu, you. Let's talk later, Fang Xiu said, cutting Zhang Hao off. He ended the call and turned off his phone again. He was planning to look into the Green Mountain Mental Hospital, and he didn't want to fall victim to those movie cliques where a phone rang at the worst possible moments and caused problems. Fang Xiu walked steadily toward the Green Mountain Mental Hospital entrance. The dark, run-down entrance, along with the low light, looked like the gaping maw of a giant, ready to swallow anyone who dared to come in. However, Fang Xiu was far from being scared. In fact, it seemed like he had lost the ability to feel fear. Every time he encountered a specter, the first feelings he had were always a mixture of anger, hatred, and even excitement. Fear never seemed to be part of the equation. As Fang Xiu explored the area, the only sound that could be heard was the tapping of his footsteps. But then... thump! Fang Xiu ran hard into something invisible, his face stinging with pain. An air wall. He was right at the entrance, trying to move forward, but it was like an invisible wall was in his way. He reached out to touch it, feeling the cold and rough texture against his fingertips. This isn't an air wall. It's a real wall that I can't see. Does this mean I can't go into this mental hospital? Determined, Fang Xiu felt around the invisible wall, trying to find a way in. Fang Xiu, what are you doing? Is this some kind of performance art? A slightly teasing voice called out from the side. Fang Xiu was a little shocked, but his face remained unchanged. After experiencing multiple deaths at the hands of his wife, he'd learned how to not react, like a mountain. In a world like this, teeming with specters and a creepy mental hospital, reacting to sudden calls could lead to one getting eaten. But he didn't stop moving, he kept feeling the invisible wall, moving toward the voice. When he was close enough, he looked to the side and saw someone standing on his left. A young guy wearing a security guard outfit, with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, was looking at him and smiling. Fang Xiu recognized him instantly, it was the security guard from Willow Hill. Unlike other neighborhoods, the security guards at Willow Hill were notably young and robust. After all, the neighborhood catered to the wealthy elite, so it was only fitting to have capable and youthful guards. Perhaps, once most of the houses were sold, they would replace the young guards with older ones. Is this an illusion? Or is it a specter pretending to be a person? Lost in his contemplation, the guard walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Fang Xiu, why are you ignoring me? I saw you hitting the wall and then feeling it up. What's up with that? Is the wall that attractive? Feeling the warmth of the hand on his shoulder, Fang Xiu realized something. Did he touch me? Is he not a specter? After a moment, Fang Xiu turned around. Zhao, have you been here this whole time? The security guard, Zhao, looked surprised and even waved his hand in front of Fang Xiu's face. Fang Xiu, do you need glasses? I've been standing guard at the guardhouse the whole time, straight as a rod. Didn't you see me? Zhao asked. A guardhouse? There isn't a guardhouse at the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Fang Xiu thought surely. He couldn't help but look where Zhao had come from and froze. Where there was nothing before, there was a guardhouse now. He'd seen this guardhouse every day when he went to work and even been inside it. It had a small air conditioner, which was really nice in the summer. Chapter 8, Time Mix-Up? Mixed Up Worlds? Fang Xiu couldn't help but glance back at the spot where the doorway to the mental hospital used to be. Shockingly, it was no longer there. Instead, he saw a wall. He took a step back and scanned his surroundings, utterly stunned. Where has the mental hospital gone? His view was now filled with the sight of the stunning and fancy Willow Hill. Bewildered, Fang Xiu blinked and took another look. The mental hospital had reappeared. But now, the security guard, Zhao, was nowhere to be seen. What in the world is going on? His gaze locked onto the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Suddenly, just like something out of a movie, Willow Hill began to flicker in and out of existence. At first, it took on a spectral form, but it gradually solidified, and its colors became more intense. Then, by some weird twist, the Green Mountain Mental Hospital was still there. Both buildings seemed to have merged together. Is this a time mix-up? A space mix-up? Fang Xiu's eyes danced, the mental hospital and Willow Hill blending and duplicating before his gaze. He moved to another spot and tried to touch the hospital wall. His hand sailed right through, stopping only when it met the wall of Willow Hill. He immediately figured it out. This mental hospital must be like the other specters he'd encountered, illusions that could only be seen and touched under special conditions. Willow Hill was still there, while the mental hospital seemed to overlay it like a 3D image. The thought of finding Wu Dahai slipped from Fang Xiu's mind. He needed to solve the puzzle that was this mental hospital. Why is everything else a walking specter, but this place a strange building illusion? Hey, Fang Xiu, Zhao's voice came from behind him. Why did you stop talking and just walk off? But Fang Xiu ignored him, his sole attention was now on the mental hospital. He moved slowly. With the two buildings merged together, it was difficult to discern what was fake and what was real. He didn't want to walk into a wall. At that moment, Fang Xiu was standing near the garden area of Willow Hill, yet what he saw was the decayed wall of a hospital room. Without hesitation, he walked through the room's wall as if it were air. The scene changed before his eyes. Now, he stood in a dimly lit hallway lined with benches, the walls stained with dried, dark red blood, a sight straight out of a horror movie. It felt like he had walked into a hospital from long ago. The walls were grimy, and the floors were made of dull grey concrete instead of the usual marble. Fang Xiu didn't take the usual paths, instead moving through the walls to explore the surroundings. It looked like something terrible had happened in this mental hospital. There was blood everywhere, even bits of rotten flesh. He moved through the main hall, dining room, bathroom, and activity room all empty. But upon reaching a certain patient's room, he froze, completely drawn in. This room was unique. Its door, a deep, dark red, resembled dried blood. It looked like a gaping, monstrous mouth from a distance, enough to send chills down one's spine. Inscribed on the door was a number. _room 104. _. Curious, Fang Xiu stepped forward, passing right through the door and into the room. Inside was rather ordinary, with only a rundown bed. Huddled in the corner of the bed was a little girl dressed in a hospital gown. Her face was buried deep between her knees, with her arms wrapped around her legs. A worn flower bracelet hung loosely around her pale wrist. Fang Xiu didn't look at her directly, pretending not to see her, but he observed her from the corner of his eye. He wasn't naive enough to believe there were living humans in this specter-filled mental hospital, even if they looked human. The girl seemed to sense Fang Xiu's presence and abruptly raised her head. Fang Xiu averted his gaze. Immediate lithe girl had no facial features. He walked straight ahead while the girl's featureless face followed his movement until he left room 104. After room 104, Fang Xiu passed many more rooms, each with its number. He went into each one, encountering various specters. Most were vicious and bloodthirsty, and they lunged at the sight of a living person. Unfazed, Fang Xiu faxed each attack without batting an eye. By his count, there were dozens of similar rooms, indicating that the mental hospital housed at least dozens of specters. The building must be hiding a big secret. As he walked, he suddenly came to a halt. He shockingly found that the doors of rooms 162, 169, and 177 were open, and the rooms were completely empty. Have the specters escaped? He pressed on, venturing deeper, only to find a real villa blocking his path. He had no keys, so he had to find another way. After taking a detour, he found himself inside a doctor's office within the mental hospital. The room had a desk with a scattered stethoscope and blood-stained case reports. Fang Xiu moved closer to read the case reports, and his eyes narrowed. One of the reports covered in blood had a few lines visible. It read, Experiment 128, Spectre Transformation Level, 2164. Transformation failed. Transform into a spectre. Specters were transformed from people? Are the specters in those rooms once human? Fang Xiu was seized by shock. He wanted to keep reading, but in the next moment, he paused. Everything around him was illusory, like a holographic image. He couldn't physically pick up the case reports to read further. Darn it! The secret seemed so close, yet out of reach, fueling his frustration. Suddenly, several thin strands of black hair drifted into Fang Xiu's view. They floated down from the air, their source a mystery. But he wasn't about to foolishly look up. He acted like he was just wandering around, subtly moving away while watching discreetly from the corner of his eye. He saw a pretty doctor in a white coat, her limbs stretched out like a spider, hiding on the ceiling. Her face was spectrally pale, her eye sockets were pitch black with creepy patterns, and her eyes were all white, devoid of pupils. Her hair, over a yard long, hung down from the ceiling, and she held a shiny scalpel in her hand. A doctor. Fang Xiu was a little surprised. Did she write these case reports? Could she have been a human once? Different guesses raced through his head, but he couldn't find any answers, and the specters surely wouldn't answer his questions. Fang Xiu could only keep going. If there were clues in the doctor's office, then there must be more in the mental hospital. Including the director's office. That must be the heart of the mental hospital, likely holding all its secrets. Fang Xiu kept weaving through the mental hospital, hunting for the director's office. Soon, he found an administrative area. Based on standard hospital design, he deduced the director's office should be in this area. Chapter 9, The Sales Office and the Director's Office. The sales office was fancy. Glossy marble floors stretched from wall to wall, and a grand crystal light fixture hung from the ceiling while the walls showcased various cool patterns. In the center of the room was a small model of Willow Hill. It looked neat and very well made. To the right was a meeting spot. It had fancy tables and chairs made of dark wood, soft leather couches, and a screen for presentations, pretty much everything one could possibly need. The moment Fang Xiu walked in, several salespeople in their fancy suits looked over at him. When they realized it was Fang Xiu, their faces changed. They were all in the same work chat group, so they knew about his decision to quit. But Fang Xiu didn't care about their looks and just walked around the sales office. His focus was fixed on the hospital office area. To him, unraveling the Specters' secrets was of utmost importance. Right then, a young man in a suit quickly walked over. He looked pretty ordinary and kind of thin. He also had thick black glasses on. It was Zhao Hao, Fang Xiu's friend who had called earlier. He spoke in a low voice and sounded worried. "Dude, why are you only here now? Wu Dahai is furious. If not..." Fang Xiu cut him off before he could finish. "How, we'll talk about it later." "Fang Xiu, you..." But Fang Xiu had already walked away, heading for the second floor of the sales office since the first floor didn't have the director's office. Zhao Hao watched Fang Xiu walk away and sighed, quickly following him. He thought Fang Xiu was going to ask Wu Dahai for money on the second floor and was afraid things might go badly. So, he decided to see what would happen. When Fang Xiu walked into the second floor of the sales office, he was also walking into the second floor of the hospital's office area. The entrances to the stairs were different for both buildings, but the floors were about the same height. Upon reaching the second floor, a voice full of anger and stress resounded before Fang Xiu could start looking around. "Fang Xiu! You dare to show up for work? I've already fired you, you know that." A middle-aged man in a black suit and white shirt approached him quickly. He was slightly bald and had a big belly. He pointed his chubby finger at Fang Xiu and began yelling at him. The second floor was where the salespeople worked, and Wu Dahai's yelling drew the attention of many people working at their computers. Most of the onlookers appeared quite pleased, ready for some drama. They were hoping to see Fang Xiu argue or maybe even fight with Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai was notorious for being harsh on his employees. Even though they wouldn't dare stand up to him themselves, they'd be really happy if someone else did. However, the big showdown they were expecting didn't happen. Fang Xiu didn't even blink at his bosses yelling and didn't bother talking back to him. Mid-round, Fang Xiu simply grabbed Wu Dahai by the shoulder and pushed him aside. Then, he carried on his way. Wu Dahai was a big guy, but it was mostly fat. He never expected the usually quiet Fang Xiu would push him. He stumbled, nearly falling, but managed to steady himself by grabbing on a computer desk. "EOL.O. You pushed me? You're being defiant." Wu Dahai turned red with surprise and anger as he struggled to keep his balance. Seeing all the staff staring at him, he felt even more embarrassed. Unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. Where is security? Wu Dahai decided not to take on Fang Xiu himself. First, he couldn't win, and second, as the supervisor, engaging in a fight with an employee would spell the end of his management career. Fuming with anger, he started shouting and called security on his phone. Fang Xiu paid him no attention. Everyone watched as he walked around the room before making his way toward the sales office on the third floor. The director's office wasn't on the second floor. "Fang Xiu, you've got some nerve, pushing me." Wu Dahai was mid-round when his expression changed. "What are you doing? Who said you could go to the third floor? Come back here." He pointed at the other staff and shouted, "What are you guys staring at? Stop him!" They hesitated but stood up. But by then, Fang Xiu was already on his way to the third floor. Seeing this, Wu Dahai's expression changed again, and he stopped them. "Never mind, sit down. I'll go." Wu Dahai moved his big body as fast as he could and hurried after Fang Xiu to the third floor. He looked really worried, as if there was some secret on the third floor he didn't want people to see. When Fang Xiu got to the third floor, his eyes went right to a door not far away. It had director's office written on it in big letters. He walked toward the director's office, and Wu Dahai, panting hard, was right behind him. The truth was, Wu Dahai didn't know Fang Xiu was going for the director's office. He just saw Fang Xiu marching toward the last office on the third floor, and his face turned all kinds of colors. "Fang Xiu, come back!" Click! The office door was thrown open. From inside came an angry man's voice and a woman's screams, followed immediately by the sound of clothes being put on hurriedly. Wu Dahai went pale as a paper. "It's a disaster. Total disaster." He yanked at his white shirt, pulling off 2 buttons, before sprinting toward the office. When he got inside, he saw Fang Xiu just standing there, staring straight ahead. In front of him was a fancy desk. The laptop and papers on it were now on the floor, and in their place were a man and a woman, both looking a mess. The man was skinny, with deep-set eyes and a very pale face. His pants were halfway down. The woman was curvy, her face carefully made up. She wore a professional dress and black stockings, which were ripped in a few places. Her high heels were gone. Fang Xiu was looking right at the woman's stockings, or more accurately, at the desk in the director's office of the mental hospital. On the desk was a piece of old paper, and the woman just so happened to be lying on top of it. "Who the heck are you? Who let you in?" The man was putting his clothes on fast, swearing at him. Meanwhile, the woman clung to the man like a scared bird, trying to cover herself with her clothes. Fang Xiu recognized both of them. The man was the son of the person who invested in Willow Hill, Wang Ziteng. The woman was Li Fifei, the top salesperson at Willow Hill. She was also the prettiest of all staff. The sales team at Willow Hill was put together by the investors, so technically, Wang Ziteng was Fang Xiu's big boss. "Wu Dahai! Didn't I tell you no one was allowed on the third floor?" Wang Ziteng yelled at Wu Dahai. "Mr. Wang, please calm down. Fang Xiu's been acting crazy today. After he came in, he not only hit me, but he also ran up to the third floor without a word. I couldn't stop him. Look, my new white shirt that I bought yesterday was torn by this jerk. I admit, I'm getting old, and I couldn't stop him." Wu Dahai said, looking apologetic and frightened. Chapter 10, Want the Real Story? Wang Ziteng looked at Wu Dahai, who was panting hard and dripping with sweat. His white shirt was all messed up and missing 2 buttons. "Useless trash!" he yelled madly. Without missing a beat, he redirected his anger toward Fang Xiu. "And you, Fang Xiu, what's your game? Do you even know who I am?" Wang Ziteng couldn't finish his words as Fang Xiu pushed him onto the floor, revealing a scared and helpless Li Fifei behind him. "Hey, you pushed me!" Wang Ziteng roared, fuming. "Ah!" Li Fifei shrieked, afraid that Fang Xiu was out to hurt her. The next thing she knew, she was pushed, and her slender body tumbled off the table. Once they were taken care of, Fang Xiu focused on a piece of old paper on the director's desk. A quick look made his heart drop. To the lucky one, want to know the real story? Want to know what the Spectre truly is? If you're here, you must be full of questions. Don't worry, my friend. I've left all your answers in room 520, Building C, at Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Go there, find out. When you uncover the truth, it will be your time to choose. Follow your gut, and seize destiny's gift. The letter was signed by a guy named Zhou Qingfeng. With each word Fang Xiu read, his heart felt heavy. Underscore just as I thought. There's a big secret hiding in this hospital. This Zhou Qingfeng must be the head of Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Who's this letter for? Is it for him or someone else? Did Zhou Qingfeng know I was coming? Underscore. It seemed that before Fang Xiu could answer the old questions, new ones popped up. Underscore Building C, Room 520, hey? Maybe that's where all the answers are. Underscore. Fang Xiu spun around, ready to leave. But Wang Ziteng was now blocking his path, looking threatening. You think you can push me and just walk out? Today Wang Ziteng's words stopped short as the light bulb above fizzled out, plunging the room into darkness. He was ready to throw a punch but couldn't see his target anymore. Darn! Is the power out? Wu Dahai! Go switch on the backup power. And Fang Xiu, you better not run, bastard! In the darkness, Fang Xiu ignored Wang Ziteng's threat. His mind was racing because, as soon as the lights went out, the Green Mountain Mental Hospital vanished. His vision was filled with darkness, but it wasn't the lack of light that made the hospital disappear. It was because the power cut was in the real world, not the mental hospital. The mental hospital was always dimly lit. Logically speaking, even with the power outage in the real world, he should still be able to see the hospital. But now, the mental hospital had vanished, like it was swallowed by the darkness. This sudden change gave Fang Xiu a bad feeling. He quickly whipped out his phone and switched on the flashlight, but all he saw was the real-world office, with no trace of the mental hospital in sight. Underscore what is happening? Underscore. Fang Xiu bolted out of the room and headed to the second floor. He wanted to see if the mental hospital was also missing elsewhere. Seeing Fang Xiu run away, Wang Ziteng cursed and ran after him. Wu Dahai, worried about Wang Ziteng, followed. The only person left, Li Fifei, was too scared to stay alone in the dark. So, they all rushed to the second floor. Once there, Fang Xiu moved about, using his phone light to look for signs of the mental hospital. However, he found nothing, absolutely nothing. The mental hospital had vanished like a mirage. The staff on the second floor stayed cool. It was just a power cut, and with so many people around, even the most timid ones weren't scared. A few staff, however, tried to intentionally scare everyone else by pretending to scream. Ah! I just filled out that form. Didn't even save it. Why now? If I have to do this over, how late will I work? Laughter filled the room. I'm glad I saved mine. Me too. Then, in the dark, Wu Dahai's voice called out, quit yelling. Someone check the circuit breaker. I'll go see what made me redo my form. The staff who had just screamed volunteered. He turned on his phone flashlight and ventured off into the dark. Maybe because there were lots of Specter stories in this world, a coworker teased, want me to come with you? Be careful not to bump into anything weird if you're alone. The staff heading to check the power supply snorted, anything weird? The thought of working extra hours tonight scares me more than anything. With that, his figure slowly vanished into the dark. Laughter filled the office. Hey! What's up? Why's my phone light so dim? A woman suddenly yelled. A coworker suggested, maybe it's dusty. Give it a wipe. I did wipe it, but it's still dim. Stupid phone. Wait, my phone light's dim too. Same here. Several staff holding their phones agreed. It caught Fang Xiu's attention, and he looked over, his eyes narrowing. In the dark, he could see the staff sitting or standing, each with a phone providing light. Normally, the lights should brighten up the whole office. But now, it seemed like the light was choked by the dark, reaching only half a meter ahead. Even odder still, a flashlight's beam usually got weaker the further it went. But now, at half a meter, there was a distinct line between light and dark, and the light couldn't extend any further, like it was abruptly cut off by the darkness. It seemed like some strange floating things were whirling around in the dark. It's Specter. Fang Xiu almost instantly knew. This familiar feeling couldn't be mistaken. Just then, a scream filled with terror erupted from the distant darkness. Ah! The voice was familiar. It was the worker who had gone to check the power earlier. The scream shocked everyone. Zhangbo, what's wrong? Did you get a shock? Zhangbo, stop trying to scare us. Thud. The sound of something heavy hitting the floor echoed. Ah! Several women screamed in fear. Stop screaming. Zhao, go check it out quickly. Wu Dahai quickly ordered. Zhao hesitated, but due to Wu Dahai's earlier scare, he had to go. Zhao was the security guard Fang Xiu had met before. He was called up by Wu Dahai, likely because of his job. So when danger struck, Wu Dahai thought of him first. Flashlight in hand, Xiao Zhao slowly walked into the dark. Chapter 11, The Specter Zone. Wang Ziteng's face showed a bunch of mixed emotions, and the lack of signal on his phone seemed to confirm something for him. He yelled, "Everybody, shut up!" With him being so important, his yell made everyone stop talking right away. Suddenly, all eyes were on him. A small light from his phone illuminated Wang Ziteng's face, while shadows covered most of his look. His strange face looked kind of spooky. Swallowing hard, he tried to look cool, saying, "Everyone, be quiet. I'm about to say something extremely important. It could be a matter of life and death." Those words landed heavily, hitting everyone's heart like a hammer. Li Fifei, standing next to Wang Ziteng, jumped and said, "Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? What do you mean by life and death? You're freaking me out." "Shut up!" Wang Ziteng yelled at her, making Li Fifei look like she'd seen a specter. He took a deep breath, his voice a little shaky. "If I'm right, we might be in the Specter Zone." "Mr. Wang, Wang Ziteng, what's the Specter Zone? Stop asking. We don't have time for questions. Just do whatever I say." "Got it." Wang Ziteng's yell filled the room, making everyone quiet again. "Because of my money and connections, I know stuff most people don't. There are secrets about this world you wouldn't believe. In simple terms, there are entities called specters in this world, and the so-called Specter Zone is their home. You can think of the Specter Zone as a different dimension. It's the Specter's turf. What we have to do now is escape from this creepy Specter Zone, or we'll all be done for by the Specters." Everyone looked really shocked by his words. Specters. They all thought Wang Ziteng was just messing around, but the scared look on his face told them otherwise. "Mr. Wang, you're not joking, are you? Where on earth are these specters? Geez! Didn't I tell you to stop asking questions? If I didn't need you to stay alive, do you think I'd be telling you all this?" Wang Ziteng grew increasingly unnerved, like he had a knife to his throat. "Believe me or not, pay attention. We're definitely in the Specter Zone now. No phone signal, dim light, it all adds up. Remember, the only ones who can handle specters are psychics, people who can use their own spirit power. My cousin is a psychic, and he's the one who told me all this. The only way for regular people to stay alive against specters is to watch the specters' killing moves and stay away from them. So, from now on, everyone do as I say. Don't go off by yourself, not even for bathroom breaks. Just deal with it right here if you need to." What Wang Ziteng said left everyone scratching their heads, questioning what they thought they knew about the world. Until they actually saw a specter, most people would likely have doubts. Maybe the only one in the room who totally believed Wang Ziteng was Fang Xiu because a specter was haunting his house, pretending to be his wife. But Fang Xiu was curious. While Wang Ziteng knew about specters, he didn't seem to see them as often as Fang Xiu did. If Wang Ziteng could also see specters all the time, he wouldn't be freaking out like he was now. Even though he was acting pretty brave for a normal guy, it wasn't enough. He lacked the composure needed to survive in a world full of specters. But none of that really mattered. What was important was the psychic. When Fang Xiu heard that only psychics could handle specters, his anger started to flare up. Perhaps psychics could see specters everywhere and had the power to fend them off. Mr. Wang, what do we do now? Should we run? Wu Dahai's voice trembled. No running. Wang Ziteng yelled, sounding agitated. Everyone, stay put. Running around in the Spectre zone is just asking for trouble. My cousin told me never to run around or touch anything randomly in the Spectre zone so we don't break any rules. What do we do now? Look around. Everyone, check out your surroundings carefully. If the Spectre hasn't attacked us yet, it means we haven't set off their killing moves. Following Wang Ziteng's orders, everyone began to look around. After a while, 3 minutes passed without anyone finding anything, and nothing bad happened either. This made the staff grow antsy and question Wang Ziteng's words even more. Some folks even started whispering that it might be something like changes in the magnetic field or some weird science stuff causing the dim light, no phone signal, and power going out. As for the 2 missing co-workers, they might have accidentally been shocked when the power came back on. Maybe we should go out and check. I gotta use the bathroom. Yet, where on earth are these specters? The whispers reached Wang Ziteng's ears, stressing him out even more. He cursed under his breath but knew he had to keep everyone calm. He was just a normal guy too. His psychic cousin once said the best way to figure out a specter's killing moves was to let lives be lost. That was why he'd let everyone in on the secret to let them know the truth and keep them close. This way, he could better test out the specter's killing moves and make sure he made it out alive. Everyone, stay calm. Like I said, don't move around. If anyone needs to use the bathroom, just... Before Wang Ziteng could finish, a calm voice cut him off. The Spectre is here. Chapter 12, Spooky Stuff. What the heck? Where's the Spectre? Everyone started to frantically look around but saw nothing. Fang Xiu, what are you blabbing about? Where's this Spectre? One of his friends, shaking in his boots, glared at Fang Xiu. Seriously, now's not the time for jokes, Fang Xiu. Quit freaking us out. Fang Xiu just stood there, looking at everyone calmly. His pale, handsome face looked somewhat eerie in the dark. With his emotionless face, he looked like a life-size doll. His icy, blank stare was unsettling, and those berating him started to calm down. Suddenly, Fang Xiu broke the silence. Wang Xiaoli is gone. No way, Xiaoli is right here. Xiaoli, say something, his friend called out. But Wang Xiaoli didn't say a thing. The guy felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned on his phone flashlight, only to find that Wang Xiaoli, who had been right next to him, was indeed gone. Wang Xiaoli! Wang Xiaoli! He shouted her name, but there was no response. That set everyone off. Wang Xiaoli is really gone. Is it really the Spectre? Fang Xiu, did you see the Spectre? Wang Ziteng asked out of nowhere. Even though Wang Ziteng and Fang Xiu didn't really get along, they knew that now wasn't the time to fight when they might be facing a serious threat. Fang Xiu calmly replied, I couldn't see the Spectre in the dark. I just saw Wang Xiaoli disappear. His nonchalant tone made it sound like it wasn't a big deal, as if it wasn't a person who had vanished but a bug. Any normal person would have freaked out if they saw a Spectre, maybe even screamed, but Fang Xiu talked about Wang Xiaoli's disappearance as if it were nothing. The people in the room were no fools. They'd been around the block a few times and could tell something was amiss with Fang Xiu's unusual composure. Wang Ziteng looked at him suspiciously. Fang Xiu, you're not scared of the Spectre at all. Are you a psychic or something? Fang Xiu shook his head and asked, what do you mean? Wang Ziteng looked even more confused and explained, a psychic can control their mind or spirit. I don't really get it, but I think it's like having mental power. My cousin told me we all have this big power inside us, but it's always covered up, like a pearl in the dirt. And a psychic can clear away the dirt and let their spirit shine. Wang Ziteng was about to say more, but Wu Dahai cut him off. Mr. Wang, we don't have time for this. People are disappearing. We need to get out of here. Shut up! Wang Ziteng shouted back, get out? Where to? Only 3 people are missing so far. If we start running around and get the Specters' attention, we're all toast. Plus, what I'm telling you now could save our lives. Do you think psychics are born with their powers? Nope. They develop them. Right now, the best thing we can do is have one of us become a psychic. So, you're saying a psychic is made in the Specter zone? Fang Xiu suddenly asked. Wang Ziteng nodded, looking surprised that Fang Xiu could still think so clearly in this crazy situation. That's right, to become a psychic, you gotta tap into the power of the Specter. As I said before, everyone's spirit is hidden, like a pearl in the dirt. To make the spirit shine, 2 things have to happen. First, you need to face a big scare, the kind you get when your life's on the line. This can shake the dust free from your spirit. A huge shock could do the same thing. Second, you have to meet a Specter. The power of the Specter can reach into your spirit, wiping off the dust like a cloth cleaning dirt. He continued, but remember, while the Specter's power can clean the dust off your spirit, it also leaves a mark. It can darken your spirit even while it makes it shine. If you think of your spirit like a dirty pearl, the Specter's power is like a bloody cloth. It cleans the dirt yet stains the pearl with blood. The light we talk about when we talk about the spirit is really just the spirit's shine being distorted by the Specter. Upon hearing all this, Fang Xiu's mind raced with thoughts. It looked like this was a world run by mentalism, where a psychic's power comes from mixing their own spirit and the Specter's power. Being on the edge of life and death starts the reaction like a chemical reaction needs heat, a life or death situation provides that heat. It got Fang Xiu wondering. I've been at death's door and met a Specter. Why isn't my spirit shining? Or is it shining, but I just didn't notice? Then Wang Ziteng said, so, anyone here could become a psychic. If someone does, we might have a chance of getting out of the Specter zone. What happens when your spirit starts to shine? Fang Xiu asked. First, they'll be stronger than a normal person, their senses will be super sharp, and when their spirit shines, they'll get a special power. This power is a sign of their spirit. Just like no 2 spirits are the same, no 2 powers are the same. Power? Sign of the spirit. Fang Xiu's mind raced, and he couldn't help but consider his unique ability to reset after dying. Is that my power? Wait, that can't be right. I'm just as strong, and my senses are just as good as anyone else's. They're not better. Plus, he felt like his power to reset after dying was something he got after coming to this world, not because his spirit started to shine. Based on what I know, it seems like my spirit hasn't started shining yet. So, the question is, if my power to reset after dying isn't because my spirit started shining, why haven't I become a psychic even though I've met the 2 conditions? Then, Fang Xiu realized he hadn't actually met all the conditions because of his power. He'd been in the limbo between life and death, and that state, like his thoughts and memories, hadn't changed every time he reset. However, his way of thinking changed after experiencing multiple deaths. Nevertheless, he hadn't met the condition of getting in touch with a Specter, as he died every time he could touch his wife. This time, he only survived because he deliberately avoided interacting with her. And those Specters he'd seen wandering the streets didn't count either. Fang Xiu figured it was because if they weren't seen, they were basically not there for humans. However, this situation now was different. The Specter lurking in the shadows, like it had stepped from make-believe into the real world, could kill even if it wasn't seen. The mental hospital disappearing, a Specter that could kill without being seen, the psychic. These clues were all tangled up in Fang Xiu's mind. There had to be a connection between them, but he hadn't figured it out yet. Even though he was in a really bad spot, Fang Xiu felt a surge of excitement. He saw a chance for payback, and that was to become a psychic. Suddenly, Fang Xiu saw something out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 13, One more word, and you're done for. What? Another specter? Who's missing now? Everyone began to freak out, frantically checking on each other. Soon, someone yelled out, "Jiuyang's gone! Jiuyang! Jiuyang!" A few of his buddies started calling for him, panicking. "Stop shouting! You want to bring that specter over here!" Wang Ziteng snapped, losing his cool as more and more people vanished. Though he was still a bit calmer than the others, all because he'd seen these specters through his cousin, so he was ready for them. On top of that, he looked up to his cousin and wanted to be a psychic himself. So, when he entered the specter zone, along with being scared, he also felt excited. But, when he was actually facing the specter, he realized that the first feeling that came from deep inside him was nothing but fear. "Mr. Wang, what do we do? I don't want to die!" Li Fifei cried, tears running down her face. She grabbed onto Wang Ziteng's sleeve, annoying him. "Why do you think I know what to do? 2 to 3 minutes." Right then, a calm voice cut through the noise. It was Fang Xiu. "What 2 to 3 minutes? The time between people disappearing is 2 to 3 minutes, Fang Xiu explained coolly. To be more precise, 2 minutes after women and 3 after men. Zhao vanished 3 minutes ago, then Wang Xiali disappeared, and 2 minutes after her, Jiuyang vanished. It looks like this specter's way of killing is to take someone every 2 to 3 minutes. He added, "If I'm right, 3 minutes after Jiuyang vanished, someone else will disappear. Killing by time? Damn it! How do we avoid that?" Wang Ziteng's eyes were bloodshot. He was about to lose it. Fang Xiu ignored him and strode into the darkness, leaving the rest of the group scared and anxious. His best friend, Zhao Hao, was the first to yell, "Fang Xiu, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Without turning around, Fang Xiu answered, "I'm obviously trying to find a way out. Should I just stay here and wait to die? There are 8 of us left. If one of us keeps disappearing every 2 to 3 minutes, we'll all be dead in about 20. We should at least try to survive." "Fang Xiu! Stop!" Wang Ziteng shouted furiously. "Didn't I just say no one should go off on their own? Don't you get that if one person breaks the specter's rule, we could all be in danger? You're just a regular guy. You don't know what a specter." Fang Xiu stopped and spun around. His pale, emotionless face scared everyone. He looked like the dead. Wang Ziteng was shocked, rendered speechless by Fang Xiu's icy stare. Then, Fang Xiu's emotionless voice pierced through the silence. "One more word, and you'll be done for before the specter even gets to you." Despite their emotionless delivery, Fang Xiu's words carried an eerie, chilling force that was hard to put into words. Hearing him speak, Wang Ziteng felt as though he was on the brink of an abyss, the looming specter of death encroaching upon him. Staring into Fang Xiu's impassive gaze, Wang Ziteng had a jarring realization. Fang Xiu was deadly serious. One more word, and he would indeed face certain death. Born into wealth, Wang Ziteng had encountered all types of people, and due to certain circumstances, he'd even locked eyes with murderers. Yet, even the eyes of a murderer couldn't compare to the pressure emanating from Fang Xiu's tranquil gaze. Wang Ziteng wasn't mistaken. There was a clear difference between the eyes of a murderer and those of someone who had experienced death 18 times over. With Wang Ziteng effectively silenced, Fang Xiu turned and vanished into the darkness. Seeing this, Zhao Hao hesitated, his face alternating between courage and fear. The next moment, he gritted his teeth, glancing at Fang Xiu's retreating figure and the hesitant crowd. Finally, he made his decision and followed Fang Xiu. "Mr. Wang, what should we do now?" Wu Dahai's voice trembled. Wang Ziteng's face turned an unhealthy shade of pale, then darkened with anger. Fang Xiu had managed to silence him while present, but now that he was gone, Wang Ziteng's fury began to boil. What to do? Let them go and get themselves killed. Two country bumpkins who don't even understand what psychics are dare to defy me. But I don't think Fang Xiu is the type to seek out death. Maybe we should follow them. This comment instantly ignited Wang Zier's rage. Follow them? Are you fucking kidding me? He yelled, I'd rather die or be taken by the Spectre. His words were abruptly cut off by a bone-chilling scream. Ah! Someone's vanished again. A chill coursed through Wang Ziteng's veins. He quickly counted the remaining people, only 5, including himself. He immediately changed his stance. Quick! We need to follow them. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, his impromptu sidekick, continued to traverse the dark hallway. Their flashlights pierced the darkness as they relentlessly moved forward. Despite walking for quite some time, the hallway showed no sign of ending. Usually, after walking for a bit, they would see the stairs leading downward, but today the hallway seemed to stretch on endlessly. Xiu, something's not right. Why haven't we reached the stairs yet? Zhao Hao was shaking. He huddled close behind Fang Xiu like a frightened bird. Hush, quiet. He suddenly came to a stop, his gaze fixated on the end of the hallway. A faint green light began to glow at the end of the hallway, reminiscent of the luminescence from exit signs in the dark, eerie and unsettling. Fang Xiu furrowed his brow upon seeing the light. It looked identical to the one in Green Mountain Mental Hospital. An astonishing hypothesis began to form in his mind, and he quickened his pace toward the glowing light. Stepping fully into the light, Fang Xiu found himself in a narrow, run-down corridor. Dark stains and dried blood splattered the ceiling and walls, and battered benches were scattered every few meters. The place looked like a hospital corridor from decades past, with dark and grey walls, and a dull grey cement floor. It was unmistakable this was Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Xiu! Am I seeing things? Where are we? Shouldn't we be in the office? Why does this place look like a hospital from a horror movie? Zhao Hao's frightened voice echoed from behind Fang Xiu. A realization sparked within Fang Xiu's mind. Zhao Hao can see the mental hospital too. Could it be? Fang Xiu extended his hand, brushing it against the wall. He felt the cold, rugged surface. His pupils sharply contracted. It was just as he had suspected. He was indeed in the mental hospital, but this time, it wasn't a mere illusion, it was tangible. Could it be that the mental hospital, similar to the walking specters, had met certain conditions and materialized into reality? And that was the phenomenon known as a specter zone. Fang Xiu theorized that the mental hospital, which had appeared as a holographic projection before, had now merged with reality. It seemed as though the sales office had been devoured by it, encapsulated within. Chapter 14, The Doctor Appear. All the better. We're one step closer to unraveling the mystery, Fang Xiu muttered. He had no desire to flee but was intent on investigating the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. As they moved forward, they soon came across two sizable pools of blood further down the corridor. The volume of blood was considerable, with splatters marring the nearby walls. Above the blood stains were scraps of shredded flesh and bone, with torn segments of office work and security uniforms. The torn flesh and bone looked like the remnants of a gruesome meal, scarred with teeth and bite marks. Identifying the familiar clothing in front of him, Fang Xiu realized that these were his colleagues and the security guard who had gone to inspect the power supply earlier. Evidently, they had all been devoured by the specter. Seeing this, Fang Xiu immediately understood the pattern behind the specter's reappearance: 3 minutes after a man vanished and only 2 minutes after a woman. The intervals appeared to be determined based on the amount of flesh it consumed. The women at the sales office were generally attractive, with decent features and slender figures, a requirement of the industry. As a result, their flesh volume was relatively less than that of the men. The Spectre took around 3 minutes to finish a man and about 2 minutes for a woman. Xiu. Were they all eaten by the Spectre? Zhao Hao's face turned ashen, his entire body shaking. Fang Xiu didn't answer but stared at the shredded clothes. The cuts on the fabric were clean, evidently made by a sharp instrument. Combining this with the Spectre he'd observed in the Green Mountain Mental Hospital, the image of the doctor sprang to mind. It was highly probable that the cuts were made by the scalpel she held. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. They turned to find Wang Ziteng and his group emerging from the dark corridor. My God! What is this place? Wasn't this supposed to be the sales office? It looks like a hospital. Wang Ziteng and the others exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Indeed, no one could have expected that leaving the corridor of the sales office would lead them into an environment resembling a hospital. Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao, have you two discovered anything since you left earlier? Have you seen Zhao and Jie? Wu Dahai asked with a quavering voice. The three people. They. Zhao Hao trembled as he pointed to the 2 pools of blood on the floor. Wang Ziteng and the others looked at where his finger was pointing, and their pupils contracted. Blood! So much blood! Li Fei screamed. These are Zhao and Jie's clothes. Wang Ziteng's face turned even paler, cold sweat trickling down his face as he envisioned a horrifying scene. They were eaten. At those words, everyone shivered. Mr. Wang! Let's leave quickly, I want to go home. Li Fei sobbed, terrified. She tugged at Wang Ziteng's arm, begging. Wang Ziteng was suddenly jolted back to reality. Right, let's get going now. At first, he planned to lead everyone forward, but as he glanced at the unfamiliar and vacant hospital corridor ahead, he dared not take a single step. He wasn't sure where this corridor led. What if it's the Spectre's lair? At that moment, Wang Ziteng was under immense pressure, akin to leading a group through a haunted house. But everyone was looking up to him as their pillar of strength, huddling close behind him. Fortunately, Fang Xiu quickly broke the impasse. After observing the situation, he began to move. He strode toward the depths of the corridor with an air of calmness. Zhao Hao trailed closely behind him. Seeing someone take the lead, Wang Ziteng no longer hesitated and advanced forward. However, he didn't follow as closely as Zhao Hao. Be it due to pride or some other factors, both parties maintained a distance of about 3 meters. Tap tap tap. The sound of their restrained and cautious footsteps echoed in the empty corridor as if they feared alerting the Spectre to their presence. Suddenly, the footsteps came to a sudden halt. Fang Xiu, who was leading the way, had stopped. Like a sheep leading the flock, once he stopped, Zhao Hao behind him also ceased his steps. Wang Ziteng and the rest of their colleagues followed suit. Wang Ziteng wanted to ask Fang Xiu why he had stopped, but considering his dignity, he dared not utter a word. If he were to ask, it would seem like he wouldn't dare to proceed unless Fang Xiu led the way. Fang Xiu, why did you stop? Li Fei's voice was laden with panic. She was already terrified out of her wits, and her usual composure as a white-collar elite had vanished. Seeing Fang Xiu's sudden stop, she instinctively asked him why, desperate to escape this place as soon as possible. Fang Xiu didn't reply, his gaze fixed on his phone. After a moment of silence, he declared, "Time's up." "What do you mean, time's up?" Li Fei instinctively asked. Her confusion was mirrored by everyone else. Only Wang Ziteng realized what he meant. His face turned ghostly pale, and he quickly raised his left hand to check his expensive wristwatch. It's been 3 minutes. Everyone immediately understood and was taken aback. Just then, a creaking sound emanated from behind them. The sound was sharp, akin to the turning of joints. As they all spun around to face the source, their souls nearly left their bodies. They saw a woman in a white lab coat, her hair unkempt, with long limbs like a spider's. Her eyes were ghostly white, and she hung upside down from the corridor's ceiling. The creaking sound they heard was the noise of her turning her neck. Since she was hanging upside down like a spider, her face was in the opposite direction to everyone else's. But with a slow 180-degree turn of her head, her eyes met the gaze of each person in the group. Silent fear began to spread like a tide. In the presence of the specter, even the toughest man would shudder in fear. The doctor stared intensely at the crowd. The next instant, her limbs began to flail wildly. Like some ghastly human spider hybrid, she scuttled rapidly toward the group. Ah! Li Fei's scream was like a starting signal, prompting everyone to take off in a frantic sprint as if their lives depended on it. This time, there was no need for someone to take the lead. In fact, anyone ahead was perceived as an obstacle slowing their desperate attack. The narrow corridor of the psychiatric hospital turned into a bottleneck. In their desperate bid to flee, everyone inadvertently shoved and pushed the people in front of them, hoping to clear their own path. Some of the physically weaker ones were even knocked to the ground amidst the chaos. Li Fei was one such victim. Being a delicate beauty, she had been clinging to Wang Ziteng's arm, seeking protection. However, when the crisis struck, Wang Ziteng was the first to toss her aside and bolt for his life. Wang Ziteng reacted swiftly. He was the first to bolt, leading the pack in their frenzied escape. At this point, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao were blocking his path. But the two men weren't running. Zhao Hao was simply paralyzed in fear, while Fang Xiu stood there, observing. Just as he had suspected, the murderer was indeed the doctor he had encountered earlier in the hospital. After all, most of the specters in Green Mountain Mental Hospital were confined to their rooms. Even though they had come across a few open doors during their exploration, they hadn't encountered any specters. Chapter 15, A Brush with the Specter. Move! Get out of my way! Wang Ziteng shouted in fear, shoving past the frozen Zhao Hao and racing forward. Fang Xiu quickly clung to the wall to avoid being knocked over as everyone scattered. Whoosh! Office employees, who were previously stuck to their desks every day, now ran like Olympic sprinters. They whizzed past Fang Xiu, leaving a gust of wind in their wake. Poor Zhao Hao was knocked around before he tumbled to the side. Hold up, wait for me. Mr. Wang! Don't leave me behind! Li Fei managed to scramble to her feet. She yelled in fright, her pretty face twisted with fear. Her makeup was smudged from crying. She was lagging behind, not only because she had been pushed but also because her high heels made running difficult. Perhaps fatigue from her earlier activities also contributed to her slower pace. She wore high heels and a tight pencil skirt, a stylish and eye-catching outfit that was unfortunately not practical for running. Her skirt rode up as she sprinted, making it even harder for her to move. Ow! Li Fei hadn't gone far before she yelled in pain and fell. Her usually pale ankle was now red and swollen. Running in high heels wasn't the best idea. Despite the pain, Li Fei tried to get back up, only to see a curtain of thick, black hair falling in front of her. It was the doctor's hair. A chill ran down Li Fei's spine. Her heart felt like it stopped. Without thinking, she looked and found herself staring directly into the white eyes of the specter, and she was paralyzed with fear. When the doctor's hair brushed against Li Fei's face, she was jolted out of her fear-induced paralysis. Ah! Li Fei let out a blood-curdling scream. She scrambled forward, ignoring her knees scraping on the concrete and leaving bloody streaks behind. All she cared about was getting away. Help me! She yelled to Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. They were the only ones still in the hallway. Everyone else had made it to the end and disappeared around the corner. I don't want to. Before Li Fifei could finish, something shiny flashed. Her world started to spin, then it faded to black. Thud. A dull sound echoed. It was the sound of Li Fifei's head hitting the floor. The doctor's scalpel was incredibly sharp, and her long arms allowed her to swing with great force. With just one swift cut, the scalpel had done its grim work. It happened so quickly that Li Fifei's body was still trying to crawl even after her neck had been severed. It was a horrifying sight. Her neck was cleanly sliced off, and the area was drenched in bright red blood, spurting out like a geyser. Some of Li Fifei's blood splashed on Zhao Hao, but Fang Xiu, who stood behind him, managed to stay clean. Zhao Hao had just begun to recover from his initial shock, but a new wave of terror washed over him. The only reason he didn't wet his pants from the horror was that he'd already peed himself from fear earlier. After killing Li Fifei, the doctor didn't stop there. She meticulously began to cut up the body with her scalpel, displaying precision, tidiness, and unwavering focus. Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao were right there, but she didn't even glance in their direction. Once she finished cutting up Li Fifei, she started eating like she had been starved for days. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Fang Xiu started to put together a theory. He had a guess about the doctor's killing moves. She only targeted the nearest person and only one person at a time. Otherwise, she would have killed him and Zhao Hao too. The doctor's modus operandi involved cutting up the body with a scalpel before consuming it. It likely had to do with what the doctor used to do for a living. With her neat cutting skills and the deftness of her scalpel, it was clear that the doctor must have performed a lot of surgeries in a mental hospital before. Normally, a surgeon only operated on one person at a time, and it was almost unheard of for a doctor to handle two operations simultaneously. That was probably why she only killed one person at a time and used a scalpel to cut them up. She was careful, dedicated, and focused. As for eating people, she probably started doing that after she became a specter. Once Fang Xiu figured out her killing pattern, he stood next to the doctor. The scene before him was undeniably gory, yet he remained unfazed. He should thank his wife for that, since he'd been in situations like this before, though usually he was the one getting eaten. All of a sudden, Fang Xiu clenched his fist and punched the doctor. Thump! A dull sound rang out. Fang Xiu pulled back his fist, and blood trickled from it. He looked at his injured hand, then at the doctor's untouched face. She kept eating, not bothered at all by Fang Xiu's punch. Fang Xiu felt like he had punched steel. This punch made him realize how much stronger the doctor was than him. It seemed like all the specters they'd met so far were way stronger than humans. In the eyes of the specters, humans were as weak as ants. Maybe becoming a psychic could change that. A shaky voice came from behind Fang Xiu. "Xiu, let's go." It was Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao seemed to have gotten over his intense fear. Unlike their co-workers, who had fled right away, he wanted to get Fang Xiu first before making their escape. However, Fang Xiu didn't run. He stood calmly. This specter only eats one person at a time, so it is safest while she's eating. But it looks like she's almost done, Zhao Hao said. Li Fifei had a nice body. She wasn't the skinny type. Even though her legs were thin, her curves were all in the right places. Given how much meat she had on her, it should take at least 3, maybe 4 minutes. No need to rush. Fang Xiu delivered those unsettling words with a chilling calm. Zhao Hao, already on edge, threw up when he heard how much meat she had. His vomit, a mix of vegetables, instant noodles, broad noodles, and enoki mushrooms, suggested he'd enjoyed hot pot for dinner. Wang Ziteng said that to become a psychic, you need to let a specter's power get into your soul. And the place where this power is strongest in the specter zone is right next to the specter. So, I'm gonna stick around. If you're scared, you can go. With that, Fang Xiu stopped paying attention to Zhao Hao. Instead, he reached out to touch the doctor's twisted leg, which resembled a giant spider's. He didn't know how to let a specter's power enter his soul, but he figured touching her might speed things up. Chapter 16, Fake Body? After throwing up, Zhao Hao couldn't believe what he was seeing. He always thought he was a bit of a bad boy, always watching stuff he wasn't supposed to and taking care of his own business. But now, he saw Fang Xiu, who he thought was a decent guy, doing something even more outrageous, touching a specter's leg at a time like this. But from what Fang Xiu said before, Zhao Hao started to get why he was doing it. Maybe it was the whole crazy thing they were going through, or maybe Fang Xiu acting all chill made him feel better, or it could be that deep down, everyone wants to do something really brave. Whatever it was, all these thoughts were swirling in Zhao Hao's head, and he decided to go for it, too. Seeing him coming, Fang Xiu moved his hand away so Zhao Hao could have a turn. Zhao Hao looked at the long, white, pretty leg, then slowly extended his hand like he was about to touch a snake. "Here goes nothing," Zhao Hao muttered, taking the plunge. "Whoa, it's freezing," he gasped, but he kept his hand there. They both touched the leg for a bit, but nothing seemed to happen. Then Zhao Hao mused, "I can't believe the first girl's thigh I'm touching is a specter's. But man, this leg is so long, and probably longer than my whole life." Fang Xiu looked at Zhao Hao, surprised, not because of the joke, but because he thought Zhao Hao might actually have what it takes. Even though Zhao Hao was freaked out at first, he managed to keep his composure, even cracking jokes. Sure, he was probably just trying to lighten the mood, but not everyone could joke around when they were so scared. "We've been here a minute. Let's touch for another 30 seconds, and then we'll leave." "We need time to run," Fang Xiu said, sounding very sure. Zhao Hao just nodded. Time seemed to pass in a blur, and before they knew it, the 30 seconds were up. "Let's make a run for it." Fang Xiu took off, and Zhao Hao followed closely behind. Fang Xiu felt confident because he had been in the Green Mountain Mental Hospital before. While he didn't know every nook and cranny, he remembered the general layout and some shortcuts. He was sure they could use this to their advantage and outrun the doctor. However, just as they reached the end of the hallway, ready to turn the corner, something weird happened. Fang Xiu noticed black hair falling in front of his face. He looked up and saw the doctor's spectrally eyes. How could this be? Fang Xiu was scared out of his mind. Did I underestimate the doctor's movement? I thought we had at least 2 more minutes to run, so why did she catch up so fast? He quickly looked back at where Li Fei's body had been, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Fa weeb no m. All that was left of Li Fei was a pool of blood and some large pieces of silicone. Silicones. Fake stuff for making your chest and butt look bigger. Fang Xiu was in shock. He never thought he'd mess up like this. Maybe because he didn't know much about girls and thought they all had natural curves. But now he saw there were plenty of fakes in the world. Whoosh! In an instant, a flash of silver light sliced through the air, and Fang Xiu's head went flying before crashing down. I hope there's no silicone or plastic surgery in heaven. When he came to, he felt something cold and slimy in his hand. He looked down and saw he was touching the doctor's thigh, not back home with his wife. Just then, Zhao Hao walked over and began to do the same thing. Fang Xiu quickly pulled out his phone to check the time and realized he had traveled back to when they first started touching the thigh. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that time gets reset every time something big happens, like in a video game? First was the house, and then Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Because I made it past the first part, the reset point moved to the next one. He didn't have time to think more about it. He had died because of fake boobs and butt last time, he wouldn't make the same mistake this time. "We need to get moving," Fang Xiu said. Zhao Hao looked surprised. "Xiu, we just started touching her, and you're bailing already. This is the first time I've ever touched a girl's. Before Zhao Hao could finish, Fang Xiu turned and started running. Zhao Hao, not wanting to be left alone, quickly followed. Then Fang Xiu said in a low voice, her breasts and hips are silicone, so there's not enough flesh to slow the doctor down. Zhao Hao looked surprised at first, then yelled, what the hell? No wonder they're so big. The two boys ran until they got to the end of the hallway. With only one option before them, a right turn, they wasted no time and immediately turned right. Just a few steps ahead, a staircase appeared. Downstairs, Fang Xiu said. They both started running down the stairs. The light in the staircase dimmed, and an unsettling darkness seemed to engulf the air. They ran as fast as they could, 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Then, they heard hurried footsteps up ahead, followed by a scream. Specter! The Specter is catching up! Fang Xiu recognized the voice. It belonged to one of his colleagues. He picked up the pace and leaped down from the staircase. When he got closer, he saw it was Wang Ziteng and his group. Spotting Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, they let out a sigh of relief. They had thought the Specter was catching up. It's just Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. You guys scared me. I thought the Specter was right behind us, one of them huffed. Zhao Hao looked at everyone, puzzled, why are you guys running so slow? Slow? We've run down at least 20 flights of stairs. How about you guys? How are you so fast? 20 flights? Zhao Hao looked surprised, no way. Xiu and I only went down 3 flights before we found you. What? Zhao Hao, now is not the time for jokes. Fang Xiu looked at the scared group, his mind racing. Then Wang Ziteng blurted out in terror, the Specter's labyrinth. It has to be that. My cousin once told me that the Specter's powers can make illusions. Maybe that's what's causing the Specter's labyrinth. People stuck in it just keep going around in circles, never able to get out. That's why Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao caught up to us so fast, we've been going around in circles. Wang Ziteng's words only heightened everyone's fear. Does anyone have something they can drop as a marker? Fang Xiu's calm voice broke through the chaos. Wang Ziteng seemed to get what Fang Xiu was trying to do and quickly took a condom out of his pocket and dropped it on the floor. The others caught on and started dropping some spare change and various small items. With the markers in place, the group started running down the stairs again. However, after they went down half a flight and turned a corner, they saw the items they had just dropped on the stairs. This is the lighter I just dropped. And my coins. Chapter 17, The Specter's Labyrinth. Wang Ziteng picked up the condom he had tossed aside, his face gloomy. Taking a closer look, it was his often used studded type, which made him feel worse. Everybody, quiet! He yelled, my cousin once said that normal people can't get out of the Specter's labyrinth. To escape, we need to use our spiritual senses. Check and see if any of you can activate these senses. As he spoke, Wang Ziteng began praying fervently, hoping to awaken his spiritual senses. He didn't know if his previous encounter with the Specter counted as a near-death experience, but all he could do now was hope. Fang Xiu, though, wasn't watching the others' reactions. He started to feel the wall on his right, not waiting for them to activate their spiritual senses and become psychics. Among the group, he had the best shot at becoming a psychic. He was the only one who had really faced life and death and had come face to face with the Specter. If he couldn't turn psychic, then it was even less likely for the others. So instead of praying, he figured it was better to look for clues. He began to recall the hospital's layout. He remembered the exit should be on the right. He had gone up and down the stairs before, and the exit was consistently on the right. Even though he couldn't tell which hospital building he was in at that moment, the layout should be the same. If the Specter's labyrinth was an illusion, then he could close his eyes and feel his way down the stairs on the right. There was a good chance he'd find a door. Fang Xiu closed his eyes and started going down the stairs, running his hand along the right wall. His actions caught everyone's eye. After all, while everyone else stood still, Fang Xiu was the only one moving on his own. Wang Ziteng observed Fang Xiu, deep in thought. By now, he noticed that Fang Xiu was different to calm. He hadn't shown any signs of fear from the start, even when he saw the specter. He couldn't help but think back to when the doctor showed up. His first instinct was to run, but Fang Xiu hadn't run. Instead, he had stood against the wall to avoid being trampled. Even though he was up front, he didn't try to get away first, and in the end, only Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao and Li Fifei were left. Now Li Fifei was gone, clearly dead. But Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao had been in that hallway for at least a minute. What were they doing there? Wang Ziteng wondered. Why didn't the specter kill them? Why didn't they run away? They spent a whole minute with the specter. Okay, it was a female specter, with long legs, but they couldn't have been messing with her, could they? Wang Ziteng shook off the silly thought. Even though he wasn't sure what the two had done in that minute, he was sure about one thing: the specter only killed one person at a time, 3 minutes after a guy, 2 after a girl. During this time, it was totally safe, even if you were right next to the specter. The fact that Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao were still alive proved it. Fang Xiu had already started down the stairs, moving away from the others. Seeing him head down, Wang Ziteng seemed to catch on. He also shut his eyes and began feeling his way down the wall, following Fang Xiu's lead. This drew the others' attention. As Fang Xiu continued to feel his way forward, his fingers consistently brushed against the solid, rough wall. But when he reached the 15th step, he felt something had changed. The wall now felt smooth and colder, like he was touching metal. Fang Xiu's eyes popped open, and without a second thought, he immediately put both hands on the empty wall in front of him, trying to find a door handle. Wang Ziteng, who had been copying Fang Xiu, also arrived at the same spot soon and quickly picked up on the change in texture, which excited him. It's a door. With a click, Fang Xiu turned the door handle he had just found, and it swung open. An iron door had somehow appeared in the wall. Now the door was open, revealing a dim hallway. ENL.M. Wang Ziteng rushed out first like a wild man, and Fang Xiu silently followed suit. Seeing a way out, the rest of the group also surged forward in a frenzy. They ran down the hallway, with Fang Xiu, the second one in, now in the second to last spot. It wasn't that he was slow, but he didn't need to be fast. When dealing with the doctor, he didn't need to outrun her, he just had to be faster than the last person in the group. Also, this made it easier to feel around in the darkness while the doctor was eating, hopefully to activate his spiritual senses sooner. Thus, being in the front of the team wasn't necessarily good. Fang Xiu was well aware that there was more than one specter in this mental hospital. While most were confined in their rooms, some doors were left open. As they ran, Wang Ziteng, leading the way, suddenly stopped, and everyone else did the same. Before them, 2 paths stretched out, one to the left and the other to the right. Both paths were shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see what lay ahead beyond a yard. No one dared to go, fearing they might pick the wrong path and fall into the doctor's trap. At this point, all eyes automatically turned toward the end of the line, toward Fang Xiu, who had just caught up. Since he had found a way out of the Specter's labyrinth before, they naturally thought he might find the way out now. Regrettably, Fang Xiu also didn't know which way to pick. He hadn't explored the mental hospital thoroughly before, he had moved through the hospital walls like a specter, only knowing the general layout and some of the paths he had taken. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 paths looked familiar to him. Fang Xiu, which way should we go? Wang Ziteng asked urgently. Fang Xiu looked at the hopeful faces of the group and couldn't help but find it funny. When they were running, they wanted to shove him aside. But when they ran into trouble, they turned to him. He was their backup plan. But Fang Xiu didn't mind. He saw the group as his backup too. Right now, he couldn't beat the doctor, and someone had to be sacrificed to buy some time. Fang Xiu didn't answer but picked the path to the right. Even if he didn't know which path was right, he knew they couldn't waste time since every second cost lives. Seeing Fang Xiu heading right, everyone else followed without hesitation. And then it happened. The sound of joints cracking echoed down the hallway. They looked back and saw the doctor, hanging from the ceiling like a spider. Her white pupil-less eyes fixated on the group, and her white coat stood out in the dim hallway. Ah! Run! Move! Chapter 18, Human Nature. The last person to scramble away was the manager, Wu Dahai. Out of everyone, he was the oldest and the chubbiest. Middle age had brought a pudgy tummy, and his stamina was quite low. Whether he meant to or not, in his frantic attempt to flee, Wu Dahai grabbed a guy running ahead of him, pulling him back. He pushed himself forward, while the guy he yanked almost tripped, ending up at the very back. Swish! A silver streak whizzed by. The unlucky guy Wu Dahai had pulled back had his head chopped off, not even getting a chance to scream. Seeing this, Fang Xiu stopped for a moment. Then, he smacked his thighs twice in anger and kept running. He wasn't worried about lagging behind. He was young, fit, and exercised often, so he was in top form. He didn't know how to activate his spiritual power, so he was trying out different things, not sure if they'd work. They ran down a long hallway on their right for about a minute until they reached a dead end. However, they found themselves in a wide open area. It was a cafeteria. The space was huge and completely bare, just old tables and chairs everywhere. In one corner, they spotted stoves and a few large black pots. Wang Ziteng was thrilled and shouted, "There's usually an exit in cafeterias." The group felt a sense of relief upon hearing that. They quickly looked around and saw a door on the far left of the cafeteria. Without hesitation, they made a dash for it. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu kept his cool, running at the back of the group while carefully scanning the area. They walked through the door into another dim, narrow hallway. This one seemed even darker, the bulbs overhead looked ready to flicker out any second. No one cared about anything around them, all they wanted was to escape. They rushed to the end of the hallway. Wang Ziteng, who was leading, looked visibly frustrated. "It's a dead end." They were all shocked. The hallway led nowhere. This was weird. According to what Wang Ziteng knew, places like cafeterias, where lots of people frequented, usually had emergency exits or paths leading outside. There was no reason for it to be a dead end unless the entire hospital was locked down, and no one was meant to escape. "Hey, there's a door over there!" one yelled. True enough, there was a narrow door on the right side of the hallway. It was so thin that only one person could go through it at a time. The door was made of wood, with the paint all faded and peeling. It had a small glass window at the top. Upon seeing the door, everyone surged toward it, not thinking about what could lie inside. They just knew there were horrifying specters outside. Thankfully, the room was free from any specter. It was a tiny room filled with random items: brooms, mops, and old furniture. It was so packed that after 5 of them squeezed in, they barely had space to wiggle. Ugh! It's just a storage room. There's no way out of here. Wang Ziteng yelled in frustration. Everyone else looked pretty hopeless too. They were stuck. The specters had them cornered. Did we make the wrong choice? Fang Xiu calmly thought that next time, they should go left. He wasn't freaking out. For him, it was just a matter of trying different things, not a life or death choice. After some consideration, he decided to go back and try the left path. But it was too late to turn back now. 2 minutes had already passed, leaving only 1 minute before the terrifying doctor would strike again. Going back would be like walking right into the doctor's trap. They could pick one person to distract the doctor and buy time for the rest, but Fang Xiu didn't think it was worth it. With only 5 of them left, nobody knew how much further they had to run or how many lives they would lose along the way. Just as Fang Xiu was about to leave the room to look for the doctor and start over, Wang Ziteng angrily yelled, "This is all your fault, Fang Xiu. We wouldn't be stuck here if you didn't pick the wrong path. Fang Xiu. Why didn't you ask us if you didn't know which way to go? But no, you just had to go right." Wu Dahai chimed in, also fuming. Besides Zhao Hao, the other person didn't say anything, but their accusing gaze clearly blamed Fang Xiu. A smile tugged at Fang Xiu's lips. He didn't smile often these days unless he was excited to face a specter. But for some reason, looking at Wang Ziteng and the others, he felt like laughing. Zhao Hao stood up for him. "Xiu didn't force you to follow him. You came on your own. You guys asked which way to go, and now that it's the wrong way, you're blaming him. If you're so clever, why didn't you choose the path? We might not be as smart, but we wouldn't have decided alone. If we didn't know, we could have discussed it together. We trusted him and let him choose. But he chose wrong. He broke our trust and led us to a dead end." Wu Dahai, being a boss, put Zhao Hao, who wasn't good with words, in his place. "Enough, stop fighting!" Wang Ziteng yelled. "We need to figure out how to stay alive. I've noticed the Spectre only attacks one person at a time, and after each attack, there's a safe window of 2 to 3 minutes. So now, our only option is to pick one person to distract it while the rest of us run." As soon as Wang Ziteng mentioned the idea, tension filled the air. Even those who weren't particularly bright could understand, it wasn't about distracting but sacrificing one person so the rest could survive. Wang Ziteng watched everyone's reactions, already thinking ahead. He had strategically blamed Fang Xiu to prepare for this moment. When everyone blamed Fang Xiu, they would probably pick him to be the bait, sacrificing him to buy more time. Wang Ziteng knew he had to act quickly. In times of panic, people tend to follow the crowd without much thought. If someone else had suggested that Wang Ziteng, the spoiled rich kid, should be the first to go, he might have been chosen. In this tense moment, Wang Ziteng did something no one saw coming. He suddenly shoved Fang Xiu and yelled, "It's all Fang Xiu's fault we're stuck here. So he should be the one to pay. Come on, help me." Everyone else exchanged glances, they were torn. The thought of surviving at the cost of sacrificing someone else was difficult to bear. "Let him go!" Zhao Hao shouted, charging at Wang Ziteng. Wang Ziteng was taken aback and quickly yelled, "Wu Dahai, aren't you going to help?" Wang Ziteng was skilled at basic mind games. When seeking assistance, it was better to call someone out by name. It made them feel responsible, and it often worked surprisingly well. Instead of asking for help in general, he targeted individuals specifically. He would use their name or a description to pick someone to help. Chapter 19, Here to Save You. Without hesitation, Wu Dahai sprang into action when Wang Ziteng called for his help. After all, he always admired Wang Ziteng. With a forceful slam, Wu Dahai used his big, hefty body to knock Zhao Hao to the floor. Moving swiftly, he and Wang Ziteng pushed Fang Xiu out and shut the storeroom door tight. From that moment, it felt like 2 different worlds on each side of the door. Fang Xiu stood alone outside, while his friends were inside. He could see their faces by peering through the small window in the door. Zhao Hao had crashed into some furniture when he fell and was now hollering in pain. Wu Dahai and Wang Ziteng sternly guarded the door. Another person inside couldn't even lift their head to look out the window. Wang Ziteng said to Wu Dahai, "Don't let that door open. We can't let Fang Xiu back in." "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. This old wooden door might not keep out a specter, but it sure can keep a person out," Wu Dahai assured him. However, after a few moments, they noticed there was no pushing or banging from the other side. They exchanged glances, looked out the window, and saw a pale face pressed against the glass, silently staring at them. Shives ran down their spine. I never thought I would find people fascinating again, but sometimes, people are even more exciting than specters. Thanks for spicing up my life. I'll pay you back next time. Fang Xiu's voice came through the cracked wooden door, puzzling Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai. His strange words left them with an uneasy feeling. Then, a clicking noise echoed. The doctor appeared. That familiar sound felt like the tolling of a funeral bell, causing everyone in the room to hold their breath, afraid of catching the specter's attention. Even knowing how deadly the doctor could be, the sight of the specter still scared them. Fang Xiu heard the noise but didn't even turn his head. He continued grinning at Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai, as if trying to etch their faces into his memory. In the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Something shiny flashed, and Fang Xiu's head dropped heavily to the ground. Go, now! Wang Ziteng yelled from inside, bursting the door open and sprinting out. As he ran, he couldn't help but glance back at Fang Xiu's head. He was still grinning, and his peaceful eyes seemed to watch him. Wang Ziteng's heart pounded in his chest, and he ran off without looking back. Fang Xiu's hand felt cold and sticky. A long, pale leg came into sight. I'm back, Fang Xiu muttered. A spectrally grin flashed across his face so quickly that Zhao Hao next to him didn't even catch it. Fresh from the brink of death, Fang Xiu didn't do anything differently. Like a TV show on repeat, he mirrored everything he had done before his do-over. He touched his leg, started running, and headed downstairs. The dimly lit stairwell was engulfed in darkness that seemed to cling to the air. Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao raced down the stairs together. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors soon, they heard the sound of rushing footsteps ahead of them. A panicked shout came next, Specter! The Specter is catching up! Just like before, Fang Xiu leaped from the stairs to the next floor, successfully rejoining Wang Ziteng and the rest. It's just Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. You guys scared me, I thought the Specter was right behind us, a co-worker huffed. Zhao Hao looked at everyone, puzzled, why are you guys running so slow? Slow? We've run down at least 20 flights of stairs. How about you guys? How are you so fast? The same conversation played out again. It's the Specter's labyrinth. It must be the Specter's labyrinth, Wang Ziteng started to explain again. But before he could finish, a loud bang interrupted him. A door was open. Fang Xiu stood quietly in front of it. Wang Ziteng was dumbstruck, and so were the others. Where is the supposed Specter's labyrinth? How did Fang Xiu find an exit so fast? No one questioned it, though. They all dashed toward the door. Once they reached the diverging road, they stopped. Arino.cm. Fang Xiu, did you activate your psychic powers? Wang Ziteng asked with a complicated look. As soon as he asked, everyone turned to look at Fang Xiu. They had learned from Wang Ziteng that only psychics could stand a chance against the Specter, and activating psychic powers was a prerequisite to becoming one. Hearing Wang Ziteng's question, a glimmer of hope sparked in their hearts. It made sense for Wang Ziteng to ask. After all, Fang Xiu had navigated through the Specter's labyrinth too quickly this time. Before, he had to feel his way around, but this time, he walked right to the door and opened it. So, Wang Ziteng speculated that Fang Xiu might have used his psychic powers to sense the door. Everyone's hopeful and confused gazes were on Fang Xiu. He didn't answer right away but checked his phone for the time. Then he looked up and said, "In 1 minute, the Specter will show up." Everyone was shocked. If you even know when the Specter is going to show up, you must really be a psychic. Fang Xiu, if you can get me out of the Specter zone, I'll give you 5 million. Wang Ziteng offered urgently. Fang Xiu, please get us out of here. You must know the right way. If you lead us out, we'll make sure to repay you. But at that moment, Fang Xiu shook his head and calmly said, "No rush." His simple words sent everyone into a frenzy. "Before we get out of here, there's something I gotta do." Wu Dahai was about to lose his cool. What could possibly be more important than... Ah! A sharp scream sliced through the room, cutting Wu Dahai off. Everyone gaped at Fang Xiu retracting his leg and at Wang Ziteng, curled up on the ground in a fetal position. Wang Ziteng's face was twisted in pain. His face was flushed, veins bulging, and he was shaking like a leaf as he screamed his lungs out. Everyone stared at him, almost as if they could hear the sound of an egg cracking. Ah! Wang Ziteng was in so much pain he couldn't even get a full sentence out. As Wang Ziteng's right-hand man, Wu Dahai, snapped, "Fang Xiu! What did you do? Why would you kick him out of the blue?" The others chimed in, "Yet, why did you attack him out of nowhere?" Everyone was caught off guard by Fang Xiu's sudden attack, even Wang Ziteng, the one on the receiving end. He probably would never understand why he got kicked right after he offered 5 million. Isn't the money enough? If it isn't, he could have just said so. Just then, Fang Xiu gave his reason. He simply said, "This specter is much faster than any human. So when the minute's up, someone's gonna die. Now that Wang Ziteng can't move, he'll be the one to die, which means I just saved all of you." Everyone was left dumbstruck. No matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't make sense of Fang Xiu's logic. Before they could react, Fang Xiu kicked him again. The next second, another ear-piercing scream filled the room. This time, it was Wu Dahai on the ground. His pose was a mirror image of Wang Ziteng's. He clutched his groin as he squirmed in agony, screaming at the top of his lungs. But he wasn't as good at handling the pain as Wang Ziteng, and after another scream, he passed out. Everyone knew that the groin was a guy's weakest spot, and Fang Xiu hadn't held back at all. So it was clear that Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai wouldn't be moving anytime soon. This time, the group erupted in fury at Fang Xiu for his seemingly random and ruthless attacks on Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai. "Xiu, what are you?" Zhao Hao instinctively backed away from Fang Xiu, one hand protectively covering his groin. The rest looked at Fang Xiu with suspicion and caution in their eyes. "Fang Xiu, what's your deal? You said you hit Wang Ziteng to save us, so why did you hit Wu Dahai?" One co-worker angrily demanded. No one wanted to stick around someone who might randomly attack them, especially with such brutal force that could cause serious harm, possibly even leading to them being sterile. Chapter 20, The Taste of Revenge. Fang Xiu's calm expression shocked everyone. They stared at him, their hearts racing like a crazy roller coaster ride. They were shocked by his ruthlessness and straightforward approach. They couldn't believe it. Of course, no one wished to harm another, but in dire situations, difficult choices had to be made. But Fang Xiu's unexpected and swift action left no room for debate or choice. He attacked without warning. Hurting one person was already bad enough, but he kept another as a backup. It totally messed up their understanding of the situation. Now, they were scared of Fang Xiu. They worried he might keep yet another backup. But Fang Xiu didn't attack again. "If you want to stay alive, take the left path," he said firmly. "The right path is a dead end." Some looked at Fang Xiu suspiciously, no longer trusting him. "If the left path is safe, why aren't you taking it?" one asked. "I need to touch a leg." Touch, a leg. They all thought they heard him wrong, except for Zhao Hao. Touch a leg in the Specter zone? Touch a Specter's leg. Suddenly, they heard a clicking sound. The doctor, with bloody lips, crawled down from the ceiling. "Ah!" Two of them screamed and tried to run away, but they were scared Fang Xiu might be lying, so they stopped halfway down the left hallway, too scared to keep going. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu didn't run, he walked toward the doctor. He stopped near Wang Ziteng. As Fang Xiu came closer, Wang Ziteng's eyes flashed with hate and anger. He reached out, ready to grab Fang Xiu's pants, even if it might kill him. Fang Xiu swiftly stepped on Wang Ziteng's hand. Ah! You! Wang Ziteng writhed in pain, driving him mad with fury. Fang Xiu slowly looked down, his face hidden in shadow. He looked fierce, angry even. But there was something else, like he was having fun. A wild grin stretched across his face, showing off his white teeth. Like my way of rewarding all your kindness to me. No, no, no. With Wang Ziteng's final scream echoing through the hallway, Fang Xiu's face showed more pleasure. Whoosh! There was a flash of silver, and Wang Ziteng's head rolled on the ground. His eyes showed terror and lingering hate. Is this how revenge tastes? It's amazing. Fang Xiu shuddered slightly. This was his first taste of revenge, and it thrilled him. Wang Ziteng's warm blood splashed on his face, and Fang Xiu could finally feel his heart beating. He couldn't help but daydream. Asterisk, how great it'll be if I can kill my wife someday. Asterisk. Fang Xiu quickly acted like nothing happened. He walked over to the specter and started to touch her leg. The others, watching from afar, were scared. Even though they saw everything, they couldn't believe Fang Xiu was really going to touch the specter's leg. Fang Xiu turned to Zhao Hao. Wanna join me? He remembered what Zhao Hao did in the storage room. While Fang Xiu didn't feel grateful for now, he still wanted to help Zhao Hao. He felt like he was losing his feelings or even his humanity after being through so many eerie events. His heart was filled with hate and madness. He didn't mind these emotions, but he also didn't want to lose touch with his human side. Zhao Hao hesitated, unsure about Fang Xiu's offer. Fang Xiu's calm face was covered in fresh blood. His pale skin contrasted sharply against the red. As he stood next to the specter, with Wang Ziteng's severed limbs lying at his feet, it was hard to tell who the real specter was. After a moment, Zhao Hao decided to trust Fang Xiu. He didn't have many friends. In fact, his only real friend was Fang Xiu. Zhao Hao was always seen as a weirdo in the sales department because he was average and looked normal. Only Fang Xiu, who was an orphan, wanted to be his friend. And over time, they slowly developed a close bond. Slowly, Zhao Hao walked over to Fang Xiu. They both started touching the specter's leg. The last two remaining people had already run away. They weren't scared of the specter but rather of Fang Xiu's sudden change. Xiu, Zhao Hao said. He stopped for a moment before asking, why did you suddenly attack Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai? The specter is faster than any human. If we want to live, we have to buy time by sacrificing others' lives. Someone will inevitably be chosen. Think about it, considering Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai's status and identity, who do you think would be chosen when push comes to shove? Me, with my issues with Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai? Or you, who's always been disliked? Zhao Hao's face went pale. He was about to answer when Fang Xiu asked, do you feel a slight cold in your body? Zhao Hao was surprised before shaking his head. Fang Xiu thought for a moment as he felt what was happening. It wasn't a mistake. He could feel a cool sensation flowing from the specter's leg, through his hand, and into his body. Asterisk, is this the specter's power? Why didn't I feel it when I touched the leg before? No, I probably felt it, but it was too weak. I might have crossed some threshold, so the feeling is suddenly strong. If I'm not mistaken, this might be the start of becoming a psychic. Zhao Hao didn't feel it because he's never been in a life-or-death situation. His mind isn't there yet. Asterisk. After a while, Zhao Hao said, Xiu, it's time. Let's go. Don't worry, we still have Wu Dahai. I think I'm about to activate my psychic power, Fang Xiu said, calm as ever. Zhao Hao looked at him, his face full of surprise. Really, Xiu? That's amazing. We're gonna be alright then. But what does unlocking psychic power feel like? I can't sense anything. You've been around the Specter for a while, but you haven't really faced life and death. That's why you can't sense it, Fang Xiu replied. Zhao Hao looked like he wanted to ask something, but he held back. It seemed like he wanted to ask, we've been together the whole time, when did you face life and death? After that, Fang Xiu pulled Zhao Hao back. He only started to touch the doctor's leg again after she had taken Wu Dahai apart. Wu Dahai was a big guy. With his size, he could keep the Specter busy for about 5 minutes. Fang Xiu decided to touch the leg for 2 more minutes, leaving them 3 minutes to make their escape. If he couldn't unlock psychic power within those 2 minutes, they couldn't risk staying longer. Chapter 21, Let the World Feel the Pain. In his mind, he felt more and more cool air gathering inside him. But once it got inside, it just disappeared, like a rock sinking into the depths of the sea. Fang Xiu was puzzled. Where does the Specter's energy go after going inside me? Is it my soul? He tried to look deeper into his mind, allowing it to flow with the coolness, drifting toward an unknown place. It felt like a small boat on a river, eventually merging into the vast ocean. There, Fang Xiu sensed a grey heart beating slowly. It looked as if it was covered in a layer of thick dust, and all the cool air went right into the heart. Is the soul the same as the heart? No. They're not. A soul doesn't have a set shape. Its appearance as the heart is a reflection of the subconscious. I know my soul, I can change how it looks. By just thinking about it, the grey heart started to transform. It became a sword, then a knife, and even into Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu was right. But how the soul looks wasn't what truly matters. What matters was using its psychic power. So, the soul went back to looking like a heart. As more cool air flowed in, the heart's pulse became faster and stronger. A soft light began to shine, but it was obscured by the thick dust. Fang Xiu waited for a moment, and then something happened. There wasn't a magical momenta breakthrough like in fantasy novels. It was just a normal change. Suddenly, the dust at the corner of the heart disappeared, like someone had cleaned it. At that corner, a deep, black light shone like a black hole. That was Fang Xiu's real soul. Then, all the Specter's energy rushed to that spot, turning into a red light. The energy flowed into the soul. The black and red lights mixed together. The red tried to stain the black with its hue, but the black light stood firm. Ultimately, the red blended into the black, and everything became quiet again. Right then, Fang Xiu felt a great change inside. It was as if the black light had cleansed his entire being. His senses sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste heightened incredibly. Before, it felt like watching the world behind a veil, but now that veil was lifted. He could see everything clearly. Besides the heightened senses, his thoughts and reactions got faster. Even if he didn't get physically stronger, his control over his body had improved. Where an average person might use only 40% of their muscle strength, Fang Xiu could use over 80%. Muscles move because the brain tells them to, and the soul guides the brain. Only in really intense or dangerous times can people use all their strength, but most people might never get there in their whole life. In the Han Dynasty, a famous general named Li Guang once mistook a rock for a crouching tiger. Quickly, he drew his bow with all his strength and shot the stone. Surprisingly, his arrow went 3 inches deep into it. But after that, no matter how much he tried, he couldn't do it again. But Fang Xiu could release that level of strength any time he wanted. His body remained the same, yet his control over it had completely transformed. And as he kept getting stronger, the power he could unleash would also become greater. Slowly, Fang Xiu opened his eyes. A hint of dark light flashed in his sharp eyes. Is this what they call spirituality? At that moment, he had a deeper understanding of spirituality. This thing they call spirituality happens when the soul's natural power mixes with the power from the specter. Normally, a soul contained a lot of power. But this power couldn't do anything in the real world. It only worked in a dream world. It was like being a superhero in their own world. In your head, you could imagine being all-powerful, but it wouldn't translate into real life. The power from the specter, however, was different. It let the soul's power work in the real world. But it didn't mean once you had spirituality, you could do anything and everything. First off, only a tiny bit of Fang Xiu's spirituality was awakened, maybe about 1%. So, only 1% of his soul's power was active. And even if someone had 100% of their spirituality awakened, they still couldn't do everything they dreamed of because the soul wasn't just dreams or imagination. It had something to do with one's feelings, memories, thoughts, and more. Spirituality was closely tied to inner strength. The stronger someone was inside, the stronger their spirituality was. But they also needed enough of the specter's power mixed in, or it wouldn't work in real life. Every psychic's spiritual power showed up in its own unique way, depending on what they wanted most, their personality, dreams, surroundings, and many other reasons. That was why every psychic had different powers. These spiritual powers were a kind of mirror of what was inside their soul. So, what power do I have? Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder. More importantly, what do I want the most deep down? Thinking about it, Fang Xiu tried to feel his new, dark spiritual power. Then, suddenly, he sensed a wave of information, which shocked him. His power was pain. Does that mean deep down, all I feel is pain? Fang Xiu was confused. As he thought about it harder, he gained a more detailed description of his power. Inflicting harm on others can make them feel pain. Ha. To Fang Xiu, that seemed too simple. How the hell is that a special power? If I hit someone without my power, they can still feel pain. So what's the difference? But as Fang Xiu began to practice using his power, he discovered something unexpected. In his dark spiritual visions, he watched himself die in various ways. Devoured by his wife 18 times, crushed by a little girl, and beheaded by the doctor. With each vision, an all too familiar pain filled him. It wasn't just the pain from dying, but also the deep emotional pain. The despair, fear, sadness, hate, anger, and all the negative feelings he had ever felt were tied to this power. Then, it hit him. His spiritual power was to make others feel every terrible thing he'd ever felt. He suddenly laughed out loud. It was wild and uncontrollable. Zhao Hao, standing nearby, jumped. Xiu. Did it work? Fang Xiu just laughed even more. This is amazing. A rush of happiness and excitement coursed within him. He was so thrilled with this new power. Even if he'd gotten the ability to control time or space, it wouldn't have made him this happy. Deep down, this was what he really wanted. Ever since he came to this world, he had felt so much pain. All he wanted was to get back at those who hurt him. And now? Now, he could make his enemies feel everything he'd been through. Nothing could possibly be better than that. He cackled, the joy bursting from him. All the pain this world gave me, I'm going to give it right back. Chapter 22, The Scalpel. Hey, Xiu. Your 2 minutes are up. Zhao Hao shouted just as Fang Xiu was reaching his peak. Fang Xiu immediately looked composed. Step back. I want to test out this new spiritual power. Have you really become the kind of psychic Wang Zitang mentioned? Zhao Hao asked, his voice filled with excitement. Fang Xiu only nodded in response. Catching the hint, Zhao Hao quickly sprinted down the left corridor. Suddenly, Fang Xiu raised his right hand, and a mysterious spiritual energy clung to it. He looked over at the doctor, who was busy eating, and muttered, "You get to be the first one to feel this pain." He was really impressed with this newfound power to cause pain. Plus, he had a hunch that this power wasn't one to be overlooked. In anyone else's hands, this power might be considered weak. But in his hands? It was like a godly skill. A perfect move to finish an opponent. That was because when he used this power, it channeled the anguish he felt from dying 21 times. No one could possibly handle such an overwhelming force. And the more he experienced death in the future, the stronger this pain would become. It was a power with endless potential. Smack! Without any warning, Fang Xiu threw a punch directly at the doctor's face. Caught off guard while eating, the doctor had no time to react. Thud! A soft sound echoed. Arg! The doctor let out a painful scream, collapsing heavily onto the floor. She grabbed her head with both hands as she shook uncontrollably. The sharp tool she held, a scalpel, slipped from her grasp. Even though Fang Xiu saw some results, he looked concerned. The punch didn't create the impact he was hoping for. The doctor seemed to be in agony, but she wasn't experiencing the same level of pain Fang Xiu had felt. Something had interrupted the flow of the spiritual energy, and after that punch, Fang Xiu felt drained. He couldn't gather enough energy for another punch. Using only a fraction of his spiritual power had limitations. The reason it didn't work as expected was probably that he couldn't penetrate the doctor's defenses fully. Her head showed no obvious wounds, only minor scratches, which might have blocked the full force of the pain. He needed to think of a stronger approach next time. Just using my fists has limits. Perhaps a weapon can do better. Can regular weapons channel this spiritual energy, though? As he thought about it, Fang Xiu's eyes landed on the scalpel the doctor had dropped. Without a second thought, he snatched up the scalpel. It felt extremely cold in his hand, almost like an icicle. As he held it, a rush of violent negative emotions flooded his mind: anger, hatred, and bitterness. Such powerful feelings could completely destroy a person's soul. An average person would probably be turned into a mindless beast by these emotions, but Fang Xiu was anything but average. If these negative emotions were likened to ink, they would stain any soul completely black. But what if the soul was already black, to begin with? Adding more wouldn't make any difference. Spilling ink on a black sheet wouldn't change its color. So, these violent emotions didn't weaken Fang Xiu. Instead, it felt as though he'd found souls similar to his own. As the images flooded Fang Xiu's mind, he saw horrifying scenes. Over and over, half-human, half-specter beings were bound to operating tables, their bodies torn apart by the sharp blade of a scalpel. Something clicked within Fang Xiu. This very scalpel in his hand had been used by the doctor to perform cruel experiments on specters within the mental hospital. It had soaked up the anger and pain of countless tortured souls. Maybe something had gone terribly wrong in the hospital. Perhaps the overwhelming anger trapped within the scalpel consumed the doctor's mind, turning her into one of the tormented specters. So, the scalpel was the real threat, and the doctor was merely its puppet. With this scalpel, there was a chance that Fang Xiu could end the doctor. Swish! In a lightning-fast motion, the scalpel gleamed as it darted toward the doctor's pale throat. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out with a shower of sparks. Yet, her neck remained unharmed. Fang Xiu was taken aback. This makes no sense. How could a scalpel, powerful enough to harm numerous specters, not leave a mark on the doctor? It has to be the spirit energy. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The scalpel depended on spiritual energy to work. And since he was out of spiritual energy, the scalpel couldn't unleash its true might. It seemed like his revenge would have to wait for now. Without wasting a second, Fang Xiu whirled around and bolted. He feared that if the doctor regained her senses, instead of going after Wu Dahai's body, she would come after him. Seeing Fang Xiu sprinting, Zhao Hao, who was waiting in the left corridor, quickly joined him. They burst into a massive hall where Fang Xiu spotted two familiar faces. The two were crouching behind a thick pillar. Normally, Fang Xiu wouldn't have seen them. But with his new heightened spiritual senses, he could easily pick up on their panicked breaths and frantic heartbeats. The hall had 4 doors, each pointing in a different direction: north, south, east, and west. What lay behind them remained a mystery. "Xiu, which door do we pick?" Zhao Hao asked. The two from behind the pillar emerged, relieved to see familiar faces. "So glad you guys are safe. Fang Xiu, lead the way." Zhao Hao was taken aback. "Seriously? You two were hiding? You ran so fast earlier, and now you're asking Xiu to decide?" The two just smiled awkwardly before looking at Fang Xiu expectantly. Ignoring them, Fang Xiu checked the doors and said, "We'll just go one by one." Zhao Hao and the others were shocked. In this haunted place where every second counts, who has the time to test out all doors? But before any protests could be raised, Fang Xiu was already striding toward the door on the west. The rest had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, an inhuman scream filled the room, making everyone's hair stand on end. The ceiling shook, sounding like something was racing across it, making their hearts race faster in terror. "It's the Specter. It's right behind us." "But how?" Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai held it off. "How is it so fast?" Fang Xiu quickly surmised that his earlier actions, attacking the Specter and taking the scalpel, had made it relentlessly pursue them. "Move, now!" Without hesitation, Fang Xiu yanked open the west door, charging through with the others close on his heels. Beyond the door, to their astonishment, was a staircase spiraling upward. They sprinted up, driven by adrenaline. Fang Xiu led the charge. Although his spiritual energy was drained, his heightened psychic abilities provided an extra push, making him surge ahead with incredible speed. But the Specter was faster. The doctor's eerily elongated limbs propelled her upward at a frightening pace. Within moments, she reached the top, overlooking the rest. But her focus was solely on Fang Xiu. Without warning, she lunged at him. Caught off guard, Fang Xiu was tackled and pinned down. The doctor's stretched limbs felt like steel bands, rendering him immobile. "Roar!" she snarled in anger, her mouth gaping wide, aiming for Fang Xiu's neck. Splash! A gush of red stained the floor. Chapter 23, Emergency Exit. The chilling touch sent shivers down his spine. For the umpteenth time, Fang Xiu was dragged into that haunting encounter, his actions playing out the same. This time, however, he had a clear goal: eliminate Wang Ziteng and Wu Dahai, unleash his spiritual power, and seize the mystical surgical scalpel. That scalpel was non-negotiable. Its blade, honed to perfection, could tear through countless specters. Powered by sheer agony, it promised a one-hit kill. This blade could pierce any defense, and when combined with the torment it could inflict, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even if it meant angering the menacing doctor and risking her deadly moves, Fang Xiu wouldn't back down. This time, he opted for the north door. Toward the north was an old-school elevator, surprisingly still functional. But its doors took forever to close. Just as they were almost shut, a ghostly, oversized hand stretched out. It looked like that was the end for Fang Xiu. To the south, then. Fang Xiu thought. The south door led to a medical room turned battlefield. Machines lay broken and scattered, and dark, sinister stains tainted the floor. Dead end. Fang Xiu was trapped. His last shot was the eastern door. If this path led nowhere, he'd be forced to abandon his treasured scalpel. To his relief, the east door presented a way out. A lengthy corridor appeared, housing a public bathroom to one side. Further down, the path forked 3 ways: left, right, and dead ahead. Spotting the restroom, Fang Xiu was hit with a memory from his time in the Eerie Mental Hospital. The memory was still fresh in his mind since he had only encountered such a bathroom there. Back then, he had strolled past it, heading left, and was greeted by a familiar sign. Emergency exit. Such exits were common in malls, schools, and even other hospitals, marking safe pathways. Whether this mental hospital's exit was truly safe was a mystery, but he was out of options. Mustering every ounce of energy, he sprinted for the exit. Yet, just by the restroom, the relentless doctor caught and killed him. Should I surrender the scalpel? Fang Xiu shook off that idea. Freb novo. Though the doctor had speed on her side, Fang Xiu possessed a unique skill: reset. He could die and restart multiple times, essentially predicting the doctor's attack strategy. Leveraging this reset, he could sort of glimpse into future events. After the 9th reset, he resolutely commanded, to the east. In the main hall, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao made a beeline for the east door. Not wishing to be left behind, their 2 colleagues dashed after them. As they ventured forth, eerie shrieks echoed, and the roof trembled violently. Ah! Zhao Hao and the others screamed as the doctor made a dramatic appearance, hanging on the ceiling. Frozen in terror, they jostled and sprinted, fearing being the last one at easy catch. However, the doctor zoomed past them, targeting Fang Xiu. With no time to look back, Fang Xiu ran. Zhao Hao yelled, his voice laced with fear, "Xiu, watch out!" But he stopped and gawked in disbelief. What unfolded next was nothing short of miraculous. It was as if Fang Xiu had a 6th sense. The doctor, from above, lunged her enormous hand, zeroing in on Fang Xiu's head. Fang Xiu's instincts buzzed like an alarm just seconds before the hand swooped down. He dodged, tilting his head just enough to feel the chilling breeze of it missing his head. The doctor whipped back around, a gust of wind following her sharp movement. Fang Xiu barely had time to think as he ducked under her next swipe, and then the next. It felt like he was in a fast-paced video game. The doctor's hands shot out so rapidly they blurred, like mirages playing tricks on his eyes. But as the attacks grew fiercer, the doctor lost her cool, launching herself from the ceiling like some nightmarish spider. Seeing her airborne, Fang Xiu's foot caught on something, and he stumbled. His momentum carried him forward, tumbling through the air. He hit the ground, but not where he had stood moments before. The spot he'd just left now held a gaping crater, evidence of the doctor's crushing fury. Still in shock, Fang Xiu scrambled to his feet and dashed into a nearby corridor. Zhao Hao and the rest were trying to process what they'd just seen, their mouths hanging open. Was that spiritual power? Zhao Hao muttered, his voice tinged with awe and envy. Everyone, at some point, dreamed of having extraordinary abilities. Little did Zhao Hao know, what Fang Xiu displayed wasn't magical foresight. It was a skill sharpened and refined through the brutal repetition of 9 deaths. Upon turning into the corridor, a soft green sign caught Fang Xiu's eye. It was the first time he'd seen such a beacon after dying and reliving the same moments 9 times over. However, as the doctor stormed into the corridor and laid eyes on the sign, she screamed. It was a noise filled with pure horror. Then, as if spooked by a greater evil, she vanished. Fang Xiu paused, panting, and trying to wrap his mind around what just happened. The doctor's abrupt departure didn't bring him comfort. In fact, it raised a more terrifying question: what could terrify such a specter? A faint outline of a metal door came into view at the end of the corridor, illuminated only by the sign's luminescent glow. That had to be the way out. But no one knew if it was safe or not. As Zhao Hao and the group caught up, concern painted their features. Xiu, you okay? And why did that thing run away like that? Zhao Hao asked. Fang Xiu just nodded, showing he was all right. The rest of the group, seeing the potential exit, brightened up. This is it! One exclaimed. We've got to be near the end now. With every ounce of their being, they hoped that safety lay just beyond that door. Both Zhao Hao and the other guy hesitated. They were eager to get going, but they weren't naive. With Fang Xiu unmoving, they weren't about to rush ahead without him. Why have you stopped, Fang Xiu? Is there something off about this corridor? Zhao Hao asked cautiously. I think we should take a break, Fang Xiu replied, and without another word, he sat down, leaning against the wall. Closing his eyes, he seemed to enter a meditation-like state. He was trying to restore his spiritual energy. Even the terrifying doctor had been frightened off by something. If Fang Xiu, who seemed the most capable among them, didn't think he could tackle the doctor head-on, it was wise to wait until he felt ready to move on. Zhao Hao and the other co-worker exchanged confused looks. They didn't fully understand Fang Xiu's actions but respected his judgment. With a reluctant nod, Zhao Hao sat down as well. Guess we're taking a breather, he muttered. Honestly, they were exhausted, too. They were just regular folks with desk jobs, unaccustomed to this intense, life-threatening chase. The mad dash from the Specter zone had only lasted a short while, but it felt like they had been running for hours. Their legs ached, their lungs burned, and the adrenaline crash left them lightheaded. Time seemed to stretch as they rested. But about 30 minutes later, Fang Xiu's eyes snapped open, and he jumped to his feet with renewed energy, startling the other two. Chapter 24, Can't Live Without You. Come on! With those words, Fang Xiu led the way to the emergency exit. His energy was almost drained, but he bounced back quickly. Now that he was okay, there wasn't any reason to wait. Fang Xiu walked cautiously, super alert to everything around him, always watching to be ready for any surprises. He walked past a sign, and nothing unusual happened. He kept moving. The exit was nearer and nearer. Zhao Hao and the group were right behind him, and they didn't face any problems either. But the calmer things were, the more Fang Xiu felt something was off. What made the doctor run away? Is this path really safe? At last, they stood before the exit. And still, all was calm. But the real threat was waiting behind that door. Creak. Fang Xiu shoved the door open. Darkness. Pure, inky blackness, just like outer space. Xiu, is this the right way? Are we safe? Zhao Hao asked. If there's a risk, we keep going, Fang Xiu answered, bravely walking into the dark. It felt like he was being wrapped in a thick, black blanket. It was so dark, he couldn't see his own hand. And inside, it was pitch black. Even spookier, it was dead silent. There wasn't a single sound to be heard. Where are the footsteps or voices of Zhao Hao and the rest? Fang Xiu couldn't even tell if they were behind him. He tried shouting, but no sound left his lips. When he looked back, the door was gone. Everywhere he looked, he could only see darkness. He tried feeling around for his friends but found nothing. His only option? Keep walking. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The darkness was everywhere, like an endless tunnel. Most people would have freaked out, but not Fang Xiu. His soul felt darker than this endless void. Just when Fang Xiu felt he'd be stuck there forever, a sudden light burst in front. It grew quickly, pushing the darkness away. Everything became clear all at once. Fang Xiu was taken aback. He was outside. Yes, he'd exited the creepy hospital. The dark faded, and he was in the middle of a lit-up street. There were bright lamps and pretty gardens on each side. It was the same road leading to Willow Hill that he remembered. He turned to see Zhao Hao and the rest, their faces in shock, with Willow Hill close by. Did they actually escape? Fang Xiu thought. Awesome, Xiu. We're out of the Specter zone. Zhao Hao cheered. The others looked just as thrilled, relief painted on their faces after such a close call. Let's bolt from this creepy place. No one wanted to stick around. They started running without a second thought. Xiu, we need to move, Zhao Hao said. What if those specters came chasing after us? But Fang Xiu seemed miles away, eyes locked on Willow Hill. A frown crept across his face. Where's the mental hospital? Inside, they couldn't view the whole building. But now, outside, there was no sign of it. Just Willow Hill standing there. How did we escape so easily? The doctor saw that sign and just bolted. And we didn't face a hint of danger on our way? Is the doctor trapped in the hospital and panicked when we found the exit? These mysteries swirled in Fang Xiu's mind, and while Zhao Hao nudged him to move, something else hit Fang Xiu. The specters have disappeared. All the ghostly figures that used to haunt the streets, even the terrifying ones in the sky, were gone. His mind was a whirlwind. He could handle the unexpected escape and the vanishing hospital, but the missing specters? He wanted them gone, but on his own terms. He wanted payback. They can't just up and vanish. They need to pay. In his agitation, Fang Xiu sprinted toward his house. Zhao Hao struggled to keep up. With every step, Fang Xiu's mutters grew louder. No, no, no. You can't be gone. Not all of you. Especially not my wife. She needs to be home waiting for me. He waved down a taxi, jumped in, and barked his address. In no time, the car screeched to a stop in front of Fang Xiu's home. Wait. You haven't paid. But Fang Xiu was already a blur as he sped off. The driver's eyes widened, having never seen someone move so fast. That man's not right, the driver muttered, remembering Fang Xiu's jittery demeanor and repetitive whispers about his wife. Maybe his wife left him or something. Poor guy, he mused before heading off. As Fang Xiu sprinted, the absence of specters only heightened his distress. Slam! He barreled into his house, desperation in his voice. Honey! Are you here? Show yourself! He searched everywhere, his heart racing. Every corner, every nook, every crevice. Empty, empty, all empty. Honey, I know you're here. Come out! Fang Xiu shouted with bloodshot eyes. But his beautiful and gentle wife never appeared again. No. Fang Xiu had completely snapped. He screamed and howled as if his entire being had shattered. You can't disappear. Everyone in the world can disappear, but not you, never you. How am I supposed to live without you? Chapter 25, The Spectre Who Exploits People. Only an hour had passed, but Fang Xiu felt like it had been forever. He was sprawled out on his bed, eyes empty, staring at the ceiling as if all his energy had been drained. He had felt like he was at his end so many times, tormented by the spectre, and felt like giving up. But every time, he managed to hang on. What kept him going was pure anger and the strong urge to get even. He wanted to make those who hurt him pay, especially his wife and all the specters around him. Making every single specter feel as tormented as he did became his main goal. His name, Fang Xiu, means until the end, and he intended to live up to it. But now, the specter seemed to have vanished. He felt as though all his strong feelings had nowhere to go, and everything seemed pointless. He just lay there, thinking all night long. The next morning, Zhao Hao's call snapped him back to his senses. Xiu! Quick, look at the news. Zhao Hao sounded super worried. But Fang Xiu was silent. Listen, man, the news said Willow Hill was on fire. At the mention of Willow Hill, Fang Xiu's spirit seemed to have bounced back. He grabbed his phone to see what had happened. The first news he read shocked him. Yesterday at 7:49 p.m., a big fire broke out at the Willow Hill sales office in the Greenvine City's development zone. It covered a huge area, about 1,000 square meters. Luckily, the firefighters had arrived quickly, and by 10 p.m., the fire was safely extinguished. Sadly, 11 people didn't make it. Here are their names. Wait a minute. Willow Hill was on fire at 7:49 p.m., that didn't make sense. Fang Xiu remembered being in the Specter zone at that exact time because he kept looking at his phone. Plus, he left Willow Hill around 9 p.m. and didn't see any fire. He scanned the list of names, and his heart skipped a beat. His own name was there, along with Zhao Hao, Wang Ziteng, Wu Dehai, and the others. Zhao Hao's voice on the other end was getting frantic. Xiu, did you see? Our names are there. Does this mean? Are we dead now? Fang Xiu didn't answer, but there was a spark in his eyes now. Xiu? Hello? Can you hear me? All of a sudden, Fang Xiu started chuckling, then laughing harder. This is just wild. I knew something was up. It's like a game of hide and seek. Xiu? Dude, what are you on about? You're freaking me out. Click. Fang Xiu ended the call. Seeing his name on that list gave him a weird sort of energy. It seemed that the Specter's torment was still ongoing. And he was more than ready for whatever came next. Ding! He received a notification from WeChat. It was from his work chat group. Wu Dehai had messaged Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, why aren't you at work? Why aren't you at work? Why aren't you at work? The same message kept pouring in, over and over. Seeing this creepy, repetitive texting, Fang Xiu smirked. Is the supposedly deceased Wu Dehai really asking me to come in? Funny, really funny. Why would the dead care about work? But it seems even as a Specter, Wu Dehai is still all about business. For the first time ever, Fang Xiu actually felt a bit excited about heading to work. But he didn't type anything back just yet. He wanted to see what other weird stuff might come from Wu Dehai. His phone kept buzzing with more and more messages. Suddenly, there it was, a line of bright red text. Ignoring me? You think I won't know where you are? The letters, as red as fresh blood, covered his entire phone screen. Then, the red text started to change, moving and pooling together, forming a puddle of virtual blood on his phone. Splash! Splash! The liquid began to bubble, and slowly, an eye rose from it, attached to a tangle of blood-red veins. It was pushing out from the screen. The creepy eye fixed its gaze on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, I'm watching. It was Wu Dehai's voice, but so ghostly. Most people would have freaked out. But Fang Xiu was indifferent as he said, Hey, when am I getting my commission? The eyeball looked surprised, obviously not expecting such a relaxed reaction. Come to work, and you'll get it, it answered. Cool. Without a second thought, Fang Xiu snatched the eyeball, pulling it off the screen. He was treating it like it was a pesky sticker. Hey, this is my only phone. Mind not making a mess? The eyeball made a weird squealing noise and vanished, as though it had never been there. Opening his hand, Fang Xiu's hand was clean. No eye, no blood. There was no trace of the Specter. Was all of that just in my head? Guess I should see what's up at work. So, Fang Xiu made his way back to Willow Hill. When he got there, he couldn't believe his eyes. The entire sales office was burned to a crisp, the aftermath of a big fire, with warning tape everywhere. Fang Xiu confidently walked past the warning tape into the office. As he entered, the office transformed magically before his eyes. Suddenly, it felt like he was back in the familiar office. Golden trims adorned the walls, the floor was shiny marble, and a grand chandelier dangled above. Surprisingly, Li Fei was there. The person he thought was long gone. She was dressed smartly and chatting with co-workers. Upon spotting Fang Xiu, they even waved at him. Li Fei teased, "Look who it is." Fang Xiu's early for once. Walking up to her, Fang Xiu pinched Li Fei's arm. It felt real. She was warm and alive. "Is this for real?" Li Fei yelped and slapped Fang Xiu's hand away, scolding him. Ignoring her comments, Fang Xiu headed to the second floor. Reaching the top, he ran into Zhao Hao. "Xiu, did you get called into work too?" "Nope. Just felt like coming." "Seen Wu Dahai?" Zhao Hao hesitated, then he answered, "He's in his office." Fang Xiu nodded and went to find him. As he walked, he saw all his colleagues, even those he remembered being gone, working or chatting like normal. Just as he was about to knock on Wu Dahai's door, the man himself stormed out. Upon seeing Fang Xiu, Wu Dahai began ranting, "Fang Xiu! Why are you late? I messaged you multiple times. Do you even know? When am I getting paid?" Fang Xiu interrupted coolly. Wu Dahai scoffed, "Paid? You've got some nerve asking for that with your behavior. You're still so annoying, even when you're dead," Fang Xiu retorted. "What was that? Who are you calling dead? You should watch your mouth. Unlike you, I'm Wu Dahai," face red with anger, pointed his finger inches from Fang Xiu's face. Everyone in the office stopped to watch the commotion. Suddenly, there was a swift motion. Silence settled in. To everyone's shock, a shiny surgical knife was now embedded deep into Wu Dahai's throat. Holding that knife was Fang Xiu. Chapter 26, You understand humans, but not silicone. Fang Xiu yanked out the knife, and like a wild squirt gun, blood shot out of Wu Dahai's neck, painting the wall red. Thud. Wu Dahai, with his big and sturdy body, had collapsed to the floor. Everyone around just stopped. Their faces paled as they froze to the spot. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Hao was no different. But then, something creepy started. They began twisting and turning like their bodies weren't theirs anymore. Their necks and backs bent in ways they shouldn't. They looked like balloons ready to pop. "They're changing." Fang Xiu whispered to himself. "Guess I have to stop it." He wasn't about to just stand there like in a movie, watching it all happen. Having recovered all his energy, Fang Xiu darted forward as quickly as a cat. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Bright streaks lit up the space. rwbnve.co. When he paused, Fang Xiu found himself on the opposite side of the room. In that split second, he had zoomed past everyone, making a mark on each of their necks. Slash! Slash! Almost all at once, blood spurted out, looking like dark red flowers opening up. Thud! 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 The sound of bodies dropping echoed in the room. Then, Fang Xiu heard a weird rustling noise. "The doctor, right? Been expecting you." As Fang Xiu turned, the doctor was there. Long arms drooping from above, messy black hair flowing down, mouth dripping, and creepy eyes locked onto Fang Xiu. Suddenly, the doctor jumped at Fang Xiu. But Fang Xiu didn't move. He just waited. The doctor's pale hand went straight for his neck. But unexpectedly, her hand just went through him. Like Fang Xiu was made of smoke. "You done playing? Show yourself," Fang Xiu said, eyes darting around. Just like that, the doctor was gone. The bodies, too. And the whole room seemed to crack and break, like a mirror. Behind all that, surprisingly, was the way out of Green Mountain Mental Hospital. A big exit sign shone brightly. Next to Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao and 2 others were sprawled out. Their faces showed pure fear, covered in a jumbled mess of cuts. They weren't moving. Fang Xiu pushed himself up, brushing off the dust. The inky blackness ahead was broken by a pair of glowing red eyes, hovering like eerie lanterns amidst a swirl of dark mist. A dream, right? That's your trick, Fang Xiu remarked coolly. The shadowy haze rippled as a harsh, whispery voice shot back, how did you figure it out? Your dream felt real. You get humans. But you messed up with the fake chest, Fang Xiu pointed out. The fake chest. The red eyes blinked with a hint of confusion. Why don't you seem scared? The voice growled. Fang Xiu chuckled. Your trick is feeding off fear, right? People get more scared in the dream, and that's how they die faster? Smart. No wonder there's a death list, and the dead are revived to come to work. To be honest, I was quite pleased to encounter a new specter like you. But creating a dream with no specters? Seriously? That's just too stupid. The haunting eyes, framed by the murky mist, didn't answer. They just kept staring at Fang Xiu, as if trying to memorize his face. Then, without warning, they dimmed and disappeared. Fang Xiu glanced around, noting Zhao Hao and the others, still and lifeless. He pieced things together in his mind. This ghost had the power to twist dreams. It must have chased away the doctor. If his theory was right, the doctor was probably the least powerful ghost at the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. The way she became a ghost was different. While most were transformed from people due to weird experiments, the doctor was turned by a contaminated knife. That made her different from the get-go. She didn't have any special tricks up her sleeve, except for those freakishly long legs. Different causes meant different powers. And the doctor was easy to scare off when faced with a real, powerful specter. This Dreamweaver specter probably had snuck out of a patient room, making everyone drift off to sleep. In the dream world, it filled their minds with terror. And the more scared they got, the faster they died in the dream. But this specter didn't expect someone like Fang Xiu to appear. He wasn't scared of specters, actually, he was more afraid that he wouldn't see any specters. To try and scare him, the specter set up a bunch of scary scenes. But it only fired up Fang Xiu's will to keep going. Plus, the specter's cluelessness about Li Fei's fake chest gave Fang Xiu the edge to see through its tricks. But the biggest reason it failed, Fang Xiu just wasn't scared. He went over to Zhao Hao, who looked like he had strangled himself. His hands were wrapped tight around his neck, his face dark blue. Fang Xiu checked and found no heartbeat. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do that to themselves. But specters were anything but ordinary. Suddenly, Fang Xiu tightened his hold on the scalpel and stabbed himself in the neck. Blood gushed out, and he felt his mind going hazy, getting swallowed by darkness. By the exit sign. This must be the way out. We can leave through here. Fang Xiu's co-workers shouted, their faces lit up with hope. Zhao Hao looked just as relieved. Fang Xiu decided not to take a break this time. He figured the specter's trick was messing with dreams, so it was best to stay awake. The last time they took a break, they accidentally fell asleep. No more of that. They had to keep moving. Come on, Fang Xiu said, sounding as calm as ever, heading for the emergency exit. Zhao Hao and the rest followed. Creak. They pushed through the exit door and stepped into the pitch-black darkness. But after walking for a while, they finally came out, finding themselves near Willow Hill. Chapter 27, The Spectre Night. After trying multiple times, Fang Xiu figured out that even if he had a scalpel stuck in his leg, the mysterious spectre would still pull him into its dream trap. He knew now that only he and Zhao Hao could beat this trial. They had to face their fears head-on to get through it. This must be the way out. We can leave through here. Fang Xiu quickly spoke to Zhao Hao and their crew. In this emergency exit lies a spectre who creates dreams and illusions. Inside this dream, some scary stuff might happen, making you think you've escaped the Specter zone. But it's all just an illusion. To snap out of it, face your fear. If you get scared in the dream, it'll be the end for you. A Specter, again! Zhao Hao shouted, clearly freaking out. Judging by his response, he was already scared stiff, even without seeing the dream. Zhao Hao, don't forget, it's all just an illusion. Stay calm, that's our ticket out, Fang Xiu said, trying to calm him down. Zhao Hao, though still a bit shaky, nodded. He trusted Fang Xiu. Oh, and if you see Li Fifei in the dream, give her a squeeze. The dream version and the real one feel different. That's one of the flaws in the dream. Zhao Hao looked surprised. I've never touched the real one. Ignoring him, Fang Xiu opened the door and stepped into the dream. It was the same one he remembered. From his earlier failures, he knew that in his dream, Zhao Hao and everyone else weren't real. Everyone saw different things. Fang Xiu couldn't help Zhao Hao inside this dream world. But knowing it was just make-believe, Fang Xiu wasn't frightened and snapped out of it in no time. Waking up, he didn't see any specter. Instead, he found Zhao Hao and two others in a horrible state, lying all twisted on the floor. They were still breathing but looked terrified, some even shaking. Zhao Hao was choking himself, his face turning blue, looking like he might pass out any second. Fang Xiu ran to him and pulled Zhao Hao's hands away. Zhao Hao gasped for air, but he was still out of it. Zhao Hao, come on, snap out of it. He tried shaking Zhao Hao, but it didn't work. Slap. Even after several slaps on his face, he didn't wake up. Unsure of what else to do, Fang Xiu grabbed the scalpel and made a cut on Zhao Hao's leg. He even used his special power to make the pain sharper. Zhao Hao's face scrunched up in pain, but he stayed unconscious. A moment later, he went limp, lifeless. And soon after, Fang Xiu also died. Several attempts later, Fang Xiu felt like he was stuck in a nightmare loop. No matter how much he prepped them, Zhao Hao and the others always met a grim fate in the dream, their fears reigning supreme. Fang Xiu's heart ached at every repeated failure, the weight of the impending doom pressing him further into hopelessness. One last try, he thought. One last attempt to save Zhao Hao. The key to victory against fear, Fang Xiu mused, might not be to confront it but to sidestep it entirely. He needed a strategy that would flood their senses and emotions, something to overshadow the engulfing dread. Thinking about primal emotions, his mind darted to something fundamental, a basic human drive. Scouring his memories of Zhao Hao, Fang Xiu could only find a few standout qualities. But then, he came to a realization, the one unique interest Zhao Hao harbored. An age-old instinct, thought Fang Xiu, might be their saving grace. You're a fan of the adult movie, Private Lessons After School, aren't you, Zhao Hao? Fang Xiu suddenly asked. Zhao Hao stared back, wide-eyed. Xiu, did you snoop through my phone? Just play the movie, max volume, now. Fang Xiu ordered. But Zhao Hao's face turned beet red. Here? Now? That's almost as humiliating as, well, you know. I'm dead serious. It might be our only way out, Fang Xiu's gaze was unwavering. Reluctantly, with a resigned sigh, Zhao Hao played the movie. The catchy tunes and risk scenes echoed through the corridor, surprisingly diminishing the thick air of fear that had enveloped them. Their teammates looked at Zhao Hao, eyebrows raised, while Zhao Hao wished he could evaporate right then and there. Concentrate on the movie, Fang Xiu guided. Become one with the scenes, let them consume you. Just imagine you're one of her students in that classroom. If your heartbeat races because of the movie and not the fear, you might stand a chance. Taking a steadying breath, Zhao Hao engrossed himself in the movie. Fang Xiu turned to the others, find a way to distract yourselves. Dive deep into a memory or passion, anything to shield you from fear. The others, lacking Zhao Hao's particular interest or any handy entertainment in their phone, reluctantly got caught up in the movie. It seemed that even in the direst circumstances, shared interests might just bridge gaps. After what felt like an eternity but was just a few minutes, Fang Xiu sensed it was time. Zhao Hao appeared somewhat ready, his face flushed and his pants bulging. The others, on the other hand, seemed more confused than anything. Not just anyone could be distracted in the face of fear. All that Fang Xiu could do was continue ahead. After sharing a few vital tips and tricks, he led the group through the door. No sooner had they entered that the Dreamweaver Specter's magic wrapped around them, pulling them into its depths. Fang Xiu, with his honed skills, was able to shake off the Specter's influence in a flash. He quickly observed his three companions. Zhao Hao and the other two were on the floor. The expressions of the two other co-workers were of pure horror, as though they were facing their worst nightmares. Even stranger, injuries began appearing on their bodies. Zhao Hao was a bit different. He looked scared, sure, but there was a playful twinkle in his eye. Plus, there was a somewhat embarrassing bulge in his pants. Watching this, Fang Xiu felt a bit comforted. Perhaps having some special interests isn't so bad. He remembered a past chat with Zhao Hao, where his friend had shared a weird story. One day, while napping, Zhao Hao felt trapped in his body, a condition known as sleep paralysis. During this episode, he saw a pale-looking ghostly girl. At first, she frightened him with her eeriness. But as he kept looking, he felt she was quite pretty, and he even wanted to kiss her in the dream. However, he woke up just as their lips were about to meet. Zhao had laughingly said he wished he could have stayed asleep a bit longer. Back then, Fang Xiu had thought Zhao Hao was just being silly. But seeing his friend's current state, Fang Xiu wondered. Maybe there's some truth to his story. Could Zhao Hao really find ghostly figures attractive? It reminds me of the tale of Ning Keichan, the guy who fell in love with a ghost. Suddenly, the dream's intensity skyrocketed. The two others weren't faring well. Their heads dropped, and blood began oozing, signaling they were losing the fight against their fears. Chapter 28, My Power is Prophecy. For a split second, the sight became super weird. Even if Fang Xiu had seen tons of bizarre and creepy specters, he was shocked as he watched Zhao Hao. But then, Fang Xiu spotted something out of the ordinary. Using his spiritual power, he felt this unique energy coming out from Zhao Hao ___. Eyes Zhao Hao about to use his special power. Just then, Zhao Hao jumped up from where he was sitting, his face was red, and he was breathing heavily. After taking a good look around him, he looked super confused at first, then his face lit up like he had just won a video game. Xiu, did it work? Before Zhao Hao could continue, it looked like he remembered something important. He became super cautious and stared straight at Fang Xiu. Is that really you, Xiu? Watching Zhao Hao react like that, Fang Xiu thought the guy had gotten smarter, even if it was just a little. To show Zhao Hao this wasn't some sort of weird dream, Fang Xiu started talking. The plumber coming at night, I'm tall and plump, game going down there, the air hostess's special favor, Avatar, nude edition. Whoa! Stop right there! You totally snooped on my phone, didn't you, Xiu? Zhao Hao's face turned red like a tomato, and he quickly got up, motioning for Fang Xiu to stop. Okay, okay. Let's gear up and head out. Zhao Hao nodded. But when he noticed their two buddies who were no longer alive, he looked shocked and sighed deeply. Now, the two were standing in front of the real exit. When they opened the door earlier, it was all just an illusion. Every time they got to the door, they would get pulled into the dream. Fang Xiu touched the door and felt something wasn't right. Why isn't the specter showing up this time? The very first time he woke up from the dream, he was the only one still breathing. The specter popped up, wondering why Fang Xiu wasn't spooked. But the following times, even when he broke free, the specter was missing in action. Fang Xiu thought maybe it was because Zhao Hao and the gang were still okay, so the specter stayed in the dreamland. But now, everyone's strange dreams were over. So, where was the specter? Fang Xiu's mind raced back to Zhao Hao's weird actions before he woke up, like he was trying to kiss and grab something invisible. Could that be a hint? He felt like he was onto something but kept it to himself for now, deciding to just push the door open. In front of them was this huge, never-ending blackness. After wandering in the pitch black for roughly 10 minutes, they started seeing some light. As the light pushed the shadows away, it was like watching a curtain lift, and they saw the real world outside. There they were, standing on a road. Fang Xiu was 100% sure this wasn't some dream because he spotted those super freaky specters floating around and even a few chilling in the trees nearby. A short distance behind them stood the sales office of Willow Hill. The Green Mountain Mental Hospital, which they had clearly seen before, was now out of sight. But Fang Xiu knew it hadn't just disappeared. The hospital was hiding, meshed into the sales office. Still, he was confused. Why can I see the mental hospital earlier but not now? Before, the sales office wasn't in the way, but now it looked like the hospital had mixed into the sales office. Is it like the hospital had become part of the real world and was hidden behind the ordinary buildings? But earlier, since it was all a dreamy illusion, nothing was blocking it. We're finally out, Xiu. Zhao Hao looked like someone who had just won the hardest video game level ever. Instead of answering, Fang Xiu asked, "Did you awaken your special psychic power?" Psychic power? Zhao Hao thought for a second. Something weird did happen in that dream. He then shut his eyes super tight. When he opened them a bit later, he was grinning ear to ear. "Xiu, I feel like I've turned into some cool superhero. My senses are super sharp now, and I feel strong. If that tall and creepy specter shows up again, I bet I could take her down in just one hit." Fang Xiu just nodded, not really shocked. After all, Zhao Hao had been through a lot, especially those crazy dream adventures and dealing with that main specter. He had touched the thigh of the doctor, too. So, maybe he had activated some psychic power. But now that his psychic power had awakened, Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder. What kind of spiritual power does Zhao Hao have? What's your special spiritual power? Spiritual power? Zhao Hao thought really hard and then shrugged. I can't really tell if I have one. You don't know? Fang Xiu was surprised but didn't push it. After all, he wasn't an expert on psychic stuff. So, I have no powers? I thought Wang Ziteng said that everyone with psychic powers gets a super cool spiritual power. Zhao Hao looked super bummed out. Xiu, what's your spiritual power? I can see what's going to happen in the future. Wait, what? You can see the future? Zhao Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Fang Xiu just nodded, trying to stay calm. He didn't want to trick Zhao Hao, but he was planning for the future. He could undo bad stuff that had happened, and it kind of looked like he was predicting the future. It just made sense to say he had the power of prophecy. Plus, being able to see into the future was a super cool power. If there was some psychic group out there, he could join and become a big deal with this power. In a world where specters lurked but didn't cause total mayhem, and where there were hardly any headlines about these spooky beings, it was pretty clear to Fang Xiu that some major psychic group was secretly pulling the strings. They were probably the ones keeping things peaceful and making sure everything was under wraps. This mystery group probably had tons of cool tools that would be helpful for anyone with psychic powers. Fang Xiu was desperate to level up his powers. So, he wanted to prove he was a big deal and super valuable. Before all those freaky run-ins with specters, maybe he would have stayed under the radar, just chilling and earning some profit on the side. But after those close calls with death, all he wanted was to get super strong, super fast, and get some payback. It was like in those fantasy books where the super talented kids always got the best stuff, no matter which guild they joined. Right now, Fang Xiu's game plan was to be that kid. The reason he didn't tell Zhao Hao about his real power was simply he wasn't sure if people could have more than one power in this world. If it was like that anime One Piece, he remembered, where you could only eat one special fruit and get one power, telling people he had two powers would be like putting a big sign on his back that said, "Come and study my weird body." Being a bit ahead of the game made you look like a genius, but if you were way too ahead, people might think you were just plain nuts. Xiu, it totally makes sense now. You knew where to go in that creepy specter zone and which spots were safe because you could see what was coming. Zhao Hao suddenly said. He was so scared back in the specter zone that he didn't even notice Fang Xiu's future-seeing moves. He was just following Fang Xiu like a lost puppy. But looking back, Fang Xiu had made all the correct decisions. Zhao Hao thought, he told me how to duck fatal risks multiple times. If that wasn't seeing into the future, what was? For a second, Zhao Hao was pumped that Fang Xiu had such an epic spiritual power. But that excitement fizzled out fast. He got bummed out again, thinking maybe he didn't have any powers. It was like that old saying, "You're glad your buddy's doing well but kinda jealous of his cool stuff." Chapter 29, Specter Fucker. How, can you see any specter in the sky? Fang Xiu suddenly asked. Zhao Hao looked up in surprise. Specter? Where's the specter? He quickly gazed upwards, yet all he saw was a handful of stars in the dark sky. Xiu, I don't see any specter. Did you maybe mistake something else for it? I might have confused a bat for a specter, Fang Xiu pondered, a slight crease appearing on his forehead. Why how still can't see the specters that are everywhere? Is it because Zhao Hao is a newbie psychic, and he isn't strong enough? Or is it possible that not all psychics can really see these all-around specters? Fang Xiu genuinely wished it was the first reason. That would mean he wasn't the only one. Others out there, like him, could also see specters. We should head home and rest. Head home and rest. Zhao Hao blurted out. Xiu, our colleagues are all gone, and we've run into specters. And you're thinking about sleep. What should we do then? Call the police? Put the specters under arrest? Maybe not when it comes to specters, it's best to talk to a Taoist priest. We don't have to find anyone. If specters and psychics exist, there must be organizations made just to handle specters. If not, the world would be a mess. Also, how did you manage to escape that dream? Zhao Hao looked very uneasy. How? I did exactly as you told me, Xiu. I tried to block everything out and got lost in the scene of that movie. But why were you moving around and kissing the air before? Wait, I was doing that. Zhao Hao's cheeks turned bright red. Yep, and you weren't just moving. You made noises, and your pants were damp. Stop. No more words. Xiu, seriously, if you keep going, I'll be mortified. What did you actually see in the dream? I'm not curious about your dream, but I'm wondering why you don't seem to have any special ability. I want to know if something went wrong in your process of turning into a psychic. Fang Xiu asked, looking serious. Promise you won't tell this to anyone. Promise. Well, it's nothing big. As I went into the dream, I kept my eyes closed tight. My mind played back to the classroom scene in the adult movie. But then, scary sounds started echoing, and I felt hands, cold like death, touching me. To distract myself and out of pure fright, you took care of it using your hand. Fang Xiu interrupted. Zhao Hao, looking embarrassed, responded, I just needed a quick way to shift my focus. Fang Xiu nodded, taking in Zhao Hao's story. And then what happened? The air shifted when I heard Li Fifei's soft voice. The cold hands transformed into warm, gentle ones, and so. You peeked, didn't you? You had a crush on Li Fifei. Didn't you once mention that if we see Li Fifei in our dreams, we should squeeze her to determine if we're dreaming or awake? Zhao Hao asked. Right. So, did you come to any conclusion? I didn't even squeeze her. Just got lost in the moment, Zhao Hao replied, sounding a bit defensive. And after that? Li Fifei tried hard to captivate me. And honestly, I found it difficult to resist. Her outfit, a JK uniform, a black ribbon with a bell, and those deliberately torn stockings, it was captivating. But then her demeanor changed. Her eyes turned a haunting shade of red, and her mouth unnaturally stretched towards her ears. The fear that washed over me was overwhelming, he admitted. Fang Xiu nodded sympathetically, realizing that the trauma Zhao Hao experienced was real. There was a time when he saw Hao's bulge go down a little. How did you manage to get back on her? As that twisted version of Li Fifei moved to bite me, I felt like it was over. But a thought crossed my mind. I'm still young, a virgin, and have so much to live for. Why let this be the end? I decided that, Spectre or not, I needed to act on my desires before it was too late. Fang Xiu paused, reflecting on Zhao Hao's experience. He could now make sense of why the Spectre vanished post-dream. Maybe it felt too humiliated to face Zhao Hao, especially after his daring move. Sensing Fang Xiu's deep thoughts, Zhao Hao quickly added, I mean, if I were on the brink of death, why hold back? Living without regrets is vital, isn't it, Xiu? I believe you should head home, Fang Xiu suggested gently. Zhao Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. After discussing their shared story, should anyone come asking, the two decided on their narrative and parted ways. Arriving home, Fang Xiu was welcomed by his affectionate wife. Honey, you're back. Have you had dinner? Would you like me to whip up something? She looked serene in her usual white silk nightgown that showcased her elegant legs. The sight of his loving wife always warmed Fang Xiu's heart, reassuring him after a long day. Fang Xiu fixed his gaze upon his wife. Her beauty was undeniable, so perfect that even enhanced photographs would pale in comparison. Ah, finally home, he said, his voice laced with relief and affection. However, in the blink of an eye, the soft expression on his wife's face turned wild and ravenous. The transition was swift, almost theatrically so. Just as she began but was interrupted. Suddenly, a shining scalpel, shimmering with Fang Xiu's dark psychic energy, shot toward her delicate throat. He had turned his psychic pain ability to its highest intensity. Now, fully rejuvenated, he controlled the scalpel with his renewed power. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact, everything went pitch black for Fang Xiu. He felt himself being dragged into an endless void of unconsciousness. When he woke up, he found himself outside his residence once more. Was that my end? The spot I returned to upon dying seems to have changed, he mused, the faint light in the old hallway casting a muted glow on his visage. Is this a display of my wife's true strength? Even after my psychic ability was activated, our power disparity felt overwhelming. I can't even recall the cause of my demise. Specters have ranks, perhaps as varied as human capabilities. Maybe I was wise to steer clear of further exploring the mental hospital. After the confrontation with the doctor, Fang Xiu toyed with the idea of delving deeper into Green Mountain Mental Hospital. However, he soon dismissed the thought. His powers felt insufficient, and the intricacies of the Spectre Zone remained a mystery to him. The doctor represented merely the weakest of the Specters in that hospital. If Fang Xiu struggled against such an entity, there was no way he would fare against the stronger ones. There were quite a lot of wards in the hospital of which the door was open, which indicated that the Dreamweaver Spectre was just one among many others hiding in unknown shadows. He considered himself fortunate for encountering a Spectre limited to mental manipulation. If he had come across a Spectre with physical fight capabilities, even his death reset ability might not have saved him. He could have ended up trapped in the hospital's eerie confines indefinitely. Faced with a formidable foe, even countless retries might prove fruitless. Chapter 30, The Secret Bureau Investigating the Spooky Happenings. Bang! The front door swung open. There, by the door, stood Fang Xiu's wife, looking every bit like the perfect, caring spouse. "Honey, you're back. Did you eat yet? Want me to make something for you?" Fang Xiu didn't pay much attention to her, acting like someone super tired after a long day at work. Maybe he was too tired to chat or hang out with family. He decided to take a warm shower and then head straight to bed. But while he seemed to be lying down, he was trying hard to understand his special psychic skills. He wanted to be more powerful. If he became stronger, he could find out all the mysteries of the spooky Green Mountain Mental Hospital, get to know more about these creepy specters, and even deal with the issues he had with his wife. He stayed up late trying to learn but didn't find out much. Most of what he knew was just stuff Wang Ziteng had told him, which wasn't much at all. Eventually, exhausted and a bit frustrated, Fang Xiu drifted off to sleep. In Greenvine City, there was a place called the Investigation_Bureau_. Most people had no idea it existed. They didn't know what it did or where it was. But, among those with psychic skills in Greenvine, this place was important. Their job? To keep an eye on all the specters and made sure everyone in Greenvine City stayed safe. It had a long and fancy name, the Global Spectre Incident Joint Investigation and Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. But everyone just calls it the Investigation Bureau for short. In a big meeting room at the bureau, a bunch of people were sitting around a table. There were men and women, some dressed super fancy, some casual, and some even in strange outfits. Even though they looked different, most of them were young, likely in their 20s or 30s. The oldest guy there was probably in his 40s. He was dressed in a sharp black suit and looked like he was in charge. "All right, everyone, listen up," he started. "Just a few hours ago, a Spectre zone popped up at Willow Hill. Right now, it's just around the sales office and hasn't grown bigger." People around the table started talking, some looking worried, some excited. "These weird Spectre things seem to be happening a lot more," one person pointed out. "Yeah, but isn't that cool? For us, more spooky stuff means we get stronger," another said with a smirk. "Hey, be careful what you wish for. Or you might end up in trouble with a Spectre." "Oh yeah? You trying to scare me? Think I'm afraid of you?" The older man, watching the arguing crowd, didn't react. He was probably used to it. This guy, named Wang Dihei, was the boss of the Investigation Bureau. But here's the twist, he didn't have any psychic powers. He was just a regular guy. Even though Wang Dihei was just a regular guy, he was in charge of a team of people with psychic powers. Most cities did things this way. rwbnve.co. Why? Well, a lot of psychics didn't live very long because of the dangers they faced. They were better suited for fighting and using their abilities than running an office. Plus, it wouldn't be smart to use a psychic for boring office stuff. Besides, specters, those creepy beings, had a weird effect on psychics. They could make them act strangely or even violently sometimes. So, it didn't make sense for a psychic to be the big boss. Still, there were psychics who were in charge of smaller groups, and they'd work together with the head of the bureau. "Enough!" Wang Dihei shouted, banging the table so hard it shook. "If anyone else messes up this meeting, they'll get their usual psychic material cut by half next month." The room fell silent. All the psychics seemed worried. Even though they had these powers and could easily earn money, they cared a lot about this psychic material. It wasn't just for fun, it was an important item for them to stay alive. That was why the investigation bureau used it to get so many psychics to work for them. If you wanted a psychic to fight against a specter, you had to give them something good in return. With everyone now listening, Wang Dihei calmed down. Lin, show the video from near Willow Hill. A woman, looking all official with her gold-rimmed glasses, quickly started the video. It was from the area around Willow Hill. There were no cameras inside Willow Hill because they all got messed up somehow, probably because of some specter. The video played, showing a quiet road with trees on both sides. Skip ahead, Wang Dihei said. Lin fast-forwarded the video. Stop there. The video started playing at normal speed again. Suddenly, the air seemed to have shifted, and two guys appeared out of nowhere. That's Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, Wang Dihei pointed out. They're the ones who got out of Willow Hill after everything that had happened. Fang Xiu's the good-looking one. Zhao Hao's well, he looks a bit lecherous. They both work at the sales office in Willow Hill. Lin, tell us more about them. Lin opened a folder and started reading. Fang Xiu, 20 years old, a local in Greenvine City. He's an orphan and graduated from. Zhao Hao is. Actually, there's nothing really special about either of them. Before the Willow Hill incident, they were just regular guys. Wang Dihei looked around the room. What do you all think? He asked. A young guy in a cool jacket with metal studs spoke up first. If just anyone can walk out of that creepy specter zone, then it's probably not that scary. Maybe it's just a grade D. Any psychic could deal with that. Another man, looking professional in his suit and gold-rimmed glasses, didn't agree. But look at that Fang Xiu guy in the video. He's too calm. Most people who get out of a place like that would be super scared or relieved, but he's acting like nothing happened. Maybe he became a psychic when he was in there. The guy in the studded jacket laughed. Even if that was true, and he's a brand new psychic who survived, then that place is still just a grade C at most. Any psychic with a bit of experience could handle it. Someone else joined in. You can't just guess about a place like that if you haven't been there. Maybe it is dangerous, and those two were just lucky. As I was saying, the guy in the studded jacket began, rolling his eyes. Enough! Wang Dihei shouted, eyeing the guy in the studded jacket furiously. He had a big headache and thought maybe asking this group was a bad idea. Wang Dihei finally made up his mind and said, Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao, you two need to scope out Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Figure out if they're now psychics, how strong they are, and if they're still of sound mind. Then, decide if we should ask them to join us. Also, find out just how dangerous that Specter zone in Willow Hill really is. Got it, Director Wang, one said. Chapter 31, Zhao Hao's Spiritual Power. The following morning, Fang Xiu was jolted awake by a ring from his phone. It was Zhao Hao. Xiu. Xiu. You won't believe it. I've discovered my spiritual power. Zhao Hao exclaimed enthusiastically from the other end. Power? What kind of power? Fang Xiu asked, his voice steady. Well, you're in for a surprise. I didn't notice my ability before because it only comes to life from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Last night, I was awake, and right at 11, the power revealed itself. Fang Xiu asked, what did you find out? Zhao Hao teased, now, Xiu, don't be envious when you hear this. Your power might be impressive, but mine? I believe every guy would want this. I played around with it all night, and trust me. Beep beep beep. Fang Xiu ended the call, clearly not interested. Soon after, his phone rang again, Zhao Hao on the other line. Xiu, why did you? If you're just going to go on and on, then please, let me get some sleep. Zhao Hao sounded hurt. Listen, after 11 p.m., I transform. I become way more good looking, and my fitness level goes up. My muscles stand out even more. Fang Xiu responded dryly, that's your power? Really? But before he could hang up, Zhao Hao quickly said, hold on, hold on. That's not everything. Sure, I look better and fitter, but there's more to it. The main thing is, in the sexual department. Let's just say I became super impressive. I tried it out, and, wow, it's like this super strong pillar, holding up so much weight, like 100 kilograms. Beep beep beep. Once again, Fang Xiu disconnected without hesitation. While he had some hopes that Zhao Hao would unlock an incredible power, this wasn't quite what he had in mind. Turning handsome, gaining muscles, and what? It sounded more like something from a movie he'd rather not mention. Fang Xiu muttered, figures. How could someone like Zhao Hao, who conquered his fears with those kinds of movies, gain any truly unique abilities? Powers like these often connect to one's soul and reveal deep inner wishes. What someone wishes for deeply might just show up in the real world. As for why Zhao Hao's power only appeared after 11 p.m., Fang Xiu had an inkling. Maybe it's related to whatever Zhao Hao daydreams about every night at that hour. But the specifics? Only Zhao Hao himself knows. Suddenly, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts, honey, breakfast's ready. It was his sweet wife, gently reminding him. Fang Xiu's face remained unchanged as he got up to prepare his own breakfast. Though his wife constantly talked about breakfast, she had never once made it herself. Fang Xiu sighed internally. This damn Specter. She's really something. Right then, a sleek black car discreetly pulled up by the curb beneath Fang Xiu's apartment building. Inside were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 30s and donned a sharp black suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He gave off an impression of confidence and seriousness. Beside him was an elegantly beautiful woman. She was attractive and looked dainty, was dressed in a black uniform-like dress. Beneath that, she wore sturdy black stockings, which weren't the kind to rip easily. On her feet were high heels with detailed patterns. Given her tall stature and cool aura, the look didn't seem overdone. Instead, it had a sophisticated and graceful touch. Their names were Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao, members of the Investigation Bureau. Li Wenhao was busy with a black earpiece linked to a machine. After a while, he took it out. Beside him, Shen Lingxiu asked in a steady voice, "Were you able to catch their conversation?" He nodded. "Based on what I heard, they sound like regular people who had some spiritual awakening at the Willow Hill Specter Zone, transforming them into psychics. Do you know about their special power?" Fang Xiu's power wasn't discussed on the call. But from what Zhao Hao said, it seems promising. She replied, "I hope so. The Investigation Bureau is in need of more hands. If Fang Xiu has good psychic power and clears the psychic contamination check, he might get an offer." "What about Zhao Hao?" Mentioning Zhao Hao made Li Wenhao pause, showing uncertainty in his eyes. It seemed tricky for him to put into words. Shen Lingxiu looked a bit impatient. "What's the matter?" "Out with it." "Understood," Li Wenhao responded, giving her due respect. From their interactions, it was clear that Shen Lingxiu ranked higher. This wasn't unexpected. Shen Lingxiu was gifted with psychic powers, whereas Li Wenhao was just a regular person. The Bureau, always cautious about a psychic's mindset, often paired them with a non-psychic superior. This helped in keeping them grounded and ensuring they didn't go astray. The aim was noble, but in reality, the psychics often held more influence due to their unique abilities. If a disagreement arose, the matter would be escalated to senior officers for judgment. There's a pattern in these pairings: male psychics usually have female superiors and the other way around. This mix is thought to balance energies, decreasing the chances of disagreements. Li Wenhao started, picking his words. "From what Zhao Hao shared, his skill is a bit unusual." Every night from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., he turns exceptionally good-looking, his muscles stand out more, his overall fitness peaks, and the main boost is his sexual capabilities. Shen Lingxiu's expression faltered, replaced by evident distaste at the mention of sexual capabilities. Seriously? With such a unique skill, he might be better off in some nightclub, she said with a hint of scorn. The investigation bureau isn't a place for those with questionable skills and tainted souls. Additionally, we should keep a close watch on Zhao Hao. No telling what he could be up to with that sort of power. Li Wenhao nodded, a quiet sigh escaping him. The gap in Shen Lingxiu's perspective towards Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao was wide and clear. One was being eyed for a potential role, while the other wasn't just dismissed but seen with suspicion. It wasn't necessarily about Fang Xiu being more valuable, rather, Zhao Hao's peculiar power seemed to cast a shadow over his reputation. Chapter 32, The Investigation Bureau's Visit. Knock. 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 Someone was knocking at Fang Xiu's front door. He could tell that two people were there. He had heard their footsteps as they climbed the stairs. Peeking through the little peephole, Fang Xiu spotted a guy and a girl in work uniforms. With zero doubt, he swung the door open, not scared that they might be specters because specters couldn't touch or do anything in the real world unless they were seen. So, they couldn't possibly knock on doors. Also, anyone coming to his door dressed like that at this time of day was probably from some special organization he had expected. After he opened the door, Li Wenhao showed his badge and said, "You're Fang Xiu, right? We're from the Global Specter Incident Joint Investigation and Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. These are our IDs." Fang Xiu looked at both badges carefully, noting their names. It made sense that these guys knew where to find Fang Xiu, as there were cameras and spies all over the place now in this country. What surprised him was the super long name of their bureau. It sounded like a mouthful that might leave some out of breath. "Come on in." He motioned for them to enter. As they did, Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were trying to get a read on him. In the same way, Fang Xiu was checking them out, mainly wondering if they could see his wife. Just then, his wife, looking really pleased, maybe because of the visitors, gracefully said, "Hey, honey, we've got visitors." But Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao only looked at Fang Xiu, as if they couldn't see her. Are they not seeing her? Or are they like me, choosing to ignore specters? Fang Xiu wondered. Since they were from this official bureau, Fang Xiu thought they probably knew more and had better powers than him, who was just a newbie to the psychic world. If even the two couldn't spot Fang Xiu's wife, then that meant Fang Xiu was surely special, probably one of a kind. And in that way, maybe seeing a specter wasn't tied to one's psychic skills. Still, Fang Xiu wasn't sure. He wanted to find out more. Freb Novo. Meanwhile, Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were also studying him. Their take on Fang Xiu was quite strange. Fang Xiu was super calm. Not the usual attitude of someone who'd met a specter and lived to tell the tale. They'd met others who had faced specters. Most were shaken up, and even if they turned psychic, they were unpredictable. Some ran away from officials like them, while some wanted to know more about specters. But none were as calm and collected as Fang Xiu. Once they settled in the living room, Shen Lingxiu said, "You don't look shocked to see us. Did you know about the bureau before?" Fang Xiu shook his head and replied, "I didn't know, but I figured that in a world with specters around and no chaos everywhere, someone or something must be keeping things safe." "You're right," Shen Lingxiu said, a bit impressed. "But after seeing a specter, most people aren't as calm as you to think straight." "That's right. Our investigation bureau looks into specter troubles. We're the official organization for people with psychic powers. We came today to learn about the Willow Hill Specter Zone and see if you might fit in our team. There are a lot of psychics out there, but only the investigation bureau has all the info, power, and items a psychic might need. So, think of this as your chance. Now, can you tell us about Willow Hill's Specter Zone? Wait, before I tell you, can I ask something? Fang Xiu wondered. Shen Lingxiu's face tightened slightly. I'm the one with questions here. Li Wenhao jumped in. Hold on, Shen. Fang Xiu just saw a specter. He must be curious. Let's answer him first. Then he can help us better. Shen Lingxiu nodded slightly, showing she was okay with that. Li Wenhao grinned. Ask whatever's on your mind, Fang Xiu. You're one of us now. As long as it's not a big secret, shoot. Fang Xiu looked them over quickly, figuring some things out. He guessed Shen Lingxiu had psychic powers, but Li Wenhao didn't. People who had faced a specter before had a different vibe. He could sense this with his new psychic skills. Is this how the investigation bureau works? One person with psychic powers and one without? That's right, psychics can sometimes act weird because of specters. Having someone normal around might help keep things balanced. Shen Lingxiu seems a bit distant and confident. Is that her real self or because of specters? But Fang Xiu wasn't too worried about that. He wanted to learn about specters. So, first thing first, what exactly are specters? Fang Xiu asked. Li Wenhao gave a small smile. A lot of people who've been in a specter zone ask that. But even our team doesn't really know what specters are. Where they come from, what they are, or what they want. At least, I don't know the whole story. Li Wenhao continued, specters appear unpredictably and, most times, out of nowhere. What we've noticed is they aim to consume humans, specifically their souls or their spiritual essence. If I were to describe them, they're like distorted souls, each with its own polluting force. They can take many forms. Some look alive with flesh and bones, some seem ghostly, and some are more like materialized ideas or concepts. But all of them share a deep hate for humans. They seem to grow stronger by taking human souls. These specters give off harmful energy, much like how radioactive things do. This energy can hurt a human's spirit, cause negative feelings, and twist the soul. If you're a psychic now, it's probably because you've been affected by a specter. Chapter 33, Have you seen my wife? Oh. Li Wenhao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. It looks like you, Mr. Fang, have some knowledge about psychics. Rather than question how Fang Xiu came by his information, Li Wenhao decided to add more details. Given that you know about psychics, I assume you've heard of spiritual energy. I won't dive deep into that. The strength of a psychic is measured by how much of their psychic power is awakened. For someone like you, Mr. Fang, who's just discovered their abilities, the typical level of awakened psychic power is about 1%. We call this a first-tier psychic. This range goes from 1 to 20% and is marked by the early signs of abilities. As you gather more spiritual energy, these abilities can grow stronger. Between 21 and 40%, you're in the second tier, which means even more enhanced skills. And from 41 to 60%, you reach the third tier. I'm not clear on all the details of this level. After this, there are supposedly fourth and fifth tiers. And what about when someone maxes out at 100% of spiritual essence? Fang Xiu asked. Li Wenhao shook his head. That's a mystery to me. As far as I know, no one has fully unlocked all their psychic power. The journey to awaken more and more of this power gets tougher. To boost their spiritual energy, a psychic must keep facing powerful specters. These are high-risk battles, right on the edge of life and death. But as the specters get stronger, the risks shoot up. So far, we haven't seen a specter mighty enough to unlock a full 100% of someone's psychic power. There's this fascinating relationship between psychics and specters. One grows stronger as the other does. But the specters we know of now just aren't strong enough to bring out super powerful psychics. So, we don't have any psychics at 100%, and even those in the 5th tier are just a theory. As for the 4th tier, there are some whispers and tales in different places. But it's hard to separate fact from fiction. These individuals are almost mythical. Right now, the mightiest folks we know about are the 3rd tier psychics. I have another question. Fang Xiu tried to ask another question, but Shen Lingxiu cut him off with a hint of impatience. Enough with the endless questions. Li Wenhao, just share the Spectre forum link with him so he can do his own research. Somewhat hesitantly, Li Wenhao passed a web address to Fang Xiu. This link takes you to a hidden part of the web. It's the biggest Spectre forum out there. You'll find lots of basic info, but the juicy stuff? That'll cost you. And as a reminder, our bureau doesn't oversee this forum since it's international. While you're there, be wary. Don't get lured in by emails from unknown senders. Fang Xiu nodded, signaling that he had understood. Shen Lingxiu, with a warning undertone in her voice, chimed in, now, it's our turn. Describe every single thing that took place at Willow Hill Spectre Zone. Don't even think about lying or leaving anything out. If your words cause irreparable harm, know that you'll pay dearly. Rather than being ruffled by her menacing tone, Fang Xiu remained composed. Before we dive into that, I've got one more thing to ask. With her patience wearing thin, Shen Lingxiu frowned, really? More questions? Fang Xiu, undeterred by her impatience, gestured to his side, can you see my wife over here? Shen Lingxiu, who was on the verge of losing her temper, stopped cold. She scanned the vacant space beside Fang Xiu and then scoured the room. There was no sign of any wife. Li Wenhao echoed her confusion, Fang Xiu, what are you talking about? According to our files, you're not married. In fact, you aren't even dating anyone. Can you really not see her, or are you pretending not to? Fang Xiu shot back, his voice barely above a whisper. An unsettling tension filled the air. Li Wenhao felt an uneasy shiver. He wondered if Fang Xiu wasn't quite right in the head. After all, how could an everyday person be this unperturbed after surviving a Spectre zone? Fang Xiu's calm demeanor was unsettling. And now, he's talking about a wife when he was clearly single. Li Wenhao speculated that maybe Fang Xiu was more than just unstable, perhaps he was experiencing delusions. Are you trying to mess with our heads? Shen Lingxiu spat out, visibly agitated. Fang Xiu looked at Shen Lingxiu, sensing her genuine confusion. But he had an ace up his sleeve. He shifted his gaze to lock eyes with his wife, affirming, honey, I can see you. Suddenly, a voice filled with an overwhelming mix of joy and surprise echoed, you can actually see me. Bang! Both Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao sprang up, their faces a portrait of shock. Where there had been empty space just seconds ago, now stood a striking woman in a white, shimmering nightdress. But her once flawless skin began to fracture, resembling delicate porcelain. In an instant, her body was covered in countless dark cracks, making her appear like a fractured porcelain statue. The sound of water dripping echoed from the black crevices as thick blood resembling writhing leeches began to ooze out. The woman's once smooth and lustrous hair transformed, taking on a life of its own, it writhed and coiled like a horde of serpents unleashed. Her lips stretched disturbingly wider than humanly possible, revealing jagged, saw-like teeth. Within that gaping maw, a second, even more grotesque mouth became discernible, as though she had swallowed another creature whole. Spectre! Shen Lingxiu's voice pierced through the room in a mixture of terror and rage. What have you done, Fang Xiu? Your wife is one of those vile specters. His brow tightening in confusion, Fang Xiu muttered, so, you see her now. It appeared that the moment he recognized her existence, she materialized from her spectral realm into theirs, granting Shen Lingxiu and the others the terrifying privilege of witnessing her. Memories resurfaced of a similar occurrence at Green Mountain Mental Hospital. At first, only Fang Xiu was privy to the unfolding horror, but as the hospital materialized in this world and merged with the office building, that nightmarish reality unfurled before everyone present. It brought him to a chilling conclusion: the ability to see these specters wasn't solely the domain of psychics. Whether one possessed psychic abilities or was just an ordinary human, these ghoulish entities remained veiled. Even if one argued that Zhao Hao's inability stemmed from his weaker nature, it still didn't account for the fact that Shen Lingxiu, who was no stranger to the supernatural, was similarly oblivious. Am I the sole witness to this spectral nightmare? Dread filled Fang Xiu's heart. No one would covet such a cursed gift. The thought of being constantly hounded by specters, knowing that a mere glance in their direction could spell doom, was unbearable. It was akin to navigating a minefield, with every step potentially being his last. With a disturbingly melodic giggle, the wife whispered, "Humans. Always so amusing." Sensing the looming danger, Shen Lingxiu responded with lightning reflexes. She splayed her fingers, manipulating the air around her, which promptly spiraled into two searing orbs of fire. The very atmosphere in the room became stifling, so intense that nearby drapes and furnishings caught alight, bearing witness to her fiery wrath. Chapter 34, Don't I Have to Pay for This? Boom! Bright flames exploded around the wife, but in a quick flash, they were gone, as if doused by a bucket of icy water. She stood there with not even a scratch. What? Shen Lingxiu's eyes grew huge with shock. How did she? We need to get out of here, now. As she tried to escape the overpowering specter, the wife gracefully waved her pale hand. Suddenly, it was like the air itself twisted. Before they could react, Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao's heads cleanly came off, the cut looking smooth like a perfect slice of cake. Whoosh! Without wasting a second, Fang Xiu dove toward their bodies, urgently rummaging through their belongings. "What are you looking for, dear?" the wife whispered softly into Fang Xiu's ear. He didn't answer her but kept searching for something crucial. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded in him, making everything go blurry as he felt himself slipping away. Night came, with stars shining brightly. Fang Xiu found himself standing at his house's entrance. This was right after he had gotten away from the Green Mountain Mental Hospital and came home. I'm back at this moment again. So, escaping from that hospital was his save point? Until the next scary specter thing happens, I'll keep coming back to this point, I guess. So, those agents will be here at 8:40 AM tomorrow. I should show them what I can do. With this plan in mind, Fang Xiu, now knowing about the investigation bureau, thought about using their help. It wasn't like he could take on every specter in the world on his own. He needed backup. Bang! He opened his front door, walked right by his wife, and went straight to his room. He turned on his computer to check out the Global Specter website. This was the website that Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao had told him about. He remembered the website's address. When he opened the site, a huge, creepy skull took up almost the whole screen. After a bit, it faded, revealing a deep red homepage. The site had different areas: Western, Asian, Japan/Korea, and local. Each had topics like Spectre, Psychic, Spectre gadgets, and prizes. Curious, Fang Xiu quickly went through the topics. Maybe they had answers about what was going on with these specters. The site might not have all the answers, but it might help him find out stuff faster. But, when he clicked on a topic about where specters came from, a message appeared. Not enough credits. Please add more. Fang Xiu quickly spotted a long line of zeros at the end of the post. Doing a quick mental math, he realized that he'd need a whopping million to see this post. And with just a small amount in his savings, Fang Xiu felt his spirits drop. As he checked other posts, he saw that even the cheaper ones cost 10 or 20,000. The price for posts with secret info? They shot up into the millions, and some even tens of millions. Is this a site for rich psychics? Fang Xiu thought with a frown. This made him even more eager to pretend he could predict the future. If he could make people believe he had this skill, he might make some money. Without it, he couldn't even afford to look at most of the posts here. He decided to check out the basic topics in the local section. Most of these posts shared common info, mixed in with some gossip or people showing off. A post that was trending caught his eye. It was titled, "I've awakened the power to control time." The power to control time. Fang Xiu felt a pang of worry. If people could actually do this, his pretend future predicting might lose its shine. He opened the post and started reading. It was a super dark and stormy night, full of loud thunder and bright lightning, and the moon looked all creepy and red. After going through a lot of fancy words and storytelling, the end of the post read, "So, now I have the power to control time. But it's not like in movies. I call my power wasting time. Like, you just spent 5 minutes reading this and wasted your time." A bunch of comments popped up under the post. "Seriously? I can't believe I fell for that. We should all upvote so others get tricked, too." Click. Fang Xiu closed the post, trying not to feel too annoyed. He made a mental note of the writer's name, Sailor Moon. He thought he might need to remember that for later. So, is this what you get when you don't have the money to pay? Taking a deep breath, Fang Xiu kept on searching. After about an hour, he found some legit posts by the official investigation bureau. These were good stuff, real and useful. They had ideas about where specters came from, facts about psychics, and what specter gadgets were. He clicked on a random post and got lost in reading. All night, Fang Xiu learned about specters and psychics. But it wasn't because there was loads of great info. No, he had to wade through a bunch of pointless posts, misleading headlines, and posts just wasting time. Those slowed him down a lot. By the time morning light peeked in, Fang Xiu turned off his computer, feeling like he had a good start on understanding it all. Specters, or these ghostly creatures, had different danger levels. They were ranked from most dangerous to least as S, A, B, C, and D. Just because a specter wasn't powerful on its own didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. What mattered was how much harm it could cause. For example, there was this specter from another country called Plague. On its own, it wasn't that tough. If someone found its weak spot and protected themselves properly, even someone with basic psychic powers could beat it. But here's the catch: this specter could spread a deadly disease that might wipe out millions. That was why it was labeled as an A-class specter. An A-class specter? It could quickly wipe out a big city if no one stopped it. The really scary S-class specters? They had the power to destroy an entire country in the blink of an eye. Most of the time, the more dangerous a specter was, the stronger it became. But sometimes, like with the plague, there were exceptions. No one knew where these specters came from. There were old stories, but they were mostly just guesses and myths. Some people thought the magical folks from the old tales might have been the first psychics. Strangely, for a long while, there were no stories about these mysterious folks or specters. It was like they just vanished. Then, not too long ago, stories about specters started popping up again. And there was this big gap, almost 100 years, where no one knew why there were no specter stories. The free parts of the forum didn't give any answers about this mystery. It was also weird because specters just seemed to appear out of nowhere without any rhyme or reason. Chapter 35, Fang Xiu's special power to see the future. After staying up all night scrolling through posts, it looks like I'm the only person who sees these ghostly specters everywhere. Why am I the only one who can see them all the time? Fang Xiu thought hard about this. From what he read on the forum, these specters just popped up randomly from nowhere. But Fang Xiu knew they were always around. It was like they shifted into his world when certain things happened. To anyone else, it would just seem like they appeared out of the blue. The stuff on this forum for free is kinda basic. I need to get some money and level up my skills. He started to remember the beginner's tips he had read about controlling spiritual energy. The basics were about how to quickly tap into this energy and the daily practices for it. They were helpful but not super detailed. The coolest part for Fang Xiu was when he learned about Specter gadgets. So, a Specter gadget was like a tool or object with some Specter power. Some are weapons, like knives or swords, but others might be everyday things, like shiny mirrors or cool bracelets. No matter what they looked like, these gadgets had amazing Specter powers inside of them. They were rare and could be really expensive, some even went for hundreds of millions of dollars. But there's a catch to using these Specter gadgets. The stronger the gadget is, the more it might mess with one's spirit or soul, like how radiation was bad for people. If a psychic used it too much, it could mess them up, and they could end up like a specter. When Fang Xiu read about these gadgets, he instantly thought of the special scalpel he had. It had to be a Specter gadget. It had sliced through tons of specters and had been soaked up with its power, making it into this unique Specter gadget. He wasn't too worried about the whole soul-changing thing from using a Specter gadget. His spirit and his soul, he thought, were already pretty messed up. That meant he could use these special gadgets without stressing about any bad side effects. The posts also talked about how to use these Specter gadgets. To get them started, one had to put some spiritual energy into them, which turned their power on. But if someone wanted to totally control a Specter gadget, they'd have to connect deeply with its center using some spiritual energy. This created a bond. It was like in those stories where magical weapons pick who got to use them. However, getting a Specter gadget to really bond with oneself was risky. When people connected with it, their mental world would be opened wide. Every time they use it after that, its negative effects could go straight to their soul, resulting in a higher risk of transforming. Suddenly, Fang Xiu glanced at the clock. It was already 5 a.m., and the investigation bureau agents would be at his door in just a bit over 3 hours. I think I've got just enough time, he muttered. He pulled out his special scalpel, focused his spiritual energy, and tried to connect deeply with the tool. Slowly, it felt like Fang Xiu's mind was diving into a deep darkness. In this void, he could sense many angry specters all around, as if they were attacking his thoughts. Waves of hate, aggression, and sadness tried to pull him in, aiming to change his spirit into something scary and dark. But Fang Xiu's spirit was deep and unending. It soaked up these negative feelings without any pushback, his face calm and undisturbed. The scalpel's goal was to mess with Fang Xiu's soul, but what if his soul was already kind of messed up? It was like trying to hurt someone. If they were already gone, how could you harm them more? Is that all you've got? Fang Xiu whispered calmly. Then, he focused his spiritual energy on making a special mark inside the scalpel, making a bond between them in an instant. Pulling his energy back, he was surprised to see it felt even more powerful. It had grown by a tiny bit, so now his spiritual energy was at 2%. It looks like the scalpel's magic has unlocked some of my spiritual energy, he thought, feeling pretty good about the scalpel. Besides the boost in his energy, he also figured out the real powers of the scalpel. The scalpel had two amazing skills. The basic one was cutting, and it got stronger based on how much spiritual energy one put into it. The other skill was using the Specter magic inside it to make someone stronger. But, because the scalpel had a lot of Specter power, this added strength was wild and unpredictable. Using it could make the user lose control, and it would also be incredibly taxing on the body. Doing it too much might even change the user completely. Luckily, Fang Xiu wasn't scared of losing his mind, he was more focused on how much his body could handle. Looking at the clock, it was already past 7. Breakfast time. He left his room, thinking of what he'd eat for breakfast. His wife approached him with a soft and loving smile, saying, "Honey, breakfast is ready." Fang Xiu walked right through her, heading to make breakfast. He made a simple meal of fried egg, 2 pieces of toast, and a cold glass of milk. As Fang Xiu was enjoying his meal, his phone buzzed. Zhao Hao was calling. Xiu. Xiu. Guess what? I found out what my power is. Zhao Hao sounded super excited on the line. Does it have something to do with your name? Fang Xiu guessed, taking a bite of his toast, his expression calm. Whoa, how did you know? Zhao Hao sounded shocked. Fang Xiu didn't say anything, he just kept eating. Why answer when the answer is so clear? After a moment, Zhao Hao realized, did you see it coming? I wouldn't use it per se. Ugh, that's so unfair. I wanted to surprise you, but you already knew. There's a downside to your power, Xiu. You'll never get a real surprise ever again. I gotta go. I'm expecting visitors soon. Hold on, don't. Click. FEENV.com. Fang Xiu ended the call and went back to his breakfast. Outside his home, on top of a fancy black car, Li Wenhao, who was secretly listening in, looked shocked. The little listening gadget he had slipped from his hand, making a clear noise when it hit the ground. Shen Lingxiu, sitting beside him, looked worried. What happened? Returning to his senses, Li Wenhao said, I found out Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao's powers. Really? Shen Lingxiu looked intrigued. Tell me about Zhao Hao first. Zhao Hao's ability has something to do with his sexual capability. Shen Lingxiu looked grim. Wow, didn't expect that. It's not about Zhao Hao. It's Fang Xiu's power that's the big deal. Li Wenhao quickly explained. So, what can Fang Xiu do? Shen Lingxiu leaned in, looking even more alert. She knew Li Wenhao wasn't easily scared. He'd met tons of people with special powers and even some specters. It had to be something big to shake him. Chapter 36, I See the Future. Wait, what? Shen Lingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you for real? Fang Xiu can actually see into the future. Li Wenhao nodded thoughtfully. Our equipment is top-notch. Remember, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao were just regular guys until recently. So, the chances they figured out we were spying on them are slim. That means they weren't just pretending on the phone. And Fang Xiu mentioned something else. He took a deep breath, looking even more serious. Well, what did he say? Shen Lingxiu pressed. FREWBNV. He said he's expecting visitors soon. Visitors? You don't think he means? The two of them looked at each other, their faces clearly showing they both had the same shocking revelation. Li Wenhao slowly shared his thoughts. Considering Fang Xiu doesn't have many friends, and since he's an orphan with no family popping by, I think he's talking about us. Shen Lingxiu was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Then she whispered, is it even possible for someone to see the future? And if it's real, someone like Fang Xiu shouldn't have such a powerful ability. Li Wenhao nodded. Right. Usually, the better the power, the bigger the catch. Remember that guy who could teleport? As a first-tier psychic, he could only teleport about 10 cm for one time. And after that, he'd be super tired and need an hour to rest. That's like, slower than a snail. He'd have to be way stronger to be really good at teleporting. If Fang Xiu can see the future, and he's still pretty new at this, he might only get glimpses of seconds ahead. But he knew we were coming. How long has it been since he made that call? We should be careful, Shen Lingxiu warned. It might just be a lucky guess, or someone might have tipped him off. Li Wenhao had a sudden idea. What if we just don't go today? Wouldn't that prove his prediction wrong? Shen Lingxiu looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Our job is to scope out Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Are you going to bail just because of one call? What would you tell Director Wang? What if this is some sort of trap from Fang Xiu? Do you really want to be the joke of the office? If Fang Xiu really has this power to see the future, think about how game-changing he'd be in the investigation bureau, Shen Lingxiu added. Li Wenhao chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud. I wonder if his power was the real deal. Of course, we're gonna meet him. Let's move. Shen Lingxiu said, swinging open the car door. The wind played with her hair, making some strands stick to her face. I need to see for myself if this future-seeing thing is legit. They both got out and headed to Fang Xiu's place. When they got to his door on the 5th floor, they noticed it was already open just a little. They looked at each other, unsure if Fang Xiu was expecting them or had just forgotten to close his door. Walking in, they found a tall, calm-looking dude brewing tea. It was Fang Xiu. And get this, 3 teacups were set out. One for Fang Xiu, and the other 2 waiting for the guests. The cups had steam coming out of them. Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were shocked. Was Fang Xiu really seeing the future, or did he have secret cameras or something? Then Fang Xiu broke the silence. Miss Shen, Mr. Li, grab a seat. Their jaws dropped even further. They had never met Fang Xiu. Plus, they worked in a top-secret job, so there was no way a random guy like Fang Xiu would know their names. Trying to stay calm, Shen Lingxiu took a seat and gave Fang Xiu a hard stare. Who told you our names? And how'd you know we'd show up? Without missing a beat and ignoring her hard stare, Fang Xiu just said, I see the future. Fang Xiu's bold statement made Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao's eyes go wide with amazement. Even though Shen Lingxiu was taken aback, she wasn't buying it entirely. So, you say you can see the future? Prove it. You both work for the Investigation Bureau. You're here to look into the incident at Willow Hill Specter Zone and also to see if Xiao Hao and I have any special skills worth joining your team, Fang Xiu said calmly. Come on, Mr. Fang. Just because you know that doesn't mean you see the future. Anyone who knows about the Bureau could guess that, Li Wenhao said, unconvinced. Without taking his eyes off Li Wenhao, Fang Xiu spoke, You have feelings for Shen Lingxiu, don't you? You even wrote her a letter. It's in the pocket of your jacket. It says, Lingxiu, if you're reading this, I might be gone. There's something I've wanted to tell you for so long. Hey, stop right there. Li Wenhao cut Fang Xiu off, his face beet red. Shen Lingxiu looked at him, shocked. Trying to clear things up, Li Wenhao said, Look, Shen, he's just making stuff up. I never wrote a letter like that. I mean, it's okay, Shen Lingxiu tried to make him feel better. I've gotten a lot of letters from guys before. It's not a big deal. But saying you'd only tell me after something bad might happen to you on the job? Didn't see that one coming. Either way, this is not happening. Li Wenhao got even more embarrassed. I was just... Well, do you have the letter? Let me see, Shen Lingxiu asked. Just hand it over. I want to see if Fang Xiu was right. Li Wenhao, looking defeated, took out an envelope from his jacket. Shen Lingxiu grabbed it, quickly reading the first few lines. Her eyes widened even more. The letter's content was exactly what Fang Xiu had said. Chapter 37, This isn't predicting the future, it's clearly X-ray vision. Facing the curious and somewhat suspicious looks, Fang Xiu continued to explain with a certain air of confidence, Miss Shen, your special ability is to control and manipulate flames, and your body measurements are 85, 63, 80. Shen Lingxiu's face instantly changed to a shade that clearly showed her discomfort. My ability isn't a well-guarded secret. People who have had a bit of interaction with the psychic community might have picked up on it. As for the measurements, well, anyone could make a good guess by just looking, but not many can guess as precisely as you did. Miss Shen, you hold a secret others aren't aware of. Would you like me to reveal it? Fang Xiu asked teasingly. Li Wenhao perked up, his interest clearly piqued. Go ahead and speak. I assure you, I don't have any secrets that cannot be uncovered. Shen Lingxiu declared, her voice tinged with a hint of defiance. Miss Shen, you greatly adore the color pink. All your underwear and inner garments are in shades of pink, and you even sport a pink tattoo. Fang Xiu ventured further, his voice trailing a bit. Boom! Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from Shen Lingxiu's delicate hand, instantly sending a wave of blistering heat across the entire vicinity. Her face was a mixture of extreme embarrassment and anger as she exclaimed, "You are not predicting the future. It's plain to see that this is X-ray vision. You and Zhao Hao are alike. Neither of you have any good intentions." Facing the furious flames head-on, Fang Xiu spoke calmly, "Firstly, allow me to clarify, the power to foresee the future isn't quite how you picture it, where I can understand and see every event that will unfold in the future willingly. Sometimes, it's just fragmented images that come to me. For instance, last night, I witnessed snippets of both of you making your way here, and I used a bit of my spiritual energy to focus and foresee both of your actions. I glimpsed a few scenes involving both of you, gathering some tidbits of information. I saw Mr. Li engrossed in reading a love letter late into the night, and I observed Miss Shen carefully organizing her underwear at her home." The flames that Shen Lingxiu conjured slowly started to subside, but the annoyance and mistrust remained in her eyes. A nagging suspicion lingered that Fang Xiu might have witnessed more than he let on, especially considering where that tattoo was situated. "What you are saying right now cannot be verified. This isn't true foresight," she retorted, sounding skeptical. "So, in your opinion, what would be considered genuine foresight of the future?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Lingxiu responded, "Predict tonight's winning lottery number." Accepting her challenge, Fang Xiu picked up a paper and pen, scribbled down a series of numbers attentively, and handed them to Shen Lingxiu. She inspected the numbers scribbled on the paper, her expression filled with doubt and suspicion. "Miss Shen, I'd like to caution you beforehand that the future isn't set in stone. Every little decision we make now can alter the future pathways. For example, if you use your influential position in the investigative bureau to modify today's lottery numbers, then obviously, the numbers I just wrote won't be the winning ones. Therefore, if you genuinely want to test the validity of these numbers, avoid taking any steps that could potentially manipulate the future, and most certainly do not buy a ticket based on them," Fang Xiu remarked, his expression unchanging, projecting a facade of absolute certainty, as if he truly had a glimpse of the forthcoming events. But in truth, this was all a fabricated story. His strategy was to turn back time after watching the night's lottery results. Observing Fang Xiu's unwavering confidence, Shen Lingxiu found herself swaying towards belief, albeit with a sprinkle of skepticism. She, however, couldn't fully suppress her doubts and voiced them. "Fang Xiu, I sincerely hope you are telling the truth. If I discover that the numbers didn't win, which would mean you deceived me, then you..." Interrupting her mid-sentence, Fang Xiu declared boldly, "If they don't win, I'm willing to bet my life on it." This declaration left Shen Lingxiu momentarily speechless, not anticipating Fang Xiu to exhibit such resolute confidence. At this point, Li Wenhao leaned in to inspect the numbers more closely. After scrutinizing them briefly, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "Wait a minute. This isn't accurate. Aren't lottery numbers supposed to be a 7-digit combination? Why have you penned down only 6 here? What? Are you sure it's 7 digits?" Shen Lingxiu asked, her skepticism mounting. "I'm completely sure, I've done the lottery many times before." Immediately, Shen Lingxiu's demeanor changed to one of irritation. "Fang Xiu, you're clearly trying to fool me. The lottery consists of 7 digits, but you wrote down only 6. There's no way this could win." To their amazement, Fang Xiu casually strolled over, picked up the pen, and added a 1 to the end of the 6-digit string with a casual flick of his wrist. He placed the pen down and addressed the visibly startled duo, "My apologies. It seems I forgot to jot down one number earlier. Now it's rectified. These will indeed be tonight's winning numbers." Witnessing how relaxed and assured Fang Xiu was, both Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao felt somewhat insulted, as though he was making a mockery of their intelligence. Truth be told, over his lifetime, Fang Xiu hadn't done much in lottery purchases. Unconvinced, Shen Lingxiu challenged, "If you really possess the ability to foresee the future, how could you omit a number?" Maintaining his composure, Fang Xiu replied, "Your role now is to patiently wait, not to cast doubts. Once the truth unveils itself, all doubt will dissolve." At this, Shen Lingxiu countered sharply, "If you genuinely can see the future, there shouldn't be a need to wait for the lottery announcement. You should be fully capable of predicting my very next move." Fang Xiu replied calmly, "You must understand, as a first-tier psychic, I don't have the luxury of predicting the future at will. And why should I feel obligated to validate my abilities to you? If I prove myself to you now, won't I then be expected to demonstrate my powers to higher officials in the bureau? I simply foresee certain events, I'm not all-knowing or all-powerful." Shen Lingxiu's face reddened with frustration, "You." Seeing the situation escalating, Li Wenhao intervened, "Shen, let's not jump to conclusions. By tonight, the lottery results will give us our answers. Mr. Fang, could you share more about what happened in the Willow Hill Specter Zone?" Nodding, Fang Xiu clarified, that so-called Specter Zone is known as the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Li Wenhao's brow furrowed in confusion, "Green Mountain Mental Hospital?" Shen Lingxiu retorted coldly, "Deciding the names for the Specter Zones falls under the jurisdiction of the Investigative Bureau." Choosing to ignore Shen Lingxiu's comment, Fang Xiu continued, "The Green Mountain Mental Hospital manifested suddenly, taking the place of the Willow Hill sales office. By the time we became aware of it, everyone was already trapped within the confines of the mental hospital." Li Wenhao probed, "How can you be so certain it's a mental institution?" Fang Xiu responded, "The environment resembled a hospital, and I distinctly remember a signboard that read Green Mountain Mental Hospital." Fang Xiu then narrated the incidents that transpired inside the Specter Zone. He was wise with the details, understanding that as a first-tier psychic with the unique power of foresight, he had to exercise caution with what he revealed. He left out details regarding the surgical knife, a rare Specter gadget, knowing that its mention could stir unwanted complications. After patiently listening, both Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao appeared pensive. Shen Lingxiu, clinging to her previous stance, asked, "Fang Xiu, are you suggesting that within this Willow Hill Specter Zone, besides the Doctor Specter and the Dreamweaver Specter, there could be additional Specters lurking? Did you see this in your future vision?" She stubbornly referred to the Green Mountain Mental Hospital as the Willow Hill Specter Zone, much to Fang Xiu's amusement. He thought to himself that psychics, by their nature, sometimes had eccentric personalities, and Shen Lingxiu was no exception. Compared to other psychics, Shen Lingxiu was relatively well-adjusted. She didn't exhibit any violent tendencies. Instead, her quirks lay in her arrogance, quick temper, stubbornness, slight pettiness, skepticism, and dismissiveness. Chapter 38, Weakness and Ignorance. I haven't had any visions of that specifically. Given my current spiritual energy, I could only foresee one event, choosing the right direction at a fork in the road. At that moment, when faced with two potential routes, I witnessed two very different scenarios. In one, there was a safe and correct path, where both Zhao Hao and I managed to escape successfully, evading the specter that controlled the dream realm. In contrast, the other path presented a much darker future where countless wards lined the corridor, all their doors firmly shut, with an overwhelmingly terrifying presence of specters emanating from each one. A few doors were ajar, revealing a grim fate where both Zhao Hao and I were captured and ultimately met our end at the hands of the doctor. From these visions, I gathered that there must be at least dozens of specters within the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Dozens of specters. Li Wenhao couldn't hide his shock, his voice rising significantly. Mr. Fang, are you absolutely certain? Fang Xiu simply nodded. I trust my instincts. They haven't misled me so far. However, Shen Lingxiu couldn't contain her disbelief and scoffed openly. Fang Xiu, are you even aware of the gravity of your statement? Globally, we have witnessed numerous specter incidents, yet there has never been a case where a single specter zone housed dozens of specters. Usually, a specter zone is home to a singular specter, which forms the basis of that zone. While there have been instances where other specters have wandered into a zone or zones merging together, having dozens of specters congregating in one place, as you've described, is simply preposterous. Specters are not social beings like humans, they struggle to coexist peacefully. Consequently, if your vision was accurate, those entities are likely not specters but specter slaves. These beings, often humans or animals controlled by specters after their demise, are numerous but generally lack strength. It's quite possible that in your fear and unfamiliarity with specters, you confused these specter slaves for actual specters. Fang Xiu remained undeterred, responding calmly, I understand that it might be difficult to grasp what I'm conveying. Your role is to just report the information as I provide it, truthfully. Having visited global specter forums, Fang Xiu was well acquainted with the concept of specter slaves, which reinforced his certainty that the beings in the wards were genuine specters. Nonetheless, he chose not to engage further with Shen Lingxiu, avoiding excessive explanation. It could expose his lie about his foresight abilities. Considering her obstinate nature, it would be difficult to reason with her. He firmly believed that as long as the report was honest, the superior authorities would discern the truth. Shen Lingxiu couldn't hold back a mocking smile as she retorted, Oh, at my level, you say? Just how many specter incidents have you, a greenhorn psychic, actually encountered? Do you think your mere assertion that they are specters makes it so? I don't think you've ever seen a specter slave in reality, have you? Unfazed, Fang Xiu leisurely sipped his tea before replying, Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival, but arrogance is. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly strained, Li Wenhao felt the urgency to intervene, trying to steer the conversation to safer grounds. Mr. Fang, correct me if I'm wrong, but up until yesterday, you were just an ordinary person, weren't you? Despite that, you seem quite familiar with terms like specter zone and psychic, as evident from our discussion. May I ask, how did you get such extensive knowledge about specters and the psychic realm? Was this information also obtained through your foresight abilities? The Global Specter Forum. Fang Xiu said calmly. Yes, it was your future self who told me about it. Li Wenhao found this hard to believe. My future self? He reeled in his shock and said, Mr. Fang, having the power to see the future is very important to the Investigation Bureau. We would like you to come to the Bureau with us today. Fang Xiu set the teacup down and stood up to walk to the door. An hour later, Fang Xiu arrived at the Investigation Bureau. The bureau was situated in a hidden underground facility. But surprisingly, there were quite a few specters in there. These specters aimlessly wandered around the bureau, and nobody seemed to be aware of their presence. Seeing this made Fang Xiu even more convinced that other psychics couldn't see the specters openly walking around in public, only he could see them. Otherwise, the bureau responsible for managing specter situations wouldn't have so many free-roaming specters. Soon, he was guided to sit in the waiting area, while Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao went to brief the head of the bureau. In the bureau chief's office, Wang Dihei was seated in his office chair, enjoying tea while hearing the two's update. However, as their briefing continued, Wang Dihei's tea was now forgotten, and his previously tranquil face grew increasingly astounded. Are you certain he saw the future? Wang Dihei asked with a hint of disbelief. Li Wenhao confirmed with a serious tone, yes, Fang Xiu truly predicted that we would locate him, and he even knew our names and some details. Shen Lingxiu also confirmed by nodding. Both chose not to bring up the incident with the love letter and the pink obsession. After thinking about it, Wang Dihei asked, "Besides the two of you, does anyone else know about his ability to foresee the future?" Zhao Hao, who escaped the Specter zone with Fang Xiu, is aware of it too, one of them mentioned. Whether this is true, let's keep it classified for now. Ask Zhao Hao to maintain secrecy as well. The potential of being able to see into the future is a serious matter. If verified, no details should leak out at any cost. Got it. Understood. What about the lottery numbers? Here. Li Wenhao promptly handed over a piece of paper with the lottery winning numbers noted down to Wang Dihei. After scrutinizing it briefly, Wang Dihei remarked, "Correctly predicting the lottery numbers doesn't definitively prove foresight abilities. It's plausible that Fang Xiu arranged for individuals at the lottery event to manipulate the outcome. Li Wenhao, attend to this urgently. Assign 2 reliable individuals to conduct the draw tonight, ensuring the results are entirely random." "Yes, Director Wang." Li Wenhao hastened to manage the lottery situation. Then, Wang Dihei addressed Shen Lingxiu. "Lingxiu, as an experienced psychic, what is your opinion on Fang Xiu's credibility?" Although dissatisfied with Fang Xiu's demeanor, Shen Lingxiu responded honestly, "I can't be certain." Even though Fang Xiu omitted one number initially, he remained exceedingly composed, displaying no traces of fear. If he's faking it, he's a master of controlling his emotions. Furthermore, he lacks a motive to mislead us. Predicting the future is unlike other abilities, deceit can be uncovered easily. He might trick us once, but repeating it is unlikely. Yet, I feel that Fang Xiu might not be truthful. "Oh? What leads you to think so?" A woman's intuition. Wang Dihei was at a loss for word. He sipped his tea and said, "The truth can't be fabricated, and falsehoods cannot transform into reality. Everything will come to light when the lottery takes place tonight. It's unfortunate that he is just a budding psychic with limited spiritual energy, otherwise, we could perform more varied tests." By the way, did he also mention the presence of numerous specters at the Green Mountain Mental Hospital? Chapter 39, Fang Xiu, a righteous man? At this moment, Shen Lingxiu's lips shaped into a sly smile. "Director Wang, you aren't really taking his words seriously, right? Across the globe, no Specter zone can contain dozens of specters at once. Fang Xiu is just a rookie. If he really has the power to see the future and saw numerous specters, it could only mean that he spotted specter slaves manipulated by other specters. When scared out of your wits, even a small shift can seem greatly enlarged." Then she continued, "Based on my assessment, within the entire stretch of Willow Hill Specter Zone, there might only be a pair of specters. If there were many, Fang Xiu would not have escaped with his life, even boasting knowledge of everything. One takes on the role of the doctor, which I proposed to be labeled Specter Physician. The Specter terminates people close by, targeting one victim at a time, holding off on the next move until the current one is finished. From the details, the Specter Physician's level should be a D-class Specter." At that, Shen Lingxiu took a sip of tea. "The second one manipulates dreams, which I proposed to be called Nightmare. Its lethal tactics involve taking lives within dreams, dragging people into nightmares where various spooky beings intensify their fears, leading to death once overwhelmed by fear. Conversely, if they remain fearless, the damage inflicted by nightmare might be even lesser compared to the Specter Physician, possibly lacking physical assault capabilities. Given its distinct nature and the threat it poses, I recommended it be designated as a C-class Specter. After all, the Specter Physician doesn't have the capability to wipe out a large group of people at once, while nightmare can trap many people in dreams at the same time. Thus, considering that Willow Hill is a set Specter zone and the number of people living nearby is scant, assigning a grade C danger level seems reasonable." How frightening can the dreams crafted by nightmare be? Wang Dihe wondered aloud. Shen Lingxiu nonchalantly admired her freshly done nails, commenting quite casually, how scary can they get? Just enough to frighten the average person, nothing more. Fang Xiu has already developed strong mental resilience, and since he anticipated nightmare's tricks, understanding it's all make-believe, he surely won't be frightened. As for Zhao Hao, a shy and lustful man, he managed to lessen his fears by watching adult videos, thus making it through alive. This illustrates that even a novice like him can endure nightmare, not to mention a skilled psychic who has dealt with multiple Specter incidents before. Nightmare's abilities are well suited for surprise assaults, but once people realize that it's all a facade, its threat level might even fall below Specter physician. Wang Dihe agreed, putting faith in Shen Lingxiu's analysis as she is a proficient psychic acquainted with many Specter incidents. I concur with the chosen code names. Create profiles for the Specter physician and nightmare. As for the strategy concerning the Green Mountain Mental Hospital Specter Zone, we will devise it after this evening's lottery event. If his prediction fails, it suggests a flaw in Fang Xiu's account, and we should question his claims. Gathering such detailed information without the ability to predict the future implies the involvement of a significant force supporting him, potentially plotting against our bureau. Now, bring Fang Xiu here. I need to talk with him. Shen Lingxiu was surprised. Director Wang, you want to talk to Fang Xiu? This is going against the protocols. We are still unaware of Fang Xiu's true abilities. What if he is supported by a civilian group intending to breach the bureau while pretending he can see the future? Plus, he hasn't undergone a mental cleanliness test. We are unsure of the potential risks if he spirals out of control. For safety reasons, maybe the captain should handle it. Wang Dihe shook his head, rejecting the idea. Captain Yang isn't in the bureau at the moment, he's on the trail of the head Specter. And the vice-captain? Wang Dihe grinned. He went with him. Shen Lingxiu was stunned. They can actually work together. Do you really think they can? They are in a race against each other, each following their own paths to determine who can resolve the case first. Shen Lingxiu found herself lost for words. Underscores this the ridiculous rivalry between guys? A captain and a deputy, both acting so immature, treating a serious Specter situation like some sort of game. Okay, go and get Fang Xiu. If we get him here, he can't cause much of a fuss, even if he has ulterior motives. Seeing Wang Dihe's resolve, Shen Lingxiu felt she had no other option but to obey. However, she added, I will first make sure he goes through the psychic cleanliness test, and if he clears that, then I will bring him here. Having said that, Shen Lingxiu briskly walked away. Wang Dihe found himself briefly surprised, before breaking into a quiet chuckle. He realized that this was Shen Lingxiu's way of looking out for him. But as the boss, it was a bit annoying that his instructions couldn't be carried out without hiccups. Nevertheless, he had become accustomed to it, overseeing psychics as someone without those powers was just like that. In the relaxation area, Shen Lingxiu placed a specialized spiritual energy lie detecting device in front of Fang Xiu. She held a list of test questions in her graceful hand. Now, we are going to perform a psychic cleanliness test on you. This is a spiritual energy lie detector, not like the regular ones. It identifies lies by noticing changes in spiritual energy. Common lie detectors can be tricked by folks with special training, but no one can fool this spiritual energy lie detector. Spiritual energy is a reflection of the soul, and any mismatch between what you feel and what you say will set off an alarm, so please respond honestly without any lies. Every newbie psychic must go through this test. The Bureau doesn't let psychics with high levels of psychic contamination wander around freely. Fang Xiu responded with a nod. First question, if a powerful Specter starts causing chaos in the city, what would you do? 1. Confront the Specter, 2. Run away, 3. Attempt to rescue as many people as possible, helping them to escape. I'll confront the specter, Fang Xiu answered calmly. Shen Lingxiu gazed at Fang Xiu skeptically, then checked the spiritual energy lie detector, which didn't indicate any deceit. This took her a bit by surprise. She hadn't pegged Fang Xiu as someone who would put himself in danger for others. On this question, Fang Xiu genuinely didn't lie. He deeply resented all specters, and even if victory seemed out of reach, he'd aim to gather more data. He would uncover the specter's weak points, and if he couldn't beat it on the first go, he'd try again and again, as many times as needed. Second question, if in the future, specter incidents grow and it seems humans are losing, and a smart specter asks you to switch sides, offering you power and status beyond your wildest dreams, would you agree? No. Really, not at all? If the specter promises you great power and even promises to keep your family, friends, and those you care for safe, would you agree? No. Fang Xiu's reply was short and brief. The lie detector showed no changes, showing he was being honest. Shen Lingxiu had her doubts. She still couldn't believe that Fang Xiu was the type who'd be fully committed to the well-being of humanity. What if your family sided with the specters and invited you to join them? I don't have a family. And what about friends? I know you and Zhao Hao are pretty tight, and he's your only friend. If he persuaded you to turn your back on humanity and join the specters, would you say yes? I wouldn't mind losing a friend over this. Shen Lingxiu didn't know how to respond. The third question, what's the main thing you want to accomplish now that you are a psychic? In other words, what's your dream? To eliminate every single specter on Earth. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in silence. Shen Lingxiu eyed the lie detector that showed no signs of lies, feeling a bit astonished. Is he for real? Why haven't I seen him among the psychics before? She had witnessed many psychics taking the test, but none were like Fang Xiu. Actually, some psychics had very self-centered and twisted answers. These were individuals whose spirits had been tainted, revealing the darker, enlarged aspects of human nature. For instance, when asked the first question about a powerful specter causing chaos in the city, some opted to run away, while those with a shred of decency chose to rescue as many folks as they could. The ones severely affected by psychic contamination had even more extreme responses. Oh, a specter's on a rampage? Then I'll join in, and let's see who racks up more kills. When it came to the second question about aligning with the specters, most psychics stated they'd ally with whoever seemed more powerful, more benevolent to them, or seemingly in control. Twisted psychics would exclaim, "Specters are my favorite." The answers to the third question were even less worth mentioning: survival, being the best, amassing riches and fame, having a harem, and so forth were common answers. A twisted psychic might say, humanity is frail, but specters rise. My dream is to become a fully fledged specter. Indeed, it wasn't that there weren't people who gave answers like Fang Xiu, but usually, the lie detector would buzz urgently after such responses. Chapter 40, Time Traveling. Shen Lingxiu found herself reconsidering her impressions of Fang Xiu. Can he actually be like a character from a legend, seeming cold on the outside but actually really nice? Is it possible that beneath his aloof demeanor, there's a truly caring heart that looks out for people? After a short pause, Shen Lingxiu asked him a few more questions, which Fang Xiu answered honestly. The answers took her by surprise. Could this be the hero who genuinely cares about our hurting world and has descended to Earth? If the lie detector isn't malfunctioning, then this Fang Xiu is truly an angel among humans. There isn't anyone else on the entire psychic team as good and kind as he is. The last question, can you actually predict the future? Fang Xiu looked at Shen Lingxiu calmly, saying quietly, I have traveled many times between the future and the past. I've seen things end and begin again, living through countless possibilities. For me, the future is just something I can watch and change if I want to. Shen Lingxiu peeked at the silent lie detector. Deep down she felt that Fang Xiu was telling the truth, but she still had to moan, "Why can't you just tell me straight up if you can see the future? Why make it so dramatic?" After venting her frustration, Shen Lingxiu packed up the lie detector and stood up, her mood visibly shifting. If she was chilly toward him before, now she was keeping him at arm's length. It looked like she really didn't want to be close to Fang Xiu. That's just how people are. When they met someone who seemed to be more giving and nicer than them, they'd assume those people were just pretending, hiding behind a facade. And when they found out those people were genuine, they instinctively distanced themselves. The brightness of such kind-hearted people only served to highlight the darkness within themselves. That was how Shen Lingxiu was feeling now. At first, she didn't like Fang Xiu's aloof cold attitude at all. But after the test, she realized he was really nice and kind. She knew that hating such a nice person would make her look bad. Her ego stopped her from acting all nice and agreeable now when she had been so haughty before. So, she naturally pushed back and wanted to keep her distance. "You passed the test. Come with me to meet Director Wang," Shen Lingxiu announced, turning around and walking away. Before long, they arrived at Wang Dihei's office, where Shen Lingxiu placed the test results on his desk. He passed the test. Wang Dihei grabbed the paper, briefly assessed Fang Xiu, and then smiled. "So you're Fang Xiu, hey? Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Dihei, the current head of the Green Vine City Investigation Bureau. Please, have a seat." As he spoke, he began to skim through the report, making small talk to learn more about Fang Xiu. But suddenly, Wang Dihei stopped mid-sentence, looking like he froze in place for a moment. "You?" His eyes widened in surprise, staring in disbelief at the paper in front of him. Reaching for his glasses, he carefully reread the report multiple times, struggling to believe what he was seeing. The report was flawless, so flawless that it appeared almost impossible for anyone, even someone with an entirely clear conscience, to have answered so perfectly. Wang Dihei's gaze instinctively shifted toward Shen Lingxiu, as if asking her a silent question. Shen Lingxiu simply gave a nod, her face remaining stoic. Trying to hide his amazement, Wang Dihei took a deep breath before saying, "Mr. Fang, based on this report alone, even if you can't actually see the future, I'd like to extend an invitation for you to join our investigation bureau." Fang Xiu replied calmly, "No need to rush. We can discuss it after they announce the lottery results." He wasn't planning on joining the investigation bureau right away, as that wouldn't really serve a purpose. His aim was to join as a future seer, so he could bargain for a better deal later on. Right then, Shen Lingxiu unexpectedly interjected, "Director Wang, I used the lie detector to confirm if Fang Xiu's talent was indeed predicting the future." Wang Dihei immediately perked up, asking, "And what was the result?" "He passed the test." At the confirmation, Wang Dihei's eyes narrowed a little, but he didn't accept it as fact right away. He knew that the lie detector wasn't foolproof. Indeed, the device could tell if someone was lying, sounding an alert when a person's thoughts didn't match their words. But if someone was under hypnosis and truly thought, deep down, that they have the ability to predict the future, then the spiritual energy lie detector would mark it as the truth. This was precisely why Wang Dihei remained skeptical. Soon after, they began chatting more relaxedly. Even though the report seemed perfect, as the chief of the investigation bureau, Wang Dihei obviously had his unique ways of judging people. Fang Xiu really wasn't a fan of this informal conversation. In his eyes, it was a waste of time. All he wished for at the moment was to gain more power and exact retribution to every specter in the world. Luckily, their casual talk was soon interrupted when the office door swung open violently. A young man in a uniform stormed in, clearly panicked. Wang Dihei's face tightened at once. "How many times have I told you not to be so reckless at work, you?" But the young man cut him off, nearly shouting, "Director Wang, it's an emergency. The vice-captain, he's dead. What? Wang Dihei shot up from his seat, a look of sheer disbelief on his face. How could he be dead? Bai Qi wasn't just a strong asset in our investigation bureau, but he was also the top psychic in all of Greenvine City. This can't be happening. Hurry, give me all the details. The news of Vice-Captain Bai Qi's death sent Wang Dihei into a frenzy. Bai Qi was his ace in the hole, and losing him could throw Greenvine City into chaos. Earlier today, Captain Yang and Vice-Captain Bai split up to follow a lead on a top-level Specter. But somehow, the Vice-Captain got to the Specter first, in an abandoned building on the outskirts of King Bay Town. He didn't wait for Captain Yang and confronted the Specter alone. Everyone thought Vice-Captain Bai could handle it with his skills, but nobody expected that another Specter was lying in wait in that building and caught him off guard. The young man's voice trailed off, his face turning pale. What? A second Specter? Wang Dihei exploded, hurling a folder across the room in his anger. What on earth is your intel team doing? How did you all fail to detect another Specter in King Bay Town beforehand? Tears welled up in the young man's eyes as he stammered, Director Wang, we scoured King Bay Town during our citywide sweep, and we didn't find any trace of that Specter then. It's like it just appeared out of nowhere. Wang Dihei took a deep breath, fighting to keep his fury at bay. Where's Yang Ming? He was fully aware that allowing his anger to cloud his judgment at this critical moment could prove disastrous. The unexpected ambush and Bai Qi death highlighted the formidable strength of the Specters involved. If not addressed swiftly and effectively, King Bay Town would descend into chaos, potentially posing a threat to Greenvine City itself. FEEBOM. Captain Yang is already on his way to King Bay Town after receiving the news. Get a car ready, now. Everyone who's available, head to King Bay Town ASAP. Contact the leaders of the various local psychic groups too, ask them to send reinforcements. Anyone who assists in resolving this crisis will receive a reward from the Bureau, 3,000 spiritual coins and 10 spirit incenses. Wang Dihei exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Chapter 41, I can die a million times. When Fang Xiu heard the mention of spiritual coins and spiritual incense, his mind began buzzing with thoughts. Even though he had seen pictures of these things on the Specter forum, he had never come across them in person. The spiritual coins were kind of a unique form of currency among psychics, though not many use them like regular money. In reality, these coins are more like materials crafted from spiritual energy, a type of metal imbued with spiritual properties. It was almost like a tangible manifestation of one's mental energy. This special metal was created by the higher UPS at the Investigation Bureau headquarters, and it has the ability to channel spiritual energy. It held immense value because of its ability to channel spiritual energy. Psychics could use these coins to craft items like weapons and armor. Conventional weapons and armor were often ineffective against Specters, but objects forged from this mind metal can actually fight back against them, provided one infused them with spiritual energy. Tools and weapons played a huge role in this world. One of the reasons humans climbed to the top of the food chain was because of how they crafted and utilized weapons and tools. When ordinary items proved ineffective against Specters, using tools made from this mind metal became incredibly crucial. As for the spiritual incense, it was another valuable creation from the Investigation Bureau headquarters. This incense served the purpose of soothing psychics when their minds began to waver. Being a psychic wasn't easy, and one's mind could become quite turbulent. As a psychic grew stronger, their mental state could become even more precarious, leading to instability. However, this incense acted as a protective barrier, helping to keep negative effects at bay and functioning as a safety net for psychics. Wang Dihei was busy making call after call, rallying numerous resources and personnel. The influence and capability of the Investigation Bureau were evident during times like this. He was in charge of coordinating everyone and everything. Once he was done making his calls, he noticed Fang Xiu still standing there. He instructed his assistant to lead Fang Xiu to a room where he could relax. He also directed Shen Lingxiu to convene an emergency meeting. After giving orders, Wang Dihe walked away with Shen Lingxiu, and Xiao Wang guided Fang Xiu to a place where he could sit and relax. In that room, Fang Xiu was coolly having some tea, but his mind was running a mile a minute. He was wondering if the top psychic in Greenvine had really been defeated that easily, just by 2 specters. They must have been really powerful specters. It showcased just how fragile humans can be. Even with spiritual energy, humans were still no match for specters. The doctor at the Green Mountain Mental Hospital served as a clear example of this. She wasn't a powerful specter, but her skin was as hard as metal, so regular guns couldn't do anything to her. On the other hand, while a psychic could amplify their spiritual energy, enabling them to harness more of their muscle power and become significantly stronger than the average person, they could still be injured or even killed by a bullet. This is the big difference between a human and a specter. The problem is, psychics couldn't afford to mess up. Despite their remarkable abilities, their bodies are still made of flesh and blood. A small mistake can end up with them getting killed by a specter, just like what happened to Bai Qi when he was caught off guard and killed. It wasn't the same for specters. They have remarkable powers too, but they can mess up many times without dying, which makes it really hard for a psychic to take them down with just one hit. It felt like an uneven playing field, where specters could mess up multiple times, while psychics couldn't afford a single misstep. How could anyone fight with odds like that? But Fang Xiu wasn't worried about this disadvantage. The ones who were really weak were the other psychics, not him. When a specter met him, their roles would be switched. He was the one who could mess up a bunch, or even a million times, which no specter could compete with. So, Fang Xiu just sat there quietly in the break room. Looking out the window, he could see a lot of workers running around in a frenzy. It was obvious that Bai Qi death was a huge deal, big enough to shake up the whole of Greenvine. As the afternoon rolled around, Fang Xiu figured that the first part of dealing with this problem was probably done. It was time to get moving. He wasn't planning on just sitting around the whole day. He then looked at the young man sitting next to him. He had looked really pale the entire morning and hadn't managed to shake it off. It wasn't clear if he was upset about Bai Qi dying or worried that people would blame him for not doing his intelligence job properly. Fang Xiu slowly stood up and walked over to him. It was only then that the young man noticed him. "You." Before he could say anything else, he got a hard hit on the back of his neck. The young man was knocked out cold, falling limp immediately. Then, Fang Xiu quickly stripped him of his work uniform and put it on himself. With that, he stepped out of the room. He was planning to blend in as a worker to sneak around and gather some intel. Normally, this disguise wouldn't work, but the investigation bureau was all over the place because of Bai Qi death, which made this the perfect opportunity. He carried some papers in his hand, acting like he was in a rush just like everyone else, and he started walking around the bureau without anyone stopping him. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy, significantly enhancing his hearing. Now, he could hear every little conversation and phone calls happening in the offices and the hallways. "I can't believe Vice Captain Bai is gone." Sure, he was kind of distant, but he was also the strongest one here in Greenvine City. It's crazy to think that someone that strong just died, just like that. Totally, who saw this coming? I think this could have been avoided, you know. It's all because Captain Yang and Vice Captain Bai couldn't get along and were always trying to one-up each other. If they had just worked together, the Vice Captain would never have gotten caught off guard and killed. FREWBNV. Hey Lee, I'm kind of new here. Could you explain what the beef between Captain Yang and Vice Captain Bai was? Oh, it wasn't anything serious, just 2 big egos clashing. Everyone knew that Vice Captain Bai was the strongest, but when it was time to pick a new captain, Captain Yang was promoted instead. Vice Captain Bai never really got over that. Wait, if Vice Captain Bai was the strongest in the city, how did he lose to Captain Yang? that's all thanks to Captain Yang's special ability. Do you know what it is? I think I heard someone say it has something to do with luck. Yeah, you got it. Captain Yang Ming has luck on his side. It pretty much just brings good luck and that's it, which is why other psychics from different investigation bureau make fun of him for being the weakest captain. So, how did someone like that manage to beat Vice Captain Bai? Vice Captain Bai was supposed to be unbeatable among the second-tier psychics. Well, what do you think? Just a lucky break, really? Nobody knows exactly what Bai ate that made him sick, but right at the start of their fight, he needed to go to the bathroom really badly. He was scared of having an accident if he fought too hard, so he held back. Captain Yang might not be all that powerful, but he's still a second-tier psychic. Against someone who wasn't fighting back full-on, it was an easy win. What? Really? Why didn't Vice Captain Bai just ask for a timeout? Chapter 42, Captain Yang Ming. In the hallway, Fang Xiu overheard their chatter and chose not to stick around any longer. They were just gossiping, anyway. These two folks seemed like clerical workers, so they had some free time at the moment, even enough to chat about rumors. He kept wandering through the investigation bureau, collecting more information. Hurry, get to the meeting room, Director Wang is holding an urgent meeting, someone shouted. Upon hearing about the meeting, Fang Xiu swiftly joined the others. He headed to the meeting room with them. In the meeting room, the long table was packed with people, both men and women, most of them quite young. Notably, almost no one was in black work uniforms. Instead, the majority were in unique and special clothes, full of character. However, on both sides of the table stood many staff members, dressed in their regular work clothes. Fang Xiu stood with the other employees, leaning against the wall. He quietly watched the people at the table. It was obvious that these folks were psychics. As the main fighters against the Specters, they naturally held a higher status compared to regular people, which earned them a spot at the table. At the top of the table was a stern-looking Wang Dihei. Strangely, there were empty chairs on both sides of him. _2 open chairs. _. Fang Xiu guessed that these spots were probably meant for Yang Ming and Bai Qi. It makes sense for Bai Qi chair to be empty because he passed away, but what about Yang Ming? Is he still looking into the Specters? Suddenly, he noticed a strong whiff of cigarette smoke. Someone's smoking during this urgent meeting. Following the scent, Fang Xiu spotted a sad-looking man in his late 20s, hunched over and smoking in a corner behind Wang Dihei. The man had a prominent brow and large eyes, and his face was square with a wide nose. Although he wasn't extremely handsome, he had a lively and decent appearance. However, he looked really down at the moment, with dull eyes and a 5 o'clock shadow beginning to darken his face. He was just staring at nothing ahead of him. If he wasn't occasionally taking a drag on his cigarette, he could be mistaken for a statue. The others in the room seemed to deliberately overlook this man, letting him sit there and smoke. Seeing this, Fang Xiu had a hunch. Though dressed oddly and showing strong personalities, the psychics in the room were following basic rules during the meeting, sitting quietly in their places. The way this man was behaving, without anyone commenting and even Wang Dihei letting it be, hinted that this guy must hold a significant role. Putting this together with the empty chairs, it wasn't hard to figure out that this smoking guy was likely Yang Ming. At that moment, Wang Dihei began the meeting. During this critical time, he didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. We've verified through field checks by the investigation team that Vice Captain Bai Qi has been killed while on duty. Wang Dihei's serious voice echoed in the room. The room fell completely silent. Some had blank faces, others seemed not to care, while a few looked genuinely upset. A mix of emotions was on display. The man who was probably Yang Ming still looked lost, but his hand holding the cigarette seemed to tremble. The quiet was broken by Wang Dihei's deep voice ringing out again. Bai was attacked by a specter who manipulates shadows, he declared. A fuzzy image popped up on the big screen in the room, showing a shadow that looked human. But unlike normal shadows, this one had depth and wasn't flat. It looked like someone wearing a skin-tight black suit that covered even their eyes and nose. It was pitch black, as if a human shadow had sprung to life, becoming tangible and physical. This specter is labeled as shadow. What we know so far is that it can disappear into shadows. When Bai was confronting another specter called Human Head, Shadow came out from his own shadow, catching him off guard and hurting him badly, which led to his death by Human Head, Wang Dihei explained further. Everyone stared at Shadow in the picture, their faces grim. This sudden attack was almost impossible to avoid, catching anyone unawares easily. Even the powerful Bai Qi was caught and badly hurt, the other psychics doubted they would fare any better. Right now, we don't know where Shadow is. But Yang Ming took care of Human Head. So, our next move is to put all our energy into tracking down Shadow, finding it, and putting an end to this whole issue. And also Wang Dihei stopped, inhaling deeply before he solemnly added, to get justice for Vice Captain Bai Qi. The mood in the room turned even grimmer instantly. rwbnve.co. Maybe noticing the heavy mood, Wang Dihei suddenly forced a small smile and announced, despite the grim circumstances, I do have a bit of happy news to tell you all. Happy news. People were briefly confused. Bai just died, what good news can there be? Well, Captain Yang Ming, having dealt with Human Head, has moved up to become a third-tier psychic, joining the highest ranks of psychics. Upon hearing this, there was a sudden uproar in the room, and all attention immediately shifted to the man smoking in the corner. This man, who was indeed Yang Ming, didn't seem to have heard anything, his face unchanged. He simply tossed away the cigarette butt he was holding and reached into his pocket for a new pack. He planned to light another one. A few cigarette butts lay on the floor near his feet, circling him. Opening the pack, Yang Ming found it was empty. Without a care, he crumpled it up and tossed it aside, raising his lifeless eyes to glance at the people around him. Hey, anyone got a cigarette? He rasped, his voice rough and showing signs of tiredness. A hushed silence settled over the crowd, with no one answering him. Seeing this, a flash of disappointment appeared in Wang Dihei's eyes. But he still scolded sternly, Yang Ming, snap out of it. You're a third-tier psychic now. The future safety of Green Vine City is in your hands. Plus, don't you want to get back at the ones who took Bai Qi from us? Despite Wang Dihei's chastising, Yang Ming looked totally unaffected, his expression dull. He slowly rose from the corner, his hands stuffed in his pocket. Guess I'll just go buy a pack myself, he muttered. With those words, he seemed to really plan on leaving the meeting room to get cigarettes. As he walked, he kept grumbling, revenge, hey? Will getting revenge bring Bai Qi back? Hold it right there! Wang Dihei shouted in fury, but Yang Ming continued walking. He didn't seem to have heard him at all. Frustrated, Wang Dihei reluctantly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, calling out, I have cigarettes right here. Yang Ming stopped dead in his tracks, looking irritated, why didn't you mention that earlier? Wang Dihei threw the pack to Yang Ming and spun around to resume the meeting, not wanting to waste any more time on meaningless chatter. Yang Ming retreated to his earlier spot in the corner, lighting up a cigarette and saying, Man, Director Wang must be from a rich family, smoking these high-end cigarettes every day, hey. Annoyance edged across Wang Dihei's face, but he held back his anger. He was ready to move forward with the meeting. But just then, the conference room door slammed open with a loud bang. Wang Dihei's anger burst forth immediately, show some respect. Have some order. How many times do I have to say? But the staff member who burst in didn't let him finish, blurting out anxiously instead, Director Wang, this is bad, the guy you told me to escort has vanished. He knocked me down and escaped. What? Are you telling me Fang Xiu has escaped? Wang Dihai's face was a picture of shock and rage. Among the crowd, Fang Xiu heaved a quiet sigh. It seemed his skills weren't quite up to par yet. He didn't expect the guy he knocked out would wake up so quickly. Though Fang Xiu had developed psychic abilities, possessing power much beyond a regular person, he'd never attempted to knock someone out before and wasn't sure how much force was needed. Fang Xiu, you're actually here. A female voice called out amidst the crowd. It was Shen Lingxiu. Shen Lingxiu jumped to her feet, her face a mask of astonishment as she pointed at Fang Xiu in the crowd. Chapter 43, I Can Change the Past. The people around Fang Xiu quickly responded, pulling out their guns and aiming at him. They were ready to shoot if he made any strange moves. The psychics sitting at the conference table were also closely watching him, their looks showing curiosity and caution. A hint of faint but noticeable spiritual energy pressure came down on him. Fang Xiu, do you know what the penalty is for attacking the investigation bureau's staff? What are you trying to do exactly? Or, who are you really? Wang Dihai asked with a serious expression. Faced with Wang Dihai's questions and the pressure from the psychics, Fang Xiu didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly looked at Yang Ming, who was smoking in a corner. Out of the blue, he asked calmly, do you want to bring Bai Qi back to life? Yang Ming stopped smoking abruptly, his previously dull eyes suddenly became terrifying. He looked like an angry tiger coming down a mountain, intently watching Fang Xiu. Gradually, he stood up, his face stern. A hidden force was building up inside him, similar to the tense silence before a storm, so heavy and overpowering. Snap! He threw the cigarette on the floor and stomped it out. After that, he walked steadily toward Fang Xiu. Yang Ming stopped right in front of Fang Xiu, staring at his calm expression. No matter who you are or where you came from, don't make light jokes about those who have passed away, or someone will get hurt. Like a giant wave, an invisible pressure came down on Fang Xiu. This pressure from Yang Ming alone was much stronger than that from all the other psychics. The other psychics also showed slight changes on their faces at this point. So, this is the strength of a third-tier psychic. But even with this huge pressure, Fang Xiu's expression showed no change. He had gone through enough encounters with powerful specters before, so this kind of pressure was nothing to him. He calmly looked at Yang Ming and said gently, you only need to say yes or no. His peaceful words seemed to have an unquestionable power. Seeing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but feel amazed. Standing up to a third-tier psychic and still speaking so confidently, just who is this Fang Xiu guy? Yang Ming focused deeply on Fang Xiu's serene eyes, trying to see something in them. Yet, all he could find was a profound and immeasurable calm. Fang Xiu, what are you talking about? All of you, seize him. By this point, Wang Dihai completely lost his trust in Fang Xiu. He strongly believed that Fang Xiu had a secret group supporting him, planning some kind of horrible scheme. But just as the nearby staff were getting ready to move, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop them. Can you truly bring Bai Qi back to life? Yang Ming asked, feeling like he was losing his grip on his sanity. The idea that the dead can't be brought back to life is a universal truth. Even if the person before him could revive the dead, Bai Qi's body was devoured by the specter. There was no way anyone could bring him back. Yang Ming couldn't understand why he had asked such an irrational question. However, as he gazed into Fang Xiu's calm eyes, a faint feeling in his heart suggested that what Fang Xiu claimed might actually be true. A slight smile formed at the edge of Fang Xiu's mouth. I can't resurrect the dead, but I can travel back to the past and alter the future. Hearing this, everyone burst into a frenzy. They felt like they had just heard the most absurd claim. Traveling back in time to change the future seemed even more unbelievable than bringing someone back from the dead. No one there believed what Fang Xiu was saying, yet Yang Ming persistently asked, "What needs to be done?" Fang Xiu didn't reply, instead posing a question of his own, "Where were you when Bai Qi died?" After pondering for a while, Yang Ming replied, "Back then, I had found some leads on Human Head, near the hilly region by King Bei Town. But the leads were wrong, so I didn't go into King Bei Town." As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his fists, his face marred by guilt. If I had figured it out sooner and made it to King Bei Town earlier, maybe he would still be alive. "That's good, now give me your phone number." "Phone number?" Yang Ming was stunned, utterly unable to follow Fang Xiu's erratic line of thought. "Yes, just hand over your phone number now, and then share a secret with me." "What kind of secret?" Yang Ming's confusion deepened. "A secret that will convince you it's really me," Fang Xiu replied calmly. "Next, I will return to the past and call you before the Bai Qi incident occurs, urging you to rescue him. So, I need a secret that will persuade you to believe me." At this, Yang Ming couldn't help but gape, finding the situation utterly absurd, as if Fang Xiu was spinning a ghost story. Travel back in time to call me, can there genuinely be such a bizarre power in this world? Even if it existed, wouldn't it demand the abilities of a fifth-tier psychic to execute it? How could this be happening? No matter how desperately Yang Ming wished to bring Bai Qi back, he found it difficult to take Fang Xiu's words seriously. And it wasn't just him, the other psychics present shared his skepticism. They find it impossible to believe. They couldn't help but wonder, A's fellow psychics, why does Fang Xiu seem so much more powerful? Changing the future and revisiting the past? Is he even a psychic anymore? He sounds like a god. Yet, one person felt a whirlwind of emotions coursing through her. It was Shen Lingxiu. Because she suddenly recalled what Fang Xiu had mentioned during the test. "I have traveled back and forth many times between the future and the past, seeing things end and start again, going through countless possibilities. For me, the future is just something I can watch and change if I want to." She suddenly realized why Fang Xiu hadn't directly answered whether he could predict the future back then but made such a proclamation instead. It was likely that he wasn't merely bragging but was describing his capability in a different manner, the power to revisit the past and change the course of the future. Observing Yang Ming, who looked doubtful, Fang Xiu offered a gentle smile. "There's no harm in giving it a shot." Yang Ming was convinced almost instantly. Indeed, what did they have to lose by trying, even if it turned out to be unsuccessful? He couldn't see how Fang Xiu might hurt him with just a phone number and a minor secret. Taking a deep breath, he began slowly, 138. He recited it only once, and Fang Xiu heard it just once, but he ingrained it solidly in his mind. Then, Yang Ming paused to reflect for a bit before finally saying carefully, "I suppose I'll share a secret that only I am aware of. It's about Bai Qi. I never intended to disclose this in my lifetime since I worry he would be angry with me if he discovered it. But since he is no longer here, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. The truth is, before the initial captain selection contest, Bai Qi didn't fall sick because he ate something bad, which led to diarrhea during the competition. It was actually me who secretly slipped him laxatives beforehand. Yet, since my power is luck, no one has ever suspected my involvement." Silence enveloped them. All those present turned their eyes toward Yang Ming, utterly stunned. They saw him in a new light, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Chapter 44, Maybe We Don't Exist. Yang Ming was really annoyed by the looks everyone gave him. "Is it all my fault? It's because of Bai Qi. Okay, never mind. He's not with us anymore, let's drop it." He let out another sigh, his face showing sadness again. "Okay, that's enough of the secret," Fang Xiu abruptly said. "You usually keep your phone on, don't you?" Yang Ming nodded. "Yeah, if you manage to call me in the past, I'll definitely pick up." I get lost easily, and I was driving near King Bay Town's mountain area when Bai Qi had his accident. I had my phone connected to the car's GPS at that time, so I'll definitely get your call. Fang Xiu nodded and said, then, wait for the call. With that, he went silent. Following his lead, the room fell silent as well. Everyone just looked at him, time seemed to slow down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Fang Xiu said, why are you all looking at me? Let's get back to the meeting. They were all caught off guard. Unable to hold it in anymore, Yang Ming said, I thought you were traveling back in time. We're all waiting for you to make your move. Fang Xiu stared at him, almost like he thought Yang Ming was dumb. When did I say I was going now? And you didn't actually believe I would vanish instantly like in films, did you? Everyone stayed quiet. They were really thinking that might happen. So when are you planning to do it? No hurry, after the 8 o'clock drawing tonight. Yang Ming was surprised. Drawing? What drawing? He asked. That's enough, no more questions. Yang Ming, take this confused guy to the holding room now. I'll come soon. His mind seems to be all over the place, I'm worried his spiritual energy is getting unstable, Wang Dihei suddenly instructed. At first, Yang Ming didn't want to, but he noticed Wang Dihei giving him a signal. So, Yang Ming told Fang Xiu reluctantly, follow me. Fang Xiu agreed, walking with Yang Ming to the holding room without causing any trouble. He realized causing a scene at the investigation bureau now would be like asking for trouble. Also, he understood what Wang Dihei must be thinking. Whether his story was real or made up, it shouldn't become public knowledge. If it was real, the power to reverse time and alter the future was too shocking. If the word got out, it might create a huge fuss. If false, it would turn into the biggest joke of the year at the bureau, also not something to be spread widely. Thinking this over, Wang Dihei had Yang Ming escort him away. Reaching the holding room, Fang Xiu bombarded Yang Ming with numerous questions about Shadow, plus details on Bai Qi. It turned out that Bai Qi skill was incredible speed, reaching velocities that were beyond what others in his tier could achieve. This gave him a big edge whether he was on the attack or making a getaway. Once, he managed to kill a second-tier psychic in just a few seconds. He even got away from a powerful Specter during a tense chase. This allowed him and Yang Ming to work solo since Bai Qi could just sprint away if he couldn't win. Yang Ming, blessed with luck, was less likely to suffer a tragic end. But this time, Bai Qi was caught off guard by the intel he had, failing to spot the lurking shadow. Normally, it was tough for regular Specters to catch Bai Qi due to his quick reflexes and speed. But Shadow was a different case. He stayed in Bai Qi's shadow, and no matter how speedy Bai Qi was, he couldn't shake his own shadow. During an intense fight with the human head Specter, Shadow tracked him closely, striking a lethal blow when he least expected it. They talked for a bit, but Fang Xiu didn't get much helpful info. Yang Ming might seem rugged and reckless, but he chose his words with caution. He didn't spill any secrets, especially since he wasn't sure of Fang Xiu's ability to alter the future yet. Around an hour later, Wang Dihei and Shen Lingxiu walked into the holding room. Fang Xiu, what's your real goal? What are you planning to do with Yang Ming? Wang Dihei asked straight away as he entered. In 3 hours, after the drawing, all will be revealed, Fang Xiu replied calmly. The drawing? I thought you said your skill was predicting the future. Now it's about altering it. What's the difference? After seeing what the future holds, making changes is basically altering the future, right? Like, if I foresee getting hit by a car today, I won't die if I stay home. Hearing the resolute Fang Xiu, Shen Lingxiu chimed in, but Bai Qi is already gone, this is now an unalterable past. How can you modify past events while here in the present? Hey! Fang Xiu glanced at her. He argued, how do you know this is the present? Is it possible that none of us, not even Yang Ming or myself, are real, and everything happening now is just a future vision of my past self? At this, Shen Lingxiu and the others were taken aback, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. We're not real. Yang Ming said incredulously, do you even hear yourself? Fang Xiu shut his eyes to rest, not saying anything more. A strange tension hung in the air among the trio. Though Fang Xiu's statement seemed ludicrous, they couldn't shake a faint unease that crept in upon pondering his words, do we truly exist? After that, everyone lingered in the holding room a bit longer before exiting, leaving only Fang Xiu by himself. They were all members of the investigation bureau and had urgent tasks to handle, they couldn't realistically stick around for 3 hours. Time slipped by quickly, and in what seemed like a heartbeat, 3 hours had passed. Bang! The detention room door was suddenly flung open. Wang Dihei, Shen Lingxiu, and Yang Ming walked in, their faces stern and their eyes fixed on Fang Xiu, who sat calmly with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, Fang Xiu opened his eyes, meeting the glares of the three with an air of serenity. Slam! Shen Lingxiu slammed a sheet of paper with the lottery numbers Fang Xiu had previously provided onto the table, her expression frosty. She said firmly, Fang Xiu, the lottery numbers you gave didn't hit at all. They didn't just lose, not a single number matched. Look, here are the actual winning numbers from this round that I just wrote down. Fang Xiu, tell us the truth. Who are you really and who sent you here? Wang Dihei demanded sternly. Yang Ming stayed quiet, but his eyes bore a glint of lethal intention as he regarded Fang Xiu. But Fang Xiu only offered a faint smile and said, my predictions are never wrong. Did you really think you could trick me with a set of fake numbers now? Shen Lingxiu became so livid that she found herself short of breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She swiftly pulled out her phone, displayed the lottery results, and shoved it in front of Fang Xiu. Look at this. I want to see how much longer you can maintain this charade. Fang Xiu glanced at it casually, his grin becoming even more scornful. So you guys tampered with the lottery results and now you're here to grill me. Chapter 45, The Real Prophecy. Shen Lingxiu sneered coldly, yes, Fang Xiu, we did send someone to the drawing center. But it was out of concern that you might have planted someone there to manipulate the process. This drawing is completely random. What, now that the numbers are different, are you upset that your attempt at sabotage failed? Fang Xiu observed the reactions of the three and concluded that they probably hadn't interfered. He could then safely activate his reset. At that moment, Shen Lingxiu sneered again, didn't you say that if your guess was incorrect, you'd be willing to stake your life on it? Hey, it doesn't seem like you're ready to uphold that promise. Going back on your word now, are we? Don't worry, I mean what I say, Fang Xiu said with a faint smile. The next moment, a shiny scalpel appeared in his hand. Shen Lingxiu and Yang Ming immediately shielded Wang Dihei behind them, thinking he was planning to reveal his concealed weapon. However, to their utter shock, after Fang Xiu pulled out the scalpel, he did not attack. Instead, he drove it straight into his own forehead. The three of them stood in stunned silence, staring at Fang Xiu with a scalpel lodged in his forehead. They found it rare to see someone who kept their word to such an extent. He truly meant what he said. At the investigation bureau, Fang Xiu, who returned from a reset, was led into the bureau by Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao. This time, he repeated everything he did last time to avoid triggering a butterfly effect. Looking at the investigation bureau for the second time, Fang Xiu smiled faintly. It's time to showcase the true prediction of the future. As the three of them walked in, suddenly, Fang Xiu stopped in his tracks. Shen Lingxiu frowned, what happened? There will be two staff members colliding around the corner in the corridor ahead. Li Wenhao took a while to react. What? He asked, flustered. The next second, a secretary holding a stack of files rushed forward. As she reached the corner, a male staff member walked out from the other side. Ouch! With a scream, the two of them collided, causing the files to scatter all over the floor. Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were instantly shocked, looking at Fang Xiu in disbelief. How is this possible? Fang Xiu remained calm and continued walking forward, effortlessly stepping over the scattered files. Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao followed closely behind, not even hearing the greetings from the staff members who had fallen to the floor. Fang Xiu appeared to be familiar with the layout of the investigation bureau, moving smoothly toward an office area where over a dozen clerks were diligently working at their computers. Then, he said again, the woman in the third row from the left will get up to get coffee. As his voice fell, the woman, as if hearing an order, picked up the cup on her desk and stood up. She was heading for the coffee machine. Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were astonished, finding it all too incredible to believe. The guy in the middle seat of the second-to-last row will accidentally knock the files to the floor. With that, the man, looking a bit tired, raised his hand and stretched lazily. During the stretch, the files on the table were knocked to the floor by accident. They landed with a soft thud. The guy in the first seat of the first row will get a phone call soon, and it will last 3 seconds. Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao, almost at the same time, checked the watches on their wrists. The very next moment. Ring! 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 The phone rang. Hello, who's this? I'm not interested in buying a house or getting a loan. Please don't have these agents call me again. After the call ended, the two agents shared a glance, noticing the other's stunned expression. The call lasted precisely 3 seconds, not a moment more or less. Both stared at Fang Xiu's calm face in disbelief, feeling like he was a magical being who could control things effortlessly. It was almost as if he were playfully changing the destinies of regular people. Fang Xiu looked at them calmly and said in a detached tone, "Let's go. The waiting room is this way." With that, he seemingly took the lead, guiding the extremely shocked Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao to the waiting room. Once in the waiting room, he swiftly grabbed tea from the second drawer on the left of the counter and then fetched coffee from the third drawer. Next, he prepared a cup of coffee for Shen Lingxiu and a cup of green tea for Li Wenhao. He thoughtfully added exactly 5 sugar cubes to Shen Lingxiu's coffee. Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were shocked. Fang Xiu poured himself a glass of water. He took a small sip and then said casually, "Don't look so shocked. Like I said, my eyes can see into the future." Shen Lingxiu and Li Wenhao were dumbstruck, needing a while to get their bearings. Finally, Shen Lingxiu spoke, "Did you predict all those things earlier? Including knowing where the waiting room is and the fact that I take 5 sugar cubes in my coffee?" Fang Xiu picked up the cup, gently blew the steam away from the top, took a light sip, and said, "What else?" Once again, they were plunged into a long silence. Any doubts they had previously were mostly gone by now. Getting some info in advance was one thing, but foreseeing the exact actions of the bureau staff couldn't have been uncovered by mere research. "You both should go speak to Wang Dihei, he's available now," Fang Xiu said. At this point, the two agents felt numb, unsure of what to say. This is the typical reaction when faced with things beyond one's comprehension. They shared a look, then quietly stood up and headed to report to Wang Dihei. After they left, Fang Xiu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Elsewhere, Yang Ming was enjoying a leisurely drive in the hills near Qingbei town, humming along to a tune. Suddenly, the music stopped as his phone rang. Without a second thought, Yang Ming answered the incoming call from an unknown number. "Frb Novo. Hello, who's this?" Yang Ming's voice sounded casual and somewhat arrogant, a stark contrast to his demeanor after Bai Qi passing. A serene and deep male voice responded from the other end, "Bai Qi will be dead in 30 minutes. Screech! Yang Ming hit the brakes hard, the tires screeching against the pavement, leaving twin streaks. His casual demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a voice tinged with alarm. Who are you? I am Fang Xiu, someone who can see the future. Right now, I'm at the investigation bureau. If all goes as planned, we might be working together soon. I had a vision that a specter will murder Bai Qi in 30 minutes. You have the chance to prevent it. Yang Ming couldn't hold back a bitter laugh. I don't know who you think you are, but do you realize this kind of joke could bring you big trouble? When the decision for the team leader was underway, you and Bai Qi were the finalists. You spiked his meal with laxatives the night before, yet no one suspected you since your ability is luck. Yang Ming froze, stammering in disbelief. How did you find out about that? I've never shared that secret with anyone. Listen carefully. I will only say this once, Bai Qi is currently at a building under construction on the outskirts of Qingbei town. He's about to face a specter in combat. However, that specter is not the only enemy. Another specter, Shadow, is lurking in the shadow, preparing to attack at a decisive moment. It will then result in Bai Qi death. Chapter 46, Perfect Test Result. Yang Ming sat in silence inside the car, his face a turbulent sea of emotions. Suddenly, he made a sharp U-turn and floored the accelerator, speeding towards Qingbei town. Even if he had doubts about Fang Xiu's words, he chose to be cautious. Particularly since Fang Xiu was aware of his use of laxatives, a detail he had kept secret. In the waiting room, Fang Xiu finished his cup of hot water and sat for a long time before Shen Lingxiu showed up. This meeting lasted much longer than the previous one. It seemed that Fang Xiu's earlier predictions about the future had taken them by surprise, leading to a more in-depth discussion this time. Fang Xiu, I need to do a test on you now, Shen Lingxiu stated, her face showing mixed emotions. Without waiting, Fang Xiu grabbed the lie detector. Noticing Shen Lingxiu's startled expression, he promptly secured the device on his hand. After a brief pause, Shen Lingxiu began to speak. First question. I pick 1, to fight the specter, Fang Xiu said, cutting her off. Shen Lingxiu was at a loss for words. Ignoring the astonished look on Shen Lingxiu's face, Fang Xiu continued, for question 2, I won't join the specter side, even if they give me immense power and guarantee safety for my family and friends. I won't betray my principles. I don't have a family to side with the specters. If Zhao Hao joins the specter and asks me to turn, I will send him away myself. The thing I want to do most after becoming a psychic is to kill all the specters worldwide. Without pausing, Fang Xiu went on, not giving Shen Lingxiu a chance to ask the questions. The spiritual energy lie detector remained silent the entire time. After he finished, Fang Xiu got up and told the frozen Shen Lingxiu plainly, test over. Let's go see Wang Dihei. He then walked out of the waiting room, leaving Shen Lingxiu sitting there lost in thought for quite some time. For a moment, it wasn't clear who the tester was and who was being tested. At Wang Dihei's office, Wang Dihei didn't give his usual introduction. Instead, he examined Fang Xiu closely and said, Mr. Fang, given that you knew my name beforehand, I guess introductions are unnecessary. Please sit. Fang Xiu sat, and Wang Dihei went on, honestly, Mr. Fang, it's hard to believe your foresight ability, even after hearing their reports. Your skill greatly exceeds that of other psychics. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Regular first-tier psychics possess talents like fire manipulation, enhanced strength, or exceptional speed, but your abilities clearly transcend theirs. So, you're saying I'm not like the others, hey? Fang Xiu abruptly chimed in, predicting the future doesn't seem like a first-tier psychic thing. Wang Dihei agreed, indeed, if you were a third-tier psychic with accurate foresight abilities, it wouldn't shock me. However, you've only recently become a psychic. He continued, usually, someone like you would have limited foresight capabilities, perhaps only a glimpse into the near future. Yet, you knew about Agent Shen's visit, the office's layout, and even tonight's lottery numbers. It's kind of unbelievable. Director Wang, Did it ever cross your mind that maybe I'm just naturally different? That there are some people who aren't bound by common standards from the get-go? It's true. Some are born prodigies, including a fair share of psychic geniuses. But Mr. Fang, if you met a newborn who could talk and solve math equations, would you call them a prodigy? Fang Xiu offered a small smile. Why not? Rebol.com. Wang Dihei breathed deeply. That's all I want to say. I have nothing more to add. Ah yes, Agent Shen, where's Mr. Fang's psychic test report? Shen Lingxiu looked a little lost, missing Wang Dihei's question entirely as she sat there blankly. Growing impatient, Wang Dihei raised his voice, Agent Shen. Hey! Shen Lingxiu snapped back to the present, staring confusedly at Wang Dihei. What is it, Director Wang? The report, Agent Shen. Where is Mr. Fang's test report? Almost reaching for the report, Shen Lingxiu stopped, realizing she hadn't documented anything. She had been so astounded by Fang Xiu's preemptive answers that she hadn't jotted down a single thing. I didn't draft the report. What? Wang Dihei felt his pulse quicken. Agent Shen, you've been doing this job for years. How could you be so careless? No, Director Wang, it's not about not writing the report. It's that I didn't get to ask the psychic test questions. What? Wang Dihei sounded even more incredulous, thinking Shen Lingxiu was outright defying him. She didn't even attempt to ask the questions, let alone write a report. Shen Lingxiu quickly picked up on his misunderstanding and clarified, No, I don't mean it like that. I had intended to ask the questions, but Fang Xiu answered them all before I could. He didn't even let me ask and just answered them questions, all perfect answers if I might add. The lie detector didn't alert us either. Wang Dihei gazed at Fang Xiu, completely stunned. He was at a loss for words for quite a while. Eventually, he managed to say, Mr. Fang, does predicting the future drain your energy? Can you do it anytime? Fang Xiu shook his head. Predicting the future doesn't use much energy, but it comes with a big price. Price? Wang Dihei asked, a touch of curiosity in his tone. Spiritual energy spiraling out of control, Fang Xiu replied gravely. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of both Wang Dihei and Shen Lingxiu shifted noticeably. This was because an uncontrolled surge in spiritual energy is a crisis every psychic might face, and previously, the Investigative Bureau had faced serious setbacks due to such incidents. Chapter 47, Pay Me More. Fang Xiu nodded. Yes, the stronger the power, the bigger the cost. Every time I glimpse into the future, a mess of images and ideas swarms my head. It not only stresses my mind but also risks my spiritual energy going out of control. And, to be honest, this future-seeing skill isn't perfect. At most, I can only catch glimpses of moments a few seconds to a couple of days ahead. Wang Dihei listened intently and grew serious. The range of your foresight probably ties to your spiritual energy level. It's normal that, since you're just starting out as a psychic, you can't see too far ahead. I think once you move up to the second tier, you'll be much better at it. But, Mr. Fang, I'm a bit confused. If peeking into the future makes your spiritual energy more unstable, why do it so often? Because of the spiritual incense. You're trying to get the Bureau's spiritual incense. Exactly. I show off my skills a lot to catch your Bureau's eye. I want to join to get a regular supply of spiritual incense to help stabilize my spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Wang Dihei finally understands Fang Xiu's actions and intentions. _Oh, it's all to get the spiritual incense, right? _. While spiritual incense was indeed valuable, Wang Dihei was not hesitant. When dealing with a psychic who could see the future, no offer was too big to get them on their side. Mr. Fang, what kind of pay are you thinking if we ask you to join the Investigation Bureau? I'm thinking of a pay on the level of a second-tier psychic. On top of that, provide me with 1 spiritual incense each month. Also, I want the freedom to say no to jobs that don't respect me, Fang Xiu said. A second later, he added, and, if there are events that require the use of my skills, you've got to give me a bonus afterward. Basically, you have to pay extra. Before Wang Dihei could say anything to that string or requests, Shen Lingxiu, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Fang Xiu, you can't be serious. You're saying you want top pay, spiritual incense, and basically relax all day until we need you, then ask for more money. Fang Xiu nodded. You got it right. Yu Shen Lingxiu looked at him really mad. Then she turned to Wang Dihei. Director Wang, you can't agree to his demands. It goes against all the rules. He had just become a psychic. If we follow his request, he'll be getting the same treatment as a captain. Besides, we don't even know if he can really see the future yet. Wang Dihei brushed off Shen Lingxiu. He thought it over for a moment before saying, Mr. Fang, if after the lottery, it's confirmed you really can see the future, I can agree to the pay and the monthly spiritual incense stick. But paying extra each time we need your skill, that might be a bit too much. Director Wang, it seems you haven't realized the value of my skill. But you'll find out soon, Fang Xiu cut him off. Mr. Fang, what do you mean by that? Wang Dihei furrowed his brow slightly. I brought a major gift with me to the bureau. When you see it, you'll probably agree to my demands. What kind of gift? Maybe because he's seen too many films, Wang Dihei had a bad feeling about this major gift. Fang Xiu smiled faintly. A life. Wang Dihei grew serious. Whose? Bai Qi life. Fang Xiu, what are you getting at? Are you threatening me using Bai Qi life? Not a threat, a gift. If you don't believe me, give Bai Qi a call now. The way Fang Xiu was acting and speaking could easily be misunderstood. It resembled a self-assured movie villain holding a life hostage. Wang Dihei didn't call right away but glanced at Shen Lingxiu instead. She got the message and stood up, positioning herself next to Fang Xiu. She was clearly ready to step in if things went south. Fang Xiu wasn't fazed, he came to help, not harm. Soon, Wang Dihei took out his phone to call Bai Qi. Beep beep beep. The number you've called is not available. Wang Dihei's face hardened instantly, and he fixed his gaze on Fang Xiu. Bai Qi phone, given by the bureau, is always on. Now it's switched off. Mr. Fang, is this the gift you're talking about? Boom. A bright, blazing flame flickered in Shen Lingxiu's petite hand, her face showing clear menace. Talk. What did you do to the vice-captain? Fang Xiu's brow furrowed slightly. Did Yang Ming fail? Just then, a sharp ringtone cut through the room's thick tension. Wang Dihei peeked at the screen, it showed an incoming call from Yang Ming. He picked up with no hesitation. Yes. He barely got the word out before Yang Ming's frantic voice rang out from the other end. Director Wang. Is there a guy named Fang Xiu there? Picking up on Yang Ming's upset, unsettled tone, Wang Dihei's mind raced to the worst-case scenario. How do you know about Fang Xiu? Also, what happened to Bai Qi? Wasn't he with you investigating the human head specter? Fill me in. He asked urgently. Bai Qi? He's badly hurt. But what about Fang Xiu? Is he? What? Bai Qi is badly hurt. Wang Dihei cut Yang Ming off, standing up abruptly. He fixed his gaze on the calm Fang Xiu before him. In seconds, a whirlwind of thoughts spiraled in his mind. Fang Xiu managed to seriously wound the best psychic in Greenvine, the group backing him must be extraordinarily powerful. Who are they? Not only demonstrating such strength but also daring to provoke the bureau after causing harm. Shen Lingxiu couldn't keep her cool either, as the flame in her hand grew larger. She yelled, "Fang Xiu! Who are you? Who sent you? Your backers actually attacked Bai Qi." Under the stern glares from both, Fang Xiu simply suggested, "I think you should hear Yang Ming out fully." Wang Dihe narrowed his eyes, holding back from giving a command to attack. Considering that Fang Xiu had been able to seriously wound Bai Qi and still remained so confident, he clearly had substantial support. "Yang Ming, give me the full story. Now. Is Fang Xiu right there?" Yang Ming asked. Chapter 48, Yang Ming's Secret. "Right, it was a major gift. Fang Xiu's early warning call let me get there in time to save Bai Qi. Without that, Bai Qi would have been toast for sure." "What?" Wang Dihe was surprised. "You're saying Fang Xiu gave you a heads up to rescue Bai Qi?" "Yeah, I got a call from someone saying he was Fang Xiu. He told me that during Bai Qi fight with Human Head, another Specter would pop out from his shadow and ambush him, leading to Bai Qi getting killed. After I got the call, I got to Bai Qi ASAP, and it all went down just like Fang Xiu predicted. If I hadn't shown up when I did, that'd be the end for Bai Qi." Wang Dihe stared at Fang Xiu, so shocked he was tongue-tied. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu spoke up indifferently, "Director Wang, are you happy with my gift? And you, Miss Shen, put out your fire." Whoosh! The flames in Shen Lingxiu's hand went out. She stared at Fang Xiu, at a loss for words. She couldn't wrap her head around how Fang Xiu had saved Bai Qi, the top psychic in Greenvine, with just a phone call. "Fang Xiu, you're at the bureau, right? Hold on, I'm coming." Yang Ming's worried voice came through the phone, and then he hung up quickly. Wang Dihe took a moment to collect himself and then said, "Mr. Fang, you're right. If Bai Qi's situation wasn't set up, your skill is indeed important. I can agree to your request, but let's talk after we see the lottery results." He still had some doubts about Fang Xiu's skills, even though Fang Xiu had saved Bai Qi. As the director of the investigation bureau, he had to be careful. Even if this guy seemed perfect, there's always that tiny chance of being fooled. What if the whole Bai Qi thing was a setup? And Fang Xiu tipped off Yang Ming? Can't rule that out. We'll have to wait for the lottery results before deciding anything. Fang Xiu nodded. He got why Wang Dihe was being cautious, but he wasn't worried. He already knew the winning lottery numbers for tonight, there would be no mistakes. After a bit of small talk, Fang Xiu was taken to a lounge to wait. As the director of the investigation bureau, Wang Dihe had a busy schedule and couldn't spend the entire day chatting with Fang Xiu in his office. In the lounge, Fang Xiu and Shen Lingxiu sat across from each other, sipping on their water. Because Fang Xiu's skills were top secret, Shen Lingxiu, who was in the loop, was given the job to keep an eye on him. But Shen Lingxiu wasn't happy about it. Especially since Fang Xiu had shared some of her weird habits and even her private tattoos, she felt like she had no secrets in front of Fang Xiu. In fact, Fang Xiu wasn't too happy either. Now, whenever he saw a pretty lady, he'd start thinking of his wife. This thought made him feel like pulling out the scalpel and holding it against the smooth neck of the person in question. Just as they sat there in a somewhat awkward silence. Bang! The lounge door was forcefully pushed open. A tall man with a square face, a wide nose, and some stubble walked in. It was Yang Ming. As soon as he got inside, Yang Ming's eyes immediately locked onto Fang Xiu. "You're Fang Xiu, right?" Fang Xiu nodded. "Lingxiu, can you give us a minute? I need to chat with Fang Xiu alone." Shen Lingxiu was kind of bored anyway, so she nodded and left the room. Once Shen Lingxiu was gone, Yang Ming plopped down in a seat and stared at Fang Xiu with a worried look. "Fang Xiu, you haven't spilled the beans about me drugging Bai Qi, have you?" Fang Xiu remained silent. He thought Yang Ming was focusing on the least important thing. In this situation, Shouldn't he be more worried about me knowing the future? Or maybe thanking me for saving Bai Qi? Yang Ming, however, was mostly freaking out about whether anyone else knew he drugged Bai Qi. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xiu said, "Right now, it's just you and me who know. But I can't promise anything for the future." At first, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Fang Xiu. But then his face turned unpleasant after Fang Xiu finished speaking. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Ming asked nervously. "I'm saying, you'll need to pay me more if you want me to keep quiet." Instantly, Yang Ming's face turned as unpleasant as if he had just eaten something repulsive. He forced a smile and said, "Fang Xiu, you wanna join us, right? You get that I'm the captain, don't you? Do you understand how big of a deal that is? The bureau is complicated, and you're the new guy. There's a lot you can't control. But if I, the captain, have your back, then..." Chapter 49, an S-Class Psychic. Yang Ming sounded anxious as he said, "Fang, you get that you're playing with fire, right?" 100 spiritual coins, Fang Xiu shot back. "You?" Yang Ming's expression darkened. "You haven't even joined the investigation bureau yet. Do you understand that with just a word from me, I could ruin your life? Make it 200. Seriously? Stop it. I only earn 10 spiritual coins each month. You want 2 years' worth of my salary? Fine, go ahead, spill it. I'd rather take a beating from Bai than lose that much. You're basically robbing me. Okay then." Fang Xiu stood up, swung open the lounge door, and took a deep breath before shouting, "Yang! Hold on, don't joke around." Yang Ming looked scared and yanked Fang Xiu back in, slamming the door shut. "Alright, can we stick to the first deal of 100 spiritual coins?" Fang Xiu took another deep breath as he shouted, "Yang Ming will." Okay, 200 it is." In the end, Yang Ming begrudgingly took out 200 spiritual coins from his stash and handed them over to Fang Xiu to secure his silence. After that, he felt awful, slumping into a corner and lighting up a smoke, much like the way he had when he first received the news of Bai Qi death. Later, at 7:50 p.m. in a small meeting room at the Investigation Bureau, Fang Xiu, Wang Dihei, and Shen Lingxiu were sitting around a table engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was hunched in a corner, wearing a sour expression. "Captain Yang, could you please put out that cigarette?" Shen Lingxiu covered her nose. Yang Ming looked up and said, "Shen, could you lend me some spiritual coins?" The request only made Shen Lingxiu even angrier. "I'm a top-level senior psychic earning only 5 spiritual coins a month. You're the captain making 20, and you're asking me? No way." Hearing that the captain earned 20 spiritual coins a month, Fang Xiu realized he'd acted hastily. He made a mental note to shake down Yang Ming for more later. "Okay, everyone, cut it out. There's a phone call," Wang Dihei interjected. He picked up his phone and put it on speaker. "Director Wang, today's winning lottery numbers are 1,12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. As each number was announced, all eyes turned toward a piece of paper resting on the table. The exact same numbers were written on it, 1,12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. It was a perfect match. They'd hit the jackpot. A hush fell over the room. Even Yang Ming, who had been smoking in the corner, hurried over. A few seconds later, Wang Dihei ended the call. Yang Ming sprinted over and hugged Fang Xiu tightly, exclaiming, "Xiu, you're my real bro starting today. Help me guess the next set of numbers, will ya?" Shen Lingxiu took out her phone to double-check the winning numbers for this round. Fang Xiu shrugged off Yang Ming's embrace. He didn't like people who didn't get the idea of personal space. "Okay, Yang Ming, knock it off. Using Fang Xiu's ability to foresee the future can significantly drain his spiritual energy. We shouldn't use it for trivial matters, Wang Dihei warned. Yang Ming finally let go and grumbled, how's this trivial? I'd risk losing some spiritual energy to not be broke. After Wang Dihei set Yang Ming straight, he turned to Fang Xiu with a warm smile. Fang Xiu, now that we know your ability is genuine, I'd like to formally invite you to join the Investigation Bureau. We'll also provide you with all the resources you've requested. Fang Xiu nodded, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. His past troubles seemed worth it now. With the Investigation Bureau's support, his quest for revenge appeared more achievable. We must ensure that Fang Xiu's ability remains a closely guarded secret. We can tell others that his power is something akin to heightened awareness, Wang Dihei suggested. Turning to Shen Lingxiu, he continued, since you're one of the few who know the truth, Shen Lingxiu, you'll look out for him. Get everything set up for him. Even though Shen Lingxiu wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, she followed orders. Come on, she said to Fang Xiu, guiding him to complete all the necessary paperwork. Once they left, Wang Dihei turned to Yang Ming and asked, so, what do you think about Fang Xiu? Stubbing out his cigarette, Yang Ming replied, he's not your average guy. He's really laid back. He's young, but he's already been through a Specter event. He's a bit of an enigma, nothing seems to mess with his feelings. Plus, he's got this unique air about him. Care to explain? Wang Dihei asked, furrowing his brow. He's completely indifferent to life and death, Yang Ming remarked, his expression grave. You mean, like, he's numb to it? Exactly, Yang Ming confirmed. I've witnessed a similar demeanor in some hired guns and hitmen. It's close to what Fang Xiu exhibits, but not quite the same. So, what sets him apart? Yang Ming shrugged. Can't really explain it. But it's like Fang Xiu's been through death over and over. If hitmen aren't scared of dying, Fang Xiu seems like he's used to it. You think he's used to death? Wang Dihei looked stunned. You sure you're not reading him wrong? Right then, Yang Ming burst into laughter, returning to his usual easygoing demeanor. Look, I don't have super sense or anything. I know him just as much as you do. So, what are you gonna tell the higher UPS about Fang Xiu, Director Wang? Wang Dihei paused for a moment before stating, I'm compiling all the information about Fang Xiu into a confidential file. I'll brief the higher UPS at the Investigation Bureau and propose that we include him in the Global Psychic Talent Database. He'll be classified as S-Class and operate under the code name Oracle. Really? Yang Ming looked shocked. You sure about that? Fang Xiu is incredibly valuable, you know. What if the higher UPS just take him? And why am I not in this psychic talent database, but he gets S-Class? This isn't right. Wang Dihei didn't bother responding to Yang Ming's last comment. The whole point is that Fang Xiu is useful, Wang Dihei explained. With all these global Specter events happening, something big's coming up. He'd be way more helpful at the headquarters than just staying in Greenvine. You sound so full of yourself, Yang Ming said sarcastically. However, secretly, he thought that if Fang Xiu were relocated, at least he wouldn't have to put up with the guy's threats every day. There's one more thing, Wang Dihei added. There's another survivor, Zhao Hao, who's close to Fang Xiu. They've been through a lot together. I'm thinking he could also be part of the Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming looked confused for a moment. Zhao Hao has some kind of sexual power, right? We're recruiting that now. Wang Dihei gave a small smile. You're missing the point. It's all about having a strong bond. Whether Fang Xiu stays here or goes to the headquarters, having Zhao Hao around could be good for us. He added, you've seen how distant Fang Xiu is. He's joining us for the spiritual incense, but what if another group offers him something better? Or if we need him back here in Greenvine? In those situations, we could send Zhao Hao to talk to him. Plus, we'd only be paying one extra salary. Seems logical, right? Have you been watching One Piece lately? Yang Ming quipped. Wang Dihai's face reddened slightly, and he cleared his throat twice to change the topic. So, what's the progress on the shadow investigation? Do you think what happened to Bai Qi was an isolated incident, or was it deliberate? When Yang Ming heard shadow, he turned serious. It was a rare sight. Chapter 50, Ace of Spades. Tell me what you think, Wang Dihai pushed. I've faced off with this shadow before. He's not like other specters. Even though he's covered in a dark shadow, fighting him feels more like I'm fighting a real person, Yang Ming explained, looking serious. Wang Dihai was concerned. So you're saying shadow might not actually be a specter, but maybe a psychic with shadow-based powers? Yang Ming nodded. Exactly. Shadow was incredibly powerful, and there was also Human Head helping him. If I hadn't luckily beaten that Human Head first and leveled up to the 3rd tier, I would have lost for sure. And honestly, even after leveling up, I wasn't sure I could beat him. The weird thing is, he vanished as soon as he saw me level up. His fighting style was also odd. He seemed to be holding back. Even though it was powerful, Shadow let Human Head do most of the fighting. He only attacked a bit from the side. It felt like he was waiting for me to level up, and that's why he just left. That's purely my speculation thought, and it doesn't make much sense. Those who wait and let the hero get stronger don't exist in real life. A moment later, Yang Ming added, "Oh, and I found this." He dug into his pocket and pulled out a metallic poker card. It was battered, but you could tell it was an ace of spades. Ace of spades? And it's made from mind steel. Wang Dihai looked really deep in thought as he stared at the card. After a while, he said, "If this card is actually Shadow's, we've got a serious problem. It pretty much proves that Shadow is not a specter but a psychic, and possibly one belonging to a big organization. Do you think Fang Xiu could be part of that organization?" Yang Ming asked, sounding suspicious. Wang Dihai shook his head, "I don't think so. Fang Xiu's ability to see the future is too valuable. Nobody would waste him by having him go undercover. He's more useful if he remains in the background, predicting the future." He added, "Also, if the group behind Shadow was against us, it makes zero sense for them to have Fang Xiu warn you. They'd be better off if Bai Qi had died. Yang Ming, your main job now is to investigate Shadow. If he's backed by an organization that's after us, they could be even more dangerous than Specters." "Understood. I won't rest until I get to the bottom of it. Bai Qi nearly died because of this. Whoever is behind it, I'll uncover the truth," Yang Ming said, his eyes flashing with determination. "So, what about Fang Xiu? Should we have someone guard him? After all, he has an important skill," Yang Ming asked. Wang Dihai thought it over and then shook his head slowly. "There's no need. Right now, nobody knows who Fang Xiu really is. People just think he's a new psychic with some kind of perception skill. They won't pay much attention to him. But if we put a bodyguard on him, that might actually make him a target, which is way riskier. Plus, Shadow is incredibly powerful. Except for you and Bai Qi, who else in Greenvine City's investigation bureau could even handle him? You guys can't stick to Fang Xiu 24/7. If you did, who would deal with all the specters running around in Greenvine? So, the best plan is to keep treating Fang Xiu like any other new psychic and not give him special protection." "Honey, I've missed you so much," Fang Xiu's wife said, floating around him like a butterfly among flowers. But Fang Xiu just sat on the couch, idly examining his new investigator badge, his new uniform, and a special, encrypted phone. Then, he opened a black briefcase next to him. Inside were exactly 200 dark gold coins. The coins were heavy and small but adorned with intricate designs. They were forged from mind steel, also known as spiritual coins. They can carry spiritual energy. Just one of these coins could go for hundreds of thousands, even up to $1 million, on the black market. They were hard to come by. It was not that the coins themselves were valuable, it was just that very few people wanted to sell them. Most psychics hoard these spiritual coins to make their own spiritual energy weapons. After all, you couldn't put a price on your life, especially when facing off against a specter. A weapon made of spiritual coins could seriously enhance combat skills and increase the chance of survival, which no amount of money could achieve. Besides, the Investigation Bureau's headquarters tightly controlled the production of these spiritual coins. Usually, they prioritized the coins for internal use, and only the surplus found its way into the outside world. That was what drove up the price of these coins on the black market. Given how valuable these 200 coins were, only a team leader like Yang Ming could get so many at once. An average psychic couldn't even get that many if they tried to sell everything they have. Yang Ming made 20 spiritual coins each month, the top salary in the Greenvine City Investigation Bureau. But the real big bucks came from extra rewards for dealing with Spectre incidents. The stronger your skills, the more spiritual coins you could earn. Even so, 200 spiritual coins was not a small amount, even for someone like Yang Ming. Fang Xiu understood the dynamic between Yang Ming and Bai Qi. Although they seemed like they had a love-hate thing going on, they likely had a strong bond. Yang Ming's willingness to give in was partly to keep the drug incident a secret from Bai Qi. But mostly, it was like giving his thanks for the early warning that saved Bai Qi's life. Staring at the spiritual coins, Fang Xiu fell into deep thought. Should I make an armor out of it? He quickly nixed that idea. With his reset skill, he could mess up and still be okay. So, he didn't need an armor. Plus, using 200 spiritual coins to craft a full set of armor was impractical. That left him with two choices: craft a weapon or sell the coins. If he sold them, he could get into the Global Spectre Forum to get more information about specters and the truth of the world. He already had a scalpel, so the need for another weapon wasn't high. But since the scalpel was a specter gadget, having a backup was a good idea. 200 spiritual coins might sound like a lot, but it wasn't enough to craft something big like a sword. Luckily, Fang Xiu wasn't planning on a sword. He was good with the scalpel. Besides, he didn't need a super lethal weapon. What he needed was something small, sharp, and good at breaking through things, like another scalpel. After thinking it over, Fang Xiu decided to use the 200 spiritual coins to make another scalpel. It would work well for him and also hide his specter gadget. If any spiritual coins were left over, he'd use them to buy information. rwbnve.co